Call the regular meeting of the Pennington County Commission to order. Just ask you to silence your cell phones, if you would, please. Also, agendas are in the back of the room. Speaker request forms are also there. If you want to speak on an item, please fill out the speaker request form and turn it in at the desk up here on our right. Thank you. I would ask Commissioner Lassiter to lead us in a moment of silent reflection and the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Commissioner Lassiter. Review and approval of the agenda.
Second.
I've got a motion and a second to approve. Is there any public comment in regard to that? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. I'd ask Joan Martin to come up for the consent agenda.
Good morning, Commissioners. Joan Martin, Commission Assistant. The Board of Commissioners uses a consent agenda to act on non-controversial and routine items. The consent agenda is acted upon by one motion and vote of the Board. Items may be removed from the consent agenda and placed on the regular agenda at the request of a board member or a citizen. The consent agenda contains the following items. Item 5, minutes from the regular meeting of April 5th, 2022. Number 6, to acknowledge the filing of petitions signed by 25% of the eligible voters in the area to be annexed and 25% of the eligible voters in the existing district, and the resolution approving the annexation requested by the road district, and to set an election date on the question of annexation by the Murphy Ranch Road District not more than 60 days from this date. The election is to be held May 3rd, 2022. Number 7, to accept the recommendation for appointment of Tara Flannery, Jessica Ginger, Jordan Hirschfeld, Laura Jones, Dessel Peterson, Christopher Quayle, Kathy Skorzowski to the Vacation Home Rental Ordinance Committee. Number 8, to acknowledge the disinterment permit 1456094. Number 9, to approve the second quarter 2022 local emergency management planning grant. And number 10, to approve utility certificate P640310 PCN 08P3 South Rochford Road reconstruction. And then finally, number 11, recognition and thank the volunteers for the month of March 2022.
Thank you, Joan. Is there any members of the public that would like to have any of these items pulled from the consent calendar so that they may be discussed? Seeing none, is there any members of the commission having like any of these items removed from the consent calendar?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Roskinek.
Number 7.
Number 7. Any others? I would take a motion to approve 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, and 11 of the consent calendar.
So moved.
Second.
And got a motion and a second. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Commissioner Roskinek, item 7.
Item number 7. Is there anybody here from the audience that is part of this recommendation to this appointment? If not, I just want to say that I really feel we're going in the right direction by reaching out to these, to the general public. Vacation home rentals, they're most evident in my district, and I could certainly use some help, and I think forming this committee is going to be a step in the right direction.
Very good. Any further discussion?
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner LaCroix.
move for approval.
I've got a motion to
Second.
approve item number 7 and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Item number 12, Pennington County Planning Commission appointments. I don't know who all was on the interview board.
Mr. Chair.
Holly, okay. Commissioner LaCroix.
I was part of the planning, the interview committee along with Holly Hennies and Brittany and Jason and was there one more?
Charlie.
And Charlie from the Planning Commission. It was pretty outstanding. We had 9 applicants. I think that's probably the most we've ever had. And we had some very outstanding applicants and then some good interviews. After the interviews, we had our discussion and we had our number for recommendations, and you see our recommendations is number 1 is to appoint Kevin Kuhn to the Planning Commission to fulfill the remainder of the term ending June 30th of 2024. And we also pass on a recommendation to move to appoint Kevin Burton to the Planning Commission for a term of commencing on July 1st of 2022 and ending July 30th of 2025. Those are our recommendations. We felt they were good applicants and will be a big benefit to our Pennington County.
Very good. Is there a motion to appoint Kevin Keene to the Planning Commission to fulfill the remainder of the term ending June 30th, 2024?
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Roskinek,
so move.
is there a second?
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Is there any public comment in regard to this? Not. All those in favor from the commission indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Is there a motion to appoint Kevin Burton to the Planning Commission for a term commencing on July 1, 2022, ending June 30th, 2025?
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Any public comment on this?
They are here.
Would either of the Kevins like to come up and speak? Introduce yourself? Sure, come on up.
Thank you. My name's Kevin Burton, project coordinator with Buildings and Grounds here, working for the county. Excited to be part of the Planning Commission. Look forward to seeing how I can help out and move that forward.
I think you have some great background for this, Kevin, so appreciate you stepping forward.
Thank you. I'll stand for any questions if anybody
Any
has any.
questions of Kevin?
Nope. Welcome aboard.
Okay,
you.
thank you.
Kevin Keene.
Good morning, all.
Morning.
I've been a resident of Rapid City now for a third of a century, which is a good chunk of time. I remember back at when I first moved out here that we had seen a lot of growth right in Rapid City with all the big box stores and some of the fast food chains. And then things kind of slowed down a little bit. And I'm excited now with all of the things going on in Pennington County and this whole western Rapid City or western South Dakota area to be part of it again. I was on the Planning Commission, excuse me, I don't know, 6-7 years ago. And I'm excited to get back in again and give my 2 cents on it. I've been involved in real estate and I've been involved in commercial stuff, and I'm glad to be part of it.
Well, we appreciate you bringing back some experience from it, and glad that you stepped forward also. Kevin, thank you. Any questions of Kevin?
No, Mr. Chair. So what
Commissioner
part of Rapid City do you live, Kevin?
I live up the hill from Walmart.
Okay.
It's outside.
Seen a lot of transition.
A lot of transition. When I first built out there 20-some years ago, it was a prairie dog town.
Unfortunately, that's progress.
Yeah, and it's been, excuse me, it's been good controlled growth out there. We're seeing a lot of new homes going up still in some of that area. But yeah, it's changed a lot. I used to relocate rattlesnakes down to the prairie dog town from when I was building. Yeah, it's all been good.
I think Rapid City area schools has a fairly large amount of land out there that,
They do.
So when you get that kind of population, you better plan for another school.
Yep,
Because
exactly.
you're going to have to do it sooner or later.
It will happen, yeah, definitely.
Well, welcome aboard.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Appreciate it.
Chairman?
I have a motion and a second on the floor.
Yes, sir.
All those in favor?
No,
Oh, you have comment
yeah.
on that? Okay, Commissioner Hadcock.
Just one thing. Kevin, I don't think you're going to do a bad job at all. In fact, you have a lot of experience. I just think when you have an employee, it might look like conflict of interest on a planning commission. Kevin is a great employee, and he does have the experience, but he works for the county. So I don't know if that's such a great idea, guys, is having an employee of the county be on a planning commission. That might look like a conflict of interest at all times, depending on certain things that we do. So for me, I think Kevin is an awesome guy. I just think the appearance of him being an employee of the county and being on our planning commission, not, it's not against Kevin. If I'd vote against Kevin, it'd be that conflict of interest or the things that you're going to have people say about Kevin being up there, even though he is intelligent, he can do the job, but he's a county employee working for a planning commission. So that's my only issue, and nothing personally against Kevin, just the issue.
Commissioner Hadcock, I appreciate your comments. I don't look at it that way since it's a whole different realm from what his capacity is in working for the county. So I'm supportive of him serving on it.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Roskinek.
You know, the reason I'm leaning in that direction is because I've assumed that this has been vetted through many interviews, and it isn't just a random selection. It's gone through the process, and a recommendation's been made, and if we feel that he can do the job that he was asked to do, then he's fully got my support going forward.
Commissioner Oster.
Mr. Chair, if anybody has to answer this question, my question is, have we done this before? Have we had a county employee also be on the planning and zoning?
No.
Not that I know.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner LaCroix.
You finished? To be quite frankly, we had 2 employees who actually applied that wanted to be on the planning commission. And, that was one of my probably thoughts to Deb and Travis about just the appearance of conflict of interest. But buildings and grounds is totally separate from anything we do. We do have department heads and so forth that serve on other boards and commissions, or even just like the vacation rental one that we're going to have. We may have some that at least organize it and who are present. The questions that were asked, they were very straightforward, honest. Both employees were very, very adamant that the growth of Rapid City is what their concerns were, and the love of the community and everything as whole. So, if I would add one inkling that there had been a conflict of interest in between having an employee who wants to better the community, make a decision between one or the other, I wouldn't have recommended it. I think his skills are going to most definitely help us. He talked about some of the growth from where he come from and how things were planned out, and the history that he discussed, I think, and the neutrality of everything.
So, Chairman,
Commissioner Hadcock.
I think they probably all had that kind of enthusiasm to do make a difference in Rapid City and Pennington County. My thing is, and I'll keep saying, he's an employee of the county, and I think when you're up there on a planning commission as an employee of the county, it'd be like one of us being an employee and then making decisions. It's not going to be on him. It's going to be on us appointing him when he's an employee. So I'm not saying he can't do the job. I'm saying, for me, it looks kind of conflict of interest of an employee. So I'll keep saying it's not Kevin personally. I know Kevin can do the job. I've seen what he's done for the county. I just can't figure out if we have that many people in this pool that we couldn't pick someone that's not a county employee or associated with the county at this time. So Kevin Kuhn is fine. I'll be voting yes if we're doing separate. And Kevin Burton, like I said, not personal. I just think for the county, you're going to have a lot of customers or people that are coming on the other side of that dais that I think are going to have some problem with some of that conflict of interest. And it's going to cause somewhat of some issues, I believe, because they're going to think because Kevin represents the county as employee, he's going to go with whatever the county wants. So
Any further discussion?
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Oskinen.
this is a voluntary position, just as when I serve as the Commissioner for Pennington County Housing and Redevelopment. That's just a voluntary position. There's no compensation per se. So I guess with that being said, I still feel that Kevin's a good choice for this position.
There's compensation.
Any further
They get paid.
conversation? Any further discussion?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Lassman.
I think I'm gonna stay opposed to it as well, solely because I get it. He wants to serve the county, but if there's a difficult vote, and I'm just gonna bring back to some of the ones that whenever I was on planning and zoning, let's say the mining issues or things of that nature, that it may not directly impact his job with the county, but there could be perception that if he votes a certain way on a big ticket issue, that it's all public perception. You know, when we do things, we want to do it above par. We want to be basically make sure that there's no chance that somebody can say that our vote was influenced, that we actually made it to there. Do I think the individuals are honorable men? Do I think they'll do that? Yes. But I still think in the public side, it could lead the public to think that maybe there was some influence somewhere. So because of that, and maybe we need to address this as a policy in the future. When we had the first round of applicants, you know, it was open to the community. The applicants applied. They didn't meet some of the requirements, so maybe we should, in the future, look at saying that, you know, maybe they can't be a county employee so that there is not an appearance of a conflict. So just something for thought for future reference. So I'll be no for Kevin on the
Any
county
further
employee
discussion?
side.
Not, all those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
No.
Motion carried 3-2. Thank you. Thank you to both Kevins. Item 13, talking about ARPA funds here. First item was the Box Elder Clean Water Priorities Request. This was continued from the April 5th Commissioners meeting. We have a letter indicating, or an email from the city administrator and chief finance officer of Box Elder indicating they would like to withdraw their request for the loan of ARPA funds that they requested from Pennington County. Is there any comment? I don't see anybody from Box Elder here, is there?
I don't think so.
Okay,
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Oskinen.
move to acknowledge a request to withdraw by Box Elder.
Is there a second?
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Any public comment? Any discussion by the commission? Not, all those in favor of the motion for the withdrawal indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Item 2, Rapid Valley Sanitary District. This also was continued from the April 5th Board of Commissioners meeting, and I believe Rusty is here. Rusty, come on forward. Morning.
Good morning, Commissioners, and thank you. Well, as my proposal at the last meeting was for the $5.4 million in request from the county was to procure for the future and build a 2 million gallon water storage tank, 12-inch water main connection to Cheyenne Boulevard to assist the surrounding communities, Box Elder, Valley Heights, other development in the area. This would be a first step in our regionalization, moving forward on that. The request for the 5.4 was so we could utilize DNR funds, which will go up to a match of $5 million, which would also be utilized to secure a water or a well site location for the future source water allocations for this growth that we're going to be seeing here in the district, in the county, and the surrounding area.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Laster.
a couple of questions for you, Rusty, if you don't mind. What's your overall take on the impact to the regional area that this would impact, and what will it help out? How will it help out Rapid City? How will it help out Box Elder, and of course, the Rapid Valley Sanitary District?
Sure. How it'll help out Rapid Valley for first is the storage tank itself would be added fire flows and capacity for the future growth. How it'll help Box Elder, it gives them a redundant source for their growth as well for a backup supply, which in turn part of that is to assist Valley Heights with their water needs, and then small developments around the Valley Heights area. How it can also assist Rapid City would be an interconnection in the future if they're open to that idea to connect from our high zone tank to their Elkville tank. That would be another avenue for looping between all three systems on the upper end of the systems and the higher zones.
Thank you.
Chairman,
Commissioner Adcock.
for ARPA funds, I don't think you could spend a better 5 million for this project. I think our growth is going to be in Rapid Valley. I think Twilight Drive is one of the growth areas that we want to go into arterial and go into Radar Hill Road. For me, this is a no-brainer. There's 11,000 people, most of our traffic. If you look at our traffic counts, in Rapid City is first and Rapid Valley is second for traffic count. So to not want to move forward in this area and help with the infrastructure, we have done a lot of infrastructure in other areas for roads, millions of dollars. To the west, now it's time to put some money into the east where most of the people in our county actually live in Rapid Valley. So for me, this is a no-brainer. I talked about infrastructure. I talked about moving forward on how infrastructure is important for responsible growth in Rapid Valley. We have helped Box Elder in many things, but for Rusty, he's above and beyond a guy that can get it done. He's showed us his plant. He showed us how he's innovative. He's went to all the meetings that I went to with DANR and otherwise. Again, I think this is a no-brainer because he gets matched and he can help us out in that area that has the most growth. Elevate and everybody else is talking about that's where we want to go with these housing units. That's where the growth is going to be on 44. So if we're going to do that, then we need to support people that are doing that responsible growth and putting that infrastructure in for us. So for me, that $5 million is going to go a long ways in an area that has most of the people and most of the traffic for Pennington County.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner LaCroix.
First of all, full disclosure, I've met with Rusty and Travis and Joe at the building and had this discussion with you, and that was earlier part of the year, Rusty. And at that point in time, our ARPA funds, we didn't quite know exactly what they could be used for. You know, we heard infrastructure, and that was pretty much it. And so, you know, at that point in time, I communicated to you with the information that I had that I support what you're doing. I think it's an outstanding program. But since that time, we've had some discussions on, just as you just said, the regionalization of trying to get an outside firm to bring people together, not only Pennington County, but also Box Elder, Rapid City, all of us to get together, that we could also form a group that would help us in the future with the Missouri Water Project also. These are some discussions I'm sure you've probably had some too, Rusty. And I had a discussion with Mr. Freitag last Thursday. He called me and asked for my support on this also, for just to be open and honest to what some of the discussions going on. You know, since in the last month, some stuff has come up, and Mr. Drew and some others have been involved with working with the mayor of Rapid City on the regionalization. I think that's a way to go. One of the things I did bring up to you with the ARPA funds was if we use that type of funding to try and use it as a loan type thing, there are some restrictions on those. I think everybody's got to have skin in the game. And from looking at this, it's all Pennington County and just then the state DNR. my personal belief on where I think we should go is we found out where we can use those funds, bring them into the county. And we've got needs from being on the building committee, not only with the jail, we've got about a $30 million deal. Do we spread that out between all of Pennington County? Or are we gonna, later on, could really consider if you come back and have some partnerships involved, you may have to raise some rates, to put your skin in the game, because I think that's part of it. You know, I think Rapid Valley Sanitary Service got to have some skin in the game too. You're going to have new customers. That and same with Box Elder. You know, I get where this is going, and you've done an exceptional job, Rusty. I just got to look at the tax base of all of Pennington County, not just one section. You know, this county has done outstanding work. Just last year, we had, if you would have been here, you probably would have gotten it. They gave 2 million to all. They gave 2 million to the housing. They've done some stuff like that. Now we're in the point where we're doing the facility studies and we've got building stuff that we got to fix. I think we need to look at ours first and then see what's left over, not just divvy it out because it's right now. That's my thoughts on it. I think we need to recoup it as we have planned on our agenda in this, and then continue to have the discussions to see what our needs are and what's left over if there is. That's my thought on it. But you do an outstanding job, Rusty. I've known you for years. Your facility is great, and you've done a great study, and your plan to solve a lot of these problems, I think, is good. And I think just if we can get the city council from Rapid City on board and some other people, I think we should all partner in on it somehow or another.
Thank you.
I basically agree, Rusty. I think you have a model facility, a model as far as your business is concerned out there. I think you do a great job for the people that you're serving. I would wish that we did have the dollars to provide to you. But I agree with Commissioner LaCroix that I think since we originally talked about how we could use ARPA funds, and originally we didn't know whether or not we could use it for strictly our projects within Pennington County. And so now it appears that we can use that in its entirety for our own purposes. And I just have a hard time asking the taxpayers to help fund. They're still going to have to fund some of the projects that we have because we don't have enough ARPA money to take care of all the projects we have. So I too am in agreement with Commissioner LaCroix's comments that I think you've got a great operation, but I don't think the county's in the position at this point in time to help fund that through the ARPA funds. So,
Thank you.
any further discussion?
Yep. So I was at the meeting for regionalization. You still, for that Missouri Water, need that infrastructure put in, whether it be Rapid Valley or otherwise. So to get ahead of the game, and that's not going to happen for what, 10 or 20 years? How long have we been trying to regionalize? Okay, so I was at that meeting. I didn't see it go any further than it was before. Maybe you guys been having meetings, but we haven't been in the know, the rest of us. I don't know if anybody else has. I haven't, about what's happening with county and city. I kind of hear from the mayor, well, we're working with the county, we're working with the city. I'm not hearing anything about those. I'm not hearing any briefs. I'm not hearing anything. Now we're saying that we're not going to use it for infrastructure. We've got this other idea. I haven't heard any other idea. I heard it on the backside a little bit that maybe we're going to take the budgets and do something with that and then put that budget money into a loan. Where's this all going? Okay, so I thought we were in the infrastructure and now we're doing something different. And I don't know if anybody else knows, but I don't know what's happening. So we're voting on ARPA funds today with people having meetings on the backside or with other people, and we don't know. This keeps happening. And you guys already know it makes me madder than hell when we want to do something. I'm great as a team because this is a good team. We have a good chair. I'm not trying to be mean to you guys. But we kept saying we're gonna do briefs. We're gonna tell people what's happening. Now we're saying we have a different idea. I haven't heard nothing about it. Nothing. He's
Well,
got a great idea. You guys haven't brought that forward.
I think that at the last meeting, I think that our auditor explained how those funds could be utilized by the county.
Yeah, and you had meetings. You guys have been having meetings with what you're gonna do and how you're gonna do it. I appreciate that. I really do. But I would like to be in the know, so when I do want to support something that's pretty amazing for us to do for Rapid Valley, we have done other projects for other people in different districts already that don't even have half the population, quarter of the population, and how many people go on those, use those roads in those areas in Rapid Valley. It's the second place in western South Dakota that's used. So if you can't tell us what's happening with it, why can't we use the 5 million for that?
So Commissioner Hadcock, I'll respond to that.
Okay,
I don't know what other meetings you're talking about. We did have a meeting yesterday with the city of Box Elder and the city of Rapid City. That had nothing to do with ARPA funds. That had to do with cooperation, more cooperation with planning and zoning and working with highway, so that we're all on the same page as we're moving forward.
okay.
There hasn't been, to my knowledge, unless other commissioners have, I don't know of any other meetings that have been held that you haven't been included on.
So Gary, when you had the meetings on how we're gonna do the budget, and we're gonna use the budget money, how we can take budget money that's for other stuff to pay back, take that money from the budget of people's salaries or whatever for ARPA funds, basically for COVID, you're gonna take that money, is what I heard, on the backside, and you're gonna use that money and you're gonna give it to, use the ARPA funds and take it out of our budget and then put that ARPA fund towards that and then give us the budget money to finish the jail. Nobody's heard that yet? Is that just me?
No, I think that's what Cindy Mueller proposed to us 2 weeks ago, that's for consideration.
And you haven't sat back in the commission chambers back there and talked about that?
Back in the commission, our
Chambers?
conference room,
Yeah.
we've talked about several things back there, but not anything specific as to making decisions on anything.
Okay. Thanks.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Roskinick.
this is a large amount of money, and every bit of it's for a noble cause. There's no doubt about that. But when we first met 2 or 3 weeks ago in Box Elder, I think we all left that meeting needing to know, was there other ways that the county as a whole, could use these dollars? And then, in visiting with the auditor, we discovered that there were other ways that we could use these ARPA funds to help fund a $30 million jail renovation that we are going to face sooner or later. And I guess my position is being fair to the other 120,000 taxpayers in Pennington County, that would be better spent if we could use that money to offset if we don't use it for the jail, then we're going to go out and have to bond. So one way or another, we're going to have to put a burden on somebody.
Further discussion?
We had other discussion.
Is there a motion relative to the Rapid Valley Sanitary District request?
Move to approve the request for $5,486,040 in ARPA funds by Rapid Valley Sanitary District for water system expansion.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve. Further discussion? Is there public discussion? I do have a speaker. 1 second, Cindy. I do have a speaker request form too from Bill. Is it Freitos? You want to come forward?
I'm Bill Freytag. I'm been a land developer since the 1970s. And I think the point that Lloyd's missing, Chairman Drew is missing and Mr. Roskinick is missing is that we don't have enough water today to water the housing that it takes for this airplane coming in for the B-21. We don't have it. That's why he's here. This is why I've spent probably 300 or 400 hours in the last year getting information from Rusty, lobbying the city of Rapid City for water rights, and talking to state legislators and trying to encourage them when someone hoards a water right, that we're going to have to change the laws that if they can't demonstrate a need for it and another public entity can demonstrate a need for it, those water rights are going to have to go for sale. So I'm not just up here giving you my opinion. I've researched this a lot, and you're missing the point. We today cannot water the airplane. This growth for this airplane is going to happen in Pennington County. The city of Rapid City isn't where it's going to happen. It's Box Elder, and Box Elder is incapable of providing that water for that airplane. Now, maybe you're going to disagree with me, but I've tried to do business out there, and I've done a lot of stuff with them. The city of Rapid City is extremely hard to do business with. Box Elder's worse. So we're here at the Pennington County, and we've got to get him what he needs because he can water it. He can do it. And I encourage you to vote to give him what he needs. He's our best chance to water that airplane. It's not the city of Rapid City. They're going to be late to the show. Box Elder's incapable. If we can get him the infrastructure, he's already late to the show, but we need to get going. We need to get him the infrastructure, and we need to get him the water rights. So I encourage you to do that. Thank you very much.
Any questions of
Mr. Chair.
Here.
Commissioner Oskinen?
Bill, have you researched other funding resources before coming to the county?
There's always lots of funding sources, but they're hard to come by. The easiest one, I think, for him is when we create this growth east of Box Elder and along 44, that we have hookup fees. I mean, my God, I'd pay these hookup fees in a heartbeat compared to what it would if I don't have water and I can't develop land. I would pay a hookup fee. So we've got hookup fees, we got state money, but listen, all this state money, you got everybody and their dog trying to get this state money. It's too late for the show that we're going to get any of this money from the state, but over time, I think we can get some additional funding for additional growth beyond what he's talking about today. We need more than what he's asking you for today. We need actually more than that. But this will get us over the hump, and this will probably come pretty close to watering all the housing that we need for the airplane. So I'd encourage you to get him some money. I'm doing everything I can to get him water rights. But you guys are the ones this is Pennington County. That's where this is going to happen. So I just encourage you to get us some water. This is important, way more important than you guys are giving it consideration for.
Bill, since the chairman's giving me the floor here, how many lots out there do you know are ready to be built on, but can't be built on because we don't have water going?
Well, I got 60 of them that I can't water that are already platted. And they're in Valley Heights. I can't water them. They're already platted.
Mr. Chair.
Just a minute.
Go ahead.
Get more?
Rusty, this is a question for you, and it kind of goes back to what Deb was talking about earlier about meetings. You and I and Deb and several other individuals, Joe Miller's been there at the Planning and Zoning, we started having conversations about these ARPA funds and some projects and how to do that back when, and I believe in January, if I remember correctly, if not
Correct.
earlier than that. And have you had a chance during that time to speak with all the commissioners on it, with a great amount of time rather than just in the last couple of weeks?
Yeah, I have spoke with all the commissioners. I believe the last one was Commissioner Ross Connect 3-4 weeks ago at Box Elder. And I have explained to you in detail of what the purpose is and the proposal is, and the skin in the game that the district, just if I may, is that, anytime a water facility let's just say like Rapid Valley is willing to share their resources to assist. That's a lot of skin in the game because the amount of water we have to date is for our future growth. But the district looks at the availability that let's do a, a cooperative regionalization, not a unilateral one where we just focus on ourselves and in that, in that direction. So there's a tremendous amount of skin in the game just to allow Box Elder to have backup supply, Valley Heights, and Mr. Freitag's development, because that puts stress on our system. So therefore, to help alleviate that stress is the added reservoir, the storage reservoir, and also the future of, we're moving forward on drilling a well as for more redundancy and source water allocations. Need to be proactive, so.
And all this money does is get the infrastructure in the ground. You're gonna still have the maintenance of the structures, you're gonna have to maintain it, you're gonna have to do all that work, treat the water and all that kind of stuff as well, right? I mean, so there's still skin in the game. This is just putting the stuff in the ground or putting it out there.
Yeah, there's a tremendous amount of skin in the game, let alone the maintenance and the upkeep, as well as what the growth that you're going to be driving with this responsible growth and putting in water main and such. So that's going to drive development even faster, which of course drives us to even faster to find more source water than what we even have to assist these surrounding communities as well as our own growth. So it's not just this is a one-time fix and it's all, but it gives us a huge jump start to assist the surrounding communities and move forward. We still got to do wells. We still got to find more source water. Not that we need it as for today, but this is something the district is pretty large or huge on being proactive. So we want to stay way ahead 20, 30, 40 years out. And to continue with that as well as assisting our neighbors. And this is something that would be greatly beneficial with these funds from the county.
Chairman,
Thank you.
Commissioner Adcock.
two things. You get a $5 million match. We're not going to have that anytime soon. And we're not getting that match through our county, what we would do through what the other need was. So Rapid Valley is Pennington County, and it does have needs just like our buildings do. Again, that's a good business plan with a $5 million match. You're not going to get any better than that with help for infrastructure for an area that needs it. And again, we want our growth to go that way. We want responsible growth. We keep saying that. We're doing a TIF for what, $8 million? That's deferred taxes. This is $5 million match. This is a no-brainer. To me, Rapid Valley is the growth. That is the future of Pennington County. That is the future of Rapid Valley and Box Elder in those areas. So you can't get better than that. I guess that's what I'm saying. That was one of our goals, is to move. I keep saying regionalization is good, but you're still going to need his infrastructure to move forward no matter what. If that was a waste and that infrastructure, you're spending on that infrastructure that would never be used again because somebody else going to take it over, even if someone else did and Rusty didn't do it, you're still going to use that infrastructure. It's not going to be unused. Make sense? So again, let's do what Rapid City wants and the surrounding areas. They want to move out by Rapid Valley. We got one step to go there, and that's water. Next is sewer. He's working on sewer. He's working on Sedita, and Rapid City is increasing their sanitary or their sewer area. So that tells me it's a no-brainer. If Rapid City's expanding theirs, and we're going to do the water, we're good to go for that new growth that we're talking about. And it's huge. Like I said, $5 million match. You're not going to get that anywhere else for giving him $5 million.
So Bill, the 60 platted lots that you said that you have, they're in Valley Heights?
Correct. They were platted, I think, they were actually platted by, not by me, but they can't water them. And they haven't been able to water them for 5 or 6 years. And so they asked me if I would get involved with them and see if I could help them get water. And that's where I got all the experience with Box Elder. I mean, it's.
Okay, is that platted through Box Elder then, or is it?
Actually, it's outside of Box Elder. It was, Valley Heights was and is being watered by Box Elder, but these 60 lots now that come online, they don't have the water for it. That's what they claim. And so I've got 60 lots sitting there that,
So platted through the county then?
What's that?
Are they platted through the county?
No, they were in the 3-mile jurisdiction of Box Elder when they were
Oh, okay.
platted. But I don't know if any of you guys were on the commission back then, but Box Elder came to you guys and said, quit giving these guys building permits because we don't have any water for them. And that was 6, 7 years ago, and you did. You passed it, said no more building permits for
Yep.
these 60 lots that I'm talking about. But that's not my point. My point, I'm not here to get water for those 60 lots. We don't have enough water for that airplane and for the growth that's going to happen in that area. Rusty is absolutely, hands down, the best place for me to get water, okay? And the city of Rapid City is not going to come forth and help him. And so you guys are the source that he has got to go to. It's that simple. I've been doing this development since the 70s. And I can tell you, we don't have enough water. It isn't a water problem. Well, there's water, there's a ton of water, but who controls the water is a problem. And these deep wells that Box Elder wants to keep doing is not the answer. If it was the answer, why do they keep adding 2, 3, 4 more wells all the time at $2, 3, $4 million a pop? It's not the answer. We need water rights for him to pull the water out of Rapid Creek, to process it. He doesn't need very much infrastructure. There's hardly any infrastructure he has to put in to tie all of this in together. And then once that's all tied together and becomes redundant, he can supply all the water that we need in Box Elder and east of Box Elder.
Mr. Chair.
So again, I just
Right.
encourage you guys to do it. And if you have a question for me, otherwise I need to excuse myself.
Mr. Chair.
No,
Commissioner LaCroix has the floor.
Bill, I just want to repeat what I told you on Thursday when we had our discussions. Because I had a follow-up call from Mr. Lassiter on Saturday from all of this stuff that's been going on, just to be open so everybody knows. I'm in support of taking these ARPA funds and putting them into our general fund because we found a way that we can do that. Because I think we can have, and I told Mr. Laster this on Saturday towards the end of our conversation, I think at this point in time, we get that money put into our general funds, and then we can look at our needs, like I said earlier, what we need to get done so we don't have to burden everybody. See where we're at, then we have funding has less restrictions on them. And I know you dislike this, but that's my thoughts on this. And I told Claus, I think we need to have a separate meeting from a commission meeting, a special council meeting, commission meeting, to be able to invite everybody involved so we can have a good long conversation on it instead of just sitting back. This making a rash decision right here and right there, we've already gotten commissioners saying that they haven't been informed on this and this and that. Why not have that special meeting, have the discussion, but the funding that's there then there's no strings attached to it. I believe with ARPA funds, if you want to try and do hookup fees to get that money back, there's time frames, things have to be done. Without anything attached, I think we could look at it. I just don't want to do like we did last year and just start doling it out and then going, okay, our buildings are falling apart. We're doing a study for what's going on in our building study, and we're going to have to do a $10, $20 million bond with $3 million interest.
Lloyd, can I comment? Chairman,
Sure, go ahead.
okay. Well, I understand that and I agree with that, but listen, you can you put your money into it. You got a source to get your money back. You can make it even contingent upon it in your motion. Hookup fees, and there's nothing stopping us. We're in Pennington County. We can TIF all of that. And then that TIF money can come back to the county again. So you can refund your ARPA funds. You can actually have it going on for quite a while, because you can, from the developer's point, I can get you money through a TIF and I can get you money through hookup fees.
Why can't you do that now?
Well, pass it with that requirement then. I don't mind having skin in the game. That's cheap for me to get water. It is. I don't want to be in the water business. I mean, my God, it's not a good thing to be. He's in the water business, and he's absolutely the best water operator, probably in the whole state, but for sure in western half of South Dakota. I want him to get me my water. So I just encourage you guys, understand, we don't have enough water today for what our needs are, and we're getting further behind and further behind and further behind. So I'm going to ask you again, and I'm going to encourage you to get him started, make hookup fees and TIFs part of your motion for repayment, get the money back to you. And I'm sorry that I have to excuse myself, but I got a doctor's appointment I've got to get to, so.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Freitag.
Okay, thank you.
Cindy Moeller, I'm gonna call on you. So you've heard all the discussion?
Yes, I have. Cindy Moeller, Pennington County Auditor. I have heard all the discussion, and there's a couple things that I don't know if all of the commissioners know for sure, that the, the match for the DANR funding, they won't accept the local match as a loan. So we can't loan the money to Rapid Valley and then have it recouped with the TIF and hookup fees. They've said that that won't work. And the other thing is the reporting side of this. If we subgrant this money to Rapid Valley, we are responsible for all of the reporting requirements from the very beginning. And then Jennifer with Black Hills Council of Local Government is here, and she can explain a little bit more about the fact that they have actually recommended that counties not subgrant this money to entities because of the reporting requirements. Jennifer? Is that all right?
No, yeah.
Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. Jennifer Seatsma with Black Hills Council of Local Governments. So I'm going to back the train up to January timeframe before the county received any requests for ARPA assistance. At that time, the final rule came out from Treasury, and the planning districts across the state were working with both Ide Bailey and other attorneys, working through the federal guidelines for ARPA to try to provide, assistance to counties because you were a direct entitlement from U.S. Treasury. And with that, through working through this, in many instances, the planning districts work with the uniform guidelines, the 2 CFR 200, which talks about uniform guidance and the need for rules. So if you create a situation where you're a pass-through as a county, you ultimately have to do all of the things that a state entity would do when they receive federal funds and create a program. So with that, you would be entering into a situation where you have to create a bunch of documents, create a contract. But a couple of the big things that you might not be aware of, and I've talked with Cindy, I've talked with you, Gary, about this, is just the long-term commitment you would have. For example, any subrecipient of your ARPA dollars would be required to give you basically open access to all of their financials, which I'm sure Rusty would be willing to do. In this case, they would be above the $750,000 threshold, which would push them into that single audit requirement. And then you'd also be responsible for risk management in evaluating each subrecipient, their risk, and then coming up with rules for noncompliance. So if it ended up being a situation where those funds were misused, which again, I don't see that happening, but if there were any issue with their audits that would be required to be had up until closeout, you would be responsible. It would be your responsibility to come up with the risk management practices and ultimately repay those funds if they were not used correctly. Now, we know that construction is an eligible cost. And if DANR is in, if their funding is in this, you're going to have a little bit of assistance from the state because they're going to be assisting you with those compliance measures. But it doesn't end, as soon as the construction happens. There's going to be longer-term commitments from the county that would be required of you. And the biggest thing I would have to ask the county is, do you already have uniform rules which would allow you to be essentially a pass-through or an awardee of federal funds? And I don't know that you have that. I know Rapid City has 40 pages because they do that with some of their federal grants that they get. So there would be an example out there for you if you wanted to create that. But I don't know that the county has that yet, and maybe Cindy knows that. You do, okay. So I guess if you already have your uniform rules and you already have a process for that, maybe you're already set up to be a pass-through for these funds. But just know that there is, you know, you're ultimately responsible as the county to ensure that all of the uniform guidance, and I brought just 3 pages of this for the subrecipient monitoring, but each of these 3 pages has multiple indications where it kind of ties to another part of that 2 CFR 200, the full, you know, federal procurement policy that you would ultimately be responsible for. If you've already done that and you're already doing that, maybe it's not as much of an issue. But just know that statewide, the planning districts, at every county that is a participant of the planning districts, way back in February, had sent out a memorandum to all of the counties, basically advising them that not to enter into subrecipient rewards because of the risk of doing this.
Chairman, just if I could for a question for Jen, are you talking about the 10, the 12 million, or all of it?
So actually, you are different. Pennington County is different. So ultimately, the 10 million was recommended to do, as you discussed earlier, the salary replacement. The 12 million is a little bit different, and I'm going to trust that, you know, the answers Cindy has gotten back and provided are accurate. I do want to say, from a regionalization perspective, we are supportive of the work and we are involved in the regionalization planning that's happening right now. We are working with most of the communities that are in the vicinity on some type of project. And from I know that you had mentioned the one-to-one match. This is probably the only place you'd put your money where you would end up doubling your money. But I do have to add a caveat to that. It's not guaranteed. That one-to-one match is not guaranteed. If you watched the Board of Water and Natural Resources meeting in April, of the 600 million available, they've already awarded 400 million. So it's if it's available. So again, the state has put out the memorandum that they would match one-to-one, but I don't want anybody to believe that without an application that would be 100%. And again, we support regionalization, we support this project. As far as a planning district, we know that all of this is necessary. We assist with the applications and the administration of other programs. But I kind of just wanted to make the commissioners aware, because I think only some of you were aware of that memorandum that went out
But Jen,
back in February.
if we're going to do a general fund and then put it towards a jail, can we not do a general fund and put it towards Rusty? So if we're doing, and you're saying one thing, that's fine. So we can't give it that way. We were creative enough, it sounds like people got creative enough to do it through a general fund, sounds like, and stick it all in general fund and do it through employees or something that were affected by COVID. I don't even know the other side of that plan, but Lloyd had said general fund, you could do it the same way. So,
Ultimately, yes.
see what I'm saying? So we can be creative in how we get Rusty $5 million, just like we're being creative about what we're going to do with the jail funds. So to me, I don't know the rest of the story on the jail funds. I see some stuff, but I'll just tell you, if you're going to be creative, let's get creative and let's do some infrastructure.
So
So
I think a couple things, just remember that that one-to-one match would come off the table. So then it would just be you know, the DANR commitment to one-to-one match is for ARPA funds. So if you end up doing this a different way and just funding through general fund or some other funding mechanism, you would lose that one-to-one match.
but he can't do it through him filling out his own application for that, having the $5 million match once we give him the general fund?
So the one-to-one match is for ARPA funds. So whatever local ARPA dollars are disclosed on the application
Right.
would be the opportunity for the state to match 1-to-1. Rusty doesn't have a local, he didn't, sanitary districts did not receive ARPA dollars. So, so in this case, the county would have to put in ARPA dollars. If you put in, let's say, general fund money, that, I mean, that wouldn't really be a,
So if he didn't use ARPA and he didn't get that, he could use the $5 million through grants or other things that they are using, so he would have more of a chance with that 5 million to get a match through the state, through their infrastructure or some other stuff that they're doing. Isn't there other
so typically
entities
this,
he can match or show that he has this much money and he needs, this much to finish this project?
so typically the sanitary districts aren't eligible applicant. When they submit a traditional SRF application, they most often are not eligible for grant. Have you received any grant in the past in applications?
No, we have not.
They just don't meet the income guidelines really, I think, to be, or maybe rate guidelines, we
I
just don't
believe it's
see
gotta
it.
be a minimum of $50 a month on the water and on the sewer bill.
So Rusty, is
We
there-
have received a grant one time, though, I misspoke, our third skid, to our treatment facility, which was, the purpose of that was to provide water for Green Valley, so.
So there isn't a $5 million match or anywhere that if we gave you 5 million for your infrastructure, unless we found it through ARPA and was creative with that in order to try to get a $5 million match, is there anywhere else that, well, through hookup fees or something else that could be returned back?
Sure, I mean, that is an option. I mean, the location we're talking for improvement with this 12-inch water main connection to Cheyenne Boulevard and the 2 million gallon tank, there's approximately 520 acres in our district in that location. So that location of improvement, as developers go that direction, you're looking at, if you were to, let's say, add an additional, if the district was to add, however it needs to work, but to add an additional $600 per lot for connection fees, or extension fees, that would, bring money back that could be utilized to the county, or it could be utilized future, if they're looking for a, other avenue of, source money for your future as well, with the jails and such. But we can, I did discuss with our attorneys as well, so this is an option. If it was to get the 5 million, and then you utilize, it would be best to get it as a grant, as through ARPA funds. We'd have to, it's kind of we got to be quick on this. I believe May 1 is when we have to have some sort. Is that correct? Or
Are you on the state water plan already?
what's that?
Are you already on the state water plan?
Yeah, we will. We will have to get on it.
Okay, so he would have an obligation to be put on the state water plan, which is the state's planning tool to know how many projects are gonna come in and how to fund those, with an application deadline of July 1st.
Correct.
That's the actual funding application, and they would have an answer back in September. There's already a whole queue statewide of applications that will be considered at the June meeting. His project would be behind those, because he wouldn't be considered until September.
And that is if funds are available, as I talked to Mr. Brule. So time is of the essence if the commissioners want to move this direction, because there's now we have I would say, a fair chance of receiving that match. But as I spoke to Mr. Brule, that's as long as funds are available. So in order to maximize this potential of 10 million that we could build for the infrastructure and interconnections to the entities and be proactive of our future, then as far as Jennifer mentioned, over 750,000, you got extra audits. That's an A133 audit, which we've done several times. Going through and it sounds like you have the uniform guidelines in place already. So to move forward on state bids and state requirements, from my understanding, that would be your guys' responsibility, but the district would definitely be involved in an assistant of that. As for giving you audits and our finances, that is not a concern or an issue. So.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Lester.
So if I'm understanding correctly here, there's an application deadline. That's one reason why we need to do this, because there's limited amount of funds that are left, and there's an application deadline of July 1st. So being able to allocate those funds so you can apply and do everything you need to by the deadline is of the essence. I'm also willing to change the motion to make it contingent upon you receiving those funds first, because if you don't receive the matching funds, then giving you $5 million to start a project and not being able to complete it, I think could be a concern. So, I think I would be willing to change the motion so that upon you receiving those matching funds, and we would do that. But the other thing is it still leaves us $6.7 million for being able to apply that. We're gonna have to bond for the jail regardless. The question is, how much are we gonna have to bond for the jail? Because even the 12.1 million is not gonna cover the rest of that. That only brings us up to $22.1 million total. Is that what it is? 22.1. I see some heads on. So we're still gonna have to bond for the rest of it. But this moves us in the right direction for supporting the infrastructure and the development and where that development's going. And we've talked about that. Now, you can correct me if I'm wrong. Did I make any wrong statements in that? You're looking at me differently, Jennifer. So I just want to make sure I've communicated that correctly. Maybe I did something wrong, but if you,
So I would say if you need more time, if there's commissioners with still questions about, funding eligibility, that type of thing, I'm available pretty much 24/7. You don't have to make a decision today on this to still make that July 1 deadline. What I would say is if you make it contingent anytime between now and before July 1st, if you make this decision, we would need to disclose that they would need to disclose that on the application that they have, the local ARPA, in order for the state to be able to match it. So you would need a decision prior to July 1, but it wouldn't have to be today if there's still lingering questions about funding and how that works. And then the only other thing is that we are behind, the state will have another BWNR meeting in June, and we're a quarter behind that with this application. So one of the answers we will get after that meeting in June is how much ARPA dollars how much is left in that funding pool. And so, again, there's a little bit of time. You wouldn't have to make a decision today if there's still lingering questions on the funding and how it works, but.
Commissioner LaCroy.
You bring up an interesting fact, and thank you for bringing us here today in the discussions about the ARPA funds. I would most definitely, Rusty, entertain a motion to use ours at some point, maybe not today, if Box Elder is going to take their 1.8 ARPA funds to add to it.
What?
That's skin in the game. I mean, I'm just saying, after listening to some of the discussion here, to me, that seems fair. I mean, it would be benefiting Box Elder, Rapid Valley, all of us together. And as you were saying, the ARPA funds being the one-to-one match, that would be a good thing for their funding too.
Just to clarify, I believe the city is actually working on their revisions to their application already submitted, and their plan is to dedicate their 1.8 million to their clean water projects that will be considered in May. So their funds there's not an opportunity for them to dedicate them here, I guess, unless they would have to make changes. But I believe they've already made those changes and revisions to their app to dedicate those funds, or they will at tonight's meeting.
They need sewer.
Yep.
They need sewer more than they need water right now.
Ask the chairman.
It's got,
Mr. Chair, Rusty has a question.
Rusty.
If I may comment to Commissioner Lassiter on the 5 million, and then contingent on we get the match of 5 million. The district, if the commission was to allocate the 5 million to us to secure the tank and the 12-inch water main project, we would move forward with that anyway, even if we didn't get a match to complete that project for the connection to Box Elder and Valley Heights to provide them a redundant water supply.
So I think what he's alluding to is when we submit an application to DANR, the projects come away fully funded. It's just not always funded in grant. So he would have the ability, if they didn't provide the one-to-one match on his project, he would have the ability through DANR to accept or take on loan dollars for the rest of that.
Nice.
Commissioner Hadcock.
I just thought that's a great idea. Because
So it wouldn't be
he
wasted
said
money,
through
yeah.
hookup fees and different stuff that he can recoup that, which either way, what he's saying is he can give that infrastructure and get that done if we can get him the 5 million.
So I have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion on it? Yes. Mike?
Mike Cool, Director of Buildings and Grounds. I guess I just want to clarify that is my belief and understanding is that as soon as we learned about the money available through ARPA, our first priority was trying to address the jail project. That was our approach to all of this. So I guess I wanted to, I don't think there's any surprises in what we've been talking about in trying to find a way to utilize the money for a jail project. The other point I guess I would like to make is that, my understanding is that there will be money coming available for infrastructure projects down the line and stuff. There isn't likely to be money available to help with jail projects down the line.
So Chairman,
Just a minute. Say that once again, Mike. There will be?
My assumption is through all the infrastructure discussion that happens in Washington and stuff, that there's likely to be money available in some way down for infrastructure projects in some other way. There doesn't appear to be other funding sources to help with a jail project like what we're discussing.
Okay. Commissioner Adcock?
I appreciate that, but isn't infrastructure funding that would probably help our jail as well? So we do have infrastructure of what, the first 10 million or so we were gonna put towards some of that infrastructure. That jail needs 28 million. I've been on the building committee as well, and we have decided back in the day, we were using some ARPA funds and we were gonna have to bond because we weren't gonna have enough money no matter what. So if you put 16.7 and then bond for the rest, to me, that makes more sense because you're getting a 2-in-1. You're helping some infrastructure and growth that Rapid City and the surrounding areas for Western and South Dakota has been saying for a long time, and you get a jail done the same way. So,
My point was just, I was trying to clarify the way I felt that the discussion has gone relative to the jail project. Once we were aware that ARPA was going to be available to the county would be receiving an allocation.
and Mike, I still believe that the jail projects is something that is a priority for Pennington County, has been for a while. But I also believe that the future for Pennington County also in Highway 44 in that area needs infrastructure as well. So if we can get both bang for our buck, it makes more sense to me. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Any further discussion?
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Roskinek?
a lot of testimony here today, and, I'm between a rock and a hard spot. I would consider is listening to testimony on both sides, but everything that's presented today, there's just too many uncertainties for me to prove it.
Okay.
Can we
Cindy, I don't know if you were able to finish what your thoughts were or not.
can we continue this, sir, or we cannot?
It had to be a substitute motion to continue it.
Can we continue it to have more discussion so we can find out more information, kind of what's happening with general fund and some other stuff, sir?
Sure.
So my motion will be continue to the next meeting.
Second.
We need to,
The
so
date?
this is a substitute motion?
The date, Ms. Kara?
I have a substitute motion and a second to continue this
May 3rd.
until the May
Third,
3rd
sir.
meeting.
Thank you, sir.
Any public comment on that? Any further discussion by the commission?
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner LaCroy?
I would prefer a separate meeting solely on this for the simple fact it takes so long, just as we've done today, the discussion that we had, then we could focus in on one thing and have several people that are involved come up and not hinder applicants from the rest of the day, rest of the agenda on the meeting. So that's just my thoughts. Does it have a separate meeting maybe in the evening?
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Roskinek?
Lloyd, I totally agree, and that's what I thought we could do before that next meeting so that we can really flush this thing out and hear both sides so that we can make prudent decisions going forward. So I'd be willing to have a special meeting just for this particular topic.
But still have
And
it on
have
the
everybody
agenda.
involved that's got skin in the game so that we really know what we're doing going forward.
Holly, do we have a date or a time that would work usually? That would, commissioners,
Any time after 5 works great for me.
It just depends on the day and the time for me.
we have a Monday.
Mondays typically do work well for me, if it works well for the others, in the
Have
evening,
Monday
if it's in
problem?
the evening.
Yes, Monday evening for anybody
I have a special event on the 25th
of May or April.
of May.
Well, I guess not May, but
We want to have one before then.
In looking at the board's calendar, I'm looking at next Tuesday or Wednesday, the 26th or 27th in the evening, if that's
27th would work for me.
what direction the board would like to go.
27th worked for me.
I have a pre-planned meeting on the 27th. What time would we do it from?
5 to 7.
I might be able to push my meeting back a little bit, so I could do it 5 to 7. I could make that work
So we have
on the 27th.
so we'll take our motion
The
off the
substitute?
floor. We'll just
Okay.
take our motion off the floor. My motion, you okay with that, Travis? Okay. And make this motion for what date, sir?
Take a substitute motion then for a special meeting, 5 o'clock on the 27th.
That'd be my motion, sir.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Any public comment on that? Any further discussion by the commission? All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Cindy, you're up.
You're talking under items 14? Is
Yes.
that what you're moving on? Okay.
No, we're still looking at
Number 3.
number 3 item.
Okay,
Do you have further information on that
I
you'd like
don't.
to explain?
I don't. If
Okay.
we're gonna meet on the other, it's kind of moot to discuss.
Should we
That third
continue
option.
this one on to the 3rd?
Yeah.
Our next meeting on May 3rd?
May
Or
27th.
The 27th.
The 27th.
If you'll continue this item to the special meeting on April 27th.
Yeah, yeah. So move.
Second.
So the motion is,
We already made the motion.
Or did you?
Yeah, I made the motion for the 27th. Travis seconded it, and then we do all in favor? And we said all in favor, so we're moving all of this to the 27th, aren't we?
We thought
all
this
of it
The
was in
separate
there.
one.
We thought we just did the,
That's what I got, was just the one.
you
Yeah.
just the one, so we need a second motion
Right,
to
yep.
move this. Yeah, we need a second motion to.
so do you want that on the 27th or do you want that on the 3rd?
Should be the 27th,
Talking about the balance of it. Should be on the 27th?
because it's all lumped in the same.
Okay, so is there a motion to do that?
So move.
Second.
Got a motion to move it to the 27th also. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Okay, item 14.
We have the transfer of alcoholic beverage license. This is for the retail on sale malt beverage and South Dakota farm license from Moonshine Gulch Saloon under Betty Harn to Moonshine Gulch Saloon LLC under Paula's Wiffle. Would ask for approval of that transfer.
So move.
Got a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Any public comment in regard to this? So the motion is to approve the transfer of the retail on-off sale malt beverage and South Dakota farm wine license from Moonshine Gulch Saloon under Betty Harn into Moonshine Gulch Saloon LLC under Paul Zweifel. Any further discussion by the commission? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
And the next item that we have is the new retail off sale wine and cider and a new retail on sale liquor with Sunday sales for Moonshine Gulch LLC under Paula's Wiffle as well. Would move approval for that, please, or would ask for approval
Or
of
a
that.
motion?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
move to approve the new retail on-off sale wine and cider and new retail on-sale liquor with Sunday sales license for the Moonshine Goat Saloon LLC under Paul Zeupel.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any public comment? All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you.
Thank you, Cindy. Item 15.
Mike Cool, Director of Pennington County Buildings and Grounds. The State's Attorney's Office has requested some modifications to their existing space to meet some staff growth requirements and space needs. With the development of the building committee bylaws and the annual project submission process that we ran through this last year, we ran that project through that. This was one of the projects that was recommended by the building committee to do that. Just as a quick description of the work that we're looking at doing, on third floor, removal of some rolling file storage to construct a couple of additional offices. Third floor also convert a work storage room into a small meeting room. Fourth floor convert the north grand jury room and some adjacent space into 5 walled offices and a small meeting room. And also on the fourth floor, remove some built-in cubicle areas and create 2 walled offices and a centrally located copier work area. And utilizing 8 smaller furniture cubicles systems to accomplish this. Right now, we're estimating that probably this work is going to be around $210,000. Our approach is right now to meet some of their growth needs and stuff is we're looking at trying to address this through maybe several projects, buildings and grounds executing an early part of it, and then utilizing contractors probably to build some of this other stuff out, so that, there can be we can expect to try and have somebody continuously on a project where we have to react to other county needs, and to minimize the impact on their departmental operations. So I'm going to be seeking a request to get authorization and spending authority over $210,000. As this is a building committee recommendation, I do have to run it through 2 meetings with you, so this will be our initial meeting, and then I will come back to you and request that authorization again.
Mr.
Chairman.
Chair.
Go ahead, Lloyd.
No, I was just gonna say with this 210 for the amount of work that's going on, and I see that buildings and grounds is gonna be taking up quite a bit of that, and that's gonna be quite a bit of cost savings for us, as construction costs go up, it's you're saving money by doing a lot of it in-house, so I appreciate that. Doing some of it, I didn't say no.
Commissioner Hadcock.
Well, I appreciate building committee and what they're doing. I was on it before, and it's a lot of work for you and that committee. I know we're doing a building needs assessment. Is this, we're putting this before that, or are you guys just think?
We do feel we have to put this one before it. Actually, State's Attorney was one of the first departments to come out when we were beginning to understand that we had some significant needs. They were one of the leading departments to request something to help them with growth needs.
And we're doing some of this work in-house.
Yes, we are doing some of this work in-house to help with costs, and as well as sometimes getting contractors just to respond is challenging as well.
Thank you, Mike.
Any further questions of Mike?
So we don't need a,
Margot, did you want have something to say, or just answering questions? Okay. So there's,
I am not asking for any action at this point, as I said, because it is recommendation from the building committee, we do have to go through 2 meetings before it's.
Okay,
you
and
act
so it
on
will be put on the next agenda.
Thank you, Mike.
Mr.
Thank you,
Chair,
Mike. Commissioner Roskinek.
Mike, what other ones are coming down the pipeline?
We are having some discussions currently with the Courthouse Tunnel, replacing the, running around the outside on that, trying to, that'll be the next one we bring forward. There were 7 projects the committee authorized. The public safety building security upgrades were the first one we came to you with. This is the second one. The Courthouse Tunnel will be the next one we bring to you. As we move down this list, some of these have the potential of being impacted, but more by the work that we're doing through the study. So there could be changes that come through that. We also have some concerns about whether we will have enough money to execute them all. So we're not, our approach is not trying to say, we don't have the capacity to work on them all at once. So we're bringing them to you one at a time based on the way that we can work them into our schedule and move them forward.
So relative to the public safety building, is that still 50-50 with the city and the county?
Through some discussions, currently we are, there could be a little bit, it might tip more to the county side, but we'll mitigate that in terms of any additional costs of the county by using alternates and cutting portions of the project if necessary to control costs.
So the foundation on the courthouse, is there outside dollars that may be available for that?
We're looking into that as far as historic preservation potentially for that building. That is something that we are looking at.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
Yep.
Item 16. Kevin Carley.
Good morning.
Morning.
Morning. Kevin Carley, Director, Emergency Services Communication Center, Pennington 911. I'm bringing before you this morning a proposal to eliminate the telecommunicator position and move the dispatcher 1 through dispatcher 4 positions up 1 pay grade. And I'm doing that for 2 reasons. We realized that our job descriptions really weren't adequate. We redid them just prior to the Gallagher study 3 years ago. And through the growth and additional programs that are being added and additional responsibilities that dispatchers have, we realized our job descriptions really weren't adequate. So we rewrote those. We submitted them to the HR department for review. And they did move them up 1 grade on the DBM ratings. So that supports what we're trying to accomplish here.
Jeremy, sorry. I was just gonna make a motion. Sorry to interrupt you if you need to finish.
All right. Sorry.
I was gonna say, he's giving my report from our meeting.
Sorry, Kevin, go ahead. I apologize.
Also, we need to, in our opinion, we need some movement on the bottom end of our pay scale. Our starting pay is really not competitive anymore with our surrounding PSAPs, and I believe I included a handout for you that kind of compares. We asked all 28 PSAPs statewide to give us some pay information and some different things, and 20 of those responded. And in the chart that I provided, you could see that Pennington County 911 is, we answer more incoming calls than any other PSAP in the state at 297,000. That was in 2020. We serve the second largest population base, 120,000 people. We're third in the state for calls answered per dispatcher, 7,616, but for starting pay on that list, we're 16th. All of our immediate surrounding PSAPs, Custer County, Lawrence County, Butte County, Spearfish, they're all $1.50 to $2 an hour higher on the pay scale where we're at, and we need to remain competitive. So what this allows us to do is move everyone up. We move all the dispatchers over to the new pay grades at or close to what they're making now without a loss. The current telecommunicators, there's 4 of them, would get moved to dispatcher 1, and that creates that movement at the bottom of the scale. Future employees, new applicants would be hired at dispatcher 1. So basically, that just means that usually new employees achieve dispatcher 1 in 10 to 12 months. We would just be starting that pay on day 1 instead of waiting until they achieve it. And so it accomplishes what we're trying to do. It's still, on the chart I provided, it still only moves us from the 16th position up to the number 11 position. So it's not like we're asking to be top on the list. I don't think that's necessary, but this will accomplish what we need to. And then I would like this to be effective May 1st. And then with the compression steps that were already approved at the last meeting, and then the next step that's coming on July 1st for most of my employees, that would be on top of this. And then I think that pay for those dispatcher 1 through dispatcher 4 positions would be where it needs to be.
Okay, Commissioner Hadcock.
Sorry. If I could make the motion and a follow-up after the motion, but
Okay.
move to approve eliminating the telecommunicator position and to update the job descriptions and pay bands for dispatcher 1 position at DBM of B22 1866 an hour, the dispatch 2 position at DBM B23 2065 an hour, the dispatch position at DBM of B24 2314 an hour, and dispatch position number 4 at DBM C31 2314 an hour. Further move to place the existing staff a new grade, no reduction in paid, and to update the position listing on file effective May 1st, 2022.
Second.
Got a motion and a second for the discussion.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Roskinek.
I just want to say thank you for this detailed report. I find it interesting that the population of Pennington County is 120,000, Sioux Falls is 193, but yet Pennington County in 2020 received 297,000 phone calls compared to Sioux Falls, 267,000, so.
Yes, we are arguably the busiest PSAP in the state.
So
Chairman,
good work.
just to follow up,
Commissioner Hadcock.
sorry, am I being disruptive? Okay, I apologize. I must have drank too much 5-hour energy. I apologize. So, for 911, this is a no-brainer for a lot of things that they do for me because I actually go in there a lot and visit them. And I appreciate what they do. We use them very much for our motels and our fire service board. We get a lot of updates. So for me to make the motion, that's what I meant by saying that is I've had the updates and I apologize because not all of you guys, all of our team has that information that Kevin provides us for fire service board and visiting with some of their 911 people that work in there that are pretty amazing. So I appreciate everything we do, they do for telecommunications. We did have an appreciation for them. The schools, I don't know if anybody's been in there, but it was amazing the other day. I delivered some treats to them. And if you go in there, there's some, what do you call them?
Thank you cards.
Thank you cards in the front by 911. But if you go in their rooms, the walls are covered from top to bottom with thank yous. Then you go around the corner and it's full of thank you cards. Then you go into the dispatch booths and they all have thank you cards. I mean, there's hundreds of them, which I thank the public for doing that because that's pretty amazing. And that for me, I know if I was a dispatch person, went, whoa, this is really cool that people know what we do and how we do it. And if you look at the cards, and they're all different from the kids of what they do, they picked a mascot. And what's the mascot called? One of the children drew the mascot.
I guess I'm not sure. That's so many variations of it that I couldn't tell you. But
It's a black, like fuzzy thing with eyes, and it looks kind of crazy, and it has a tail, but it's the cutest little thing. They call it something with the dispatch, and your lady's gonna beat me for not remembering that, but it was just really cool for how upbeat they are for what kind of calls they have to take. And I don't think people understand that don't do that. They have to take some pretty sad. Some are happy calls, and turn out really good. But people that have passed away and did different things that they have to deal with the police, with just general public. Pretty amazing what they do, and I don't think a lot of people can understand that unless they have to answer those calls. So, thank you to them. And this, for me, again, was a no-brainer because of what they do and what they have to do for our police, our fire, all our emergency services, and our general public that has no idea how to get through tragedy and those, the ladies and men in that office that do an amazing job for it. So you could thank them from me, and again, Kevin, thank you for what you do.
You're welcome, and I will thank them for you.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner LaCroy.
First of all, I want to thank you, Kevin, for giving my report for the end of the day. That's the one committee that I have to report on, and I appreciate it because I wasn't able to attend in person, but I was on Zoom, and just for the rest of the commission's information is that the starting pay doesn't get them up to where a lot of other places are with smaller sizes that are happening in our area. But Kevin did a good job of answering the users board's questions and working through it and explaining how he felt this was the start of where we needed to go, and I appreciate that. He also brought up, maybe you could share a little bit, I think you guys have been trying to get legislation changed to get 911 dispatchers on the levels, police officers. I'm not quite sure what that's considered underneath insurance, but maybe you can explain that. I think you've tried that for like 2 years now, haven't you?
Yeah, yeah, so, dispatchers are currently in Class A, and, we'd like to see them in Class B in the public safety retirement. And it's been tried 2 times before, 2001 and 2008. I believe they went in front of the retirement board, and it was not approved both times. And there was a mental health and public safety study last summer that prompted some people to think, well, maybe one of the things we need to do for dispatchers is move them into that public safety. The retirement rate nationally for dispatchers is 4%. In our center, in the last 15 years, our retirement rate's been 1.5%. So we think there'd be value in getting our dispatchers into public safety. We think they meet the requirements. So there's legislation introduced during the last session for that to happen, but it was not successful, and the main argument against it was that they didn't follow the proper procedure, which is to go to the retirement board first. I believe the argument for that was, well, we've been there twice and they've declined it, so why would we go a third time? But it was decided not to move that forward. So now we are regrouping. We're going back in front of the retirement board this summer. We're getting all our information put together to present to the board in July, and then in September we'll go back and offer our testimony. There's a group of 6 or 8 of us statewide that are pushing for that, and we're hopeful that we can make that happen.
Thanks, Kevin.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. Is there any further comment? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you, Kevin.
Thanks, Kevin.
Thank you.
Items from equalization.
Good morning, Shannon Rittberger, Director of Equalization. I have one abatement application for you to consider. This is a mistake on an owner-occupied classification. Our office removed the owner-occupied classification on a couple of parcels for the reason that you can only have one property classed as owner-occupied. Unfortunately, we made the mistake of removing it from the property that actually is owner-occupied and should be classed as such.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Roskinek.
move to approve the abatement application for tax year 2021 for Steve Moore, parcel number 41783, $1,138.52.
Is there a second?
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Further discussion? Any public comment? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you.
Thank you. Joe Miller.
Good morning, Commission. Joe Miller, Pennington County Highway Department. First item up in front of you is an agreement with the National Forest Service for fencing along South Rochford Road. The Forest Service approached us here probably in February or March, stating that they had some money that they would like to spend on fencing South Rochford this year. Instead of doing it during the project, we came to an agreement that we would fence along the grading limits or at an offset from the grading limits along the Forest Service. That way we could get it done this year. And this agreement just allows us to do that and allows the Forest Service to provide us the materials. And then there's a small portion on the south end going from West Deerfield up to where the pavement ends, essentially fencing that portion of the road as well. And the Forest Service will pay for that because that's not part of the project, and that's what the $15,000 is there, that cash from the Forest Service to the county. Ultimately, this is a benefit for the Forest Service and the county because the Forest Service gets to control their range cows, and the county gets the cattle off the road. I think last year there was a cow hit on Deerfield, black animals on black asphalt. It makes them difficult to see at night. So I think this is a win for everybody. With that, I'll stand for any questions.
Any questions for Joe?
Mr. Chair, I'll move to approve the challenge cost share agreement 22-CS 11020-306-039 with the Black Hills National Forest for the South Rochford right-of-way fencing.
Is there a second?
Second.
And a second. Any public comment? Back to the commission. Any further discussion? All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
So item B, along with the, this goes hand in hand with the last item. This is the staking for the fencing. This staking will actually be twofold. It'll aid in the installation of the fencing as well as the relocation of the power poles that for the agreement that you approved last meeting with Black Hills Energy. So everything's kind of hopefully coming to fruition on this project. We're going down the line here. So with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Any questions?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner
Move
LaCroy.
to approve the agreement with Interstate Engineering, Inc. and construction staking for the South Rochford Road reconstruction project in a not-to-exceed amount of $15,000.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Public comment? Back to the commission. All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Item C.
Item C, this is a construction administration agreement. So with the big funds that are administered by the state requires the counties to hire a engineer that's off of their approved list. We've chosen KLJ simply because they've designed these rehabilitation projects. The total cost for this is about $108,000, or not to exceed $108,000. The caveat to that is this is an 80-20 match, so the county's responsible for 20% of that, and the state will pick up 80% of that since it's one of their requirements. We do have to front this cost, but the state will reimburse us. So with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Any further questions?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner LaCroy.
Move to approve professional service agreements 2103-0151 with KLJ Engineering LLC for bridge preservation construction administration of 4 bridges at the estimated cost of $108,000.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Public comment? Back to the commission. All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Item D.
Item D is authorization to pursue purchase of a new brush chipper. As stated in our memo, the department currently has 1 brush chipper that's based in the Rapid City area. We have a full-time tree crew during the winter months. Hill City also does a lot of tree work, as you can imagine, being up in the National Forest Service. Prior to this, they were basically any brush or stuff that they picked up out of the right-of-way, they were taking to slash piles that were approved from the Winter Storm Atlas in 2013. The Forest Service voiced some concerns with this when we seek some reauthorization to place that stuff on their slash piles, simply because it costs them money to burn those slash piles, and then magically they grow back to another big splash pile, so then they've got to spend the money twice. So we asked them if it would be okay if we chipped the brush and broadcast it onto the forest floor, which they are okay with. So with lead times and the uncertainty of the availability, we'd like to pursue the purchase now instead of this fall to try and get ahead of the weight game. So with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Roskinek.
Joe, what vendor are you looking at for that?
Say that one more
What
time.
vendor?
So the one that we have currently is Vermeer. Is a Vermeer chipper, so we would like to stay with that. And I think Vermeer's their own dealer here in Rapid City. But we're going to pursue kind of all options, kind of depending on the availability. That's kind of why we left it broad the way we did. So.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Motion?
Move to grant authorization to pursue the purchase of a new brush chipper under current government cooperative purchasing contract.
Is there a second?
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Public comment? All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you, Joe.
All right, thank you.
Item 19, John Morrell.
Morning, Commissioners. John Morrow, Pennington County Human Resources. So, got a number of things here before you today. One is part two, if you will, of something we discussed at the first April meeting, and then you'll notice there's some continuous themes throughout some of the things you're hearing today. One with the dispatch center, you're going to have Scott Duffy from the Natural Resources Group come up, as well as the presentations. But it's related to our base wages not being competitive. We've done a lot of exceptions over the course of the last year or two. Because we've not been able to hire into many positions, what we're trying to do rather than piecemeal exceptions is to find a solution that will help us. And I'll get to that when we get to item number E. The first one I have for you today, though, for consideration is the creation of a new position within the Register of Deeds office. And I see that the Register of Deeds, Castile, is here as well if there are questions. But what we're asking is to create this new position within the office. It'll create another leadership role for the times that Audra or Kathy may be out of the office attending seminars or attending to issues in the local community. And again, the motion would be to approve the addition of the office lead position in the Register of Deeds office at a DBM rating of B23 and an effective hourly pay rate of $20.65 an hour, effective April 17th, and to authorize Human Resources to update the position listing, which is on file in the HR office.
So Chairman,
Questions, John? Commissioner Adcock.
so both these new positions, are they going to be in their budgets? People aren't going to be asking for more money at the end of the year when they're changing all these positions this year because of changes of DBMs?
So in this case, it's a new position. It doesn't increase the head count, but it will create another position within the office. And I believe that Audra included the information with regard to her department structure. If you see, there's an org chart there as well. So we've got the information with regard to the pay rates. I'm not sure I understand the question, Commissioner.
So this is for this year's, right, change to her, which would change her budget, right? Miss Audra. Thank you, Miss Audra.
They can absorb it in their budget. Is that what
Hi,
you're asking?
Commissioners. Audra Castile, Register of Deeds. I have the money in my budget. When I created the other jobs earlier in the year or last year, I budgeted excess because I thought they would get a higher DBM rating than what they did.
Okay.
So this won't affect me having to ask you for more money at the end of the year.
Thank you, Miss Audra. It's nice to see you. I don't think we hardly ever see you up here, so I appreciate you being here today, Miss Audra.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner LaCroy.
Move for approval.
Got a
Second.
motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Public comment? All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you, Commissioners. The next item I have before you is a rating adjustment for a position within the Public Defender's Office. So again, an existing position. We've rewritten the job description. I shouldn't say we. I got to assess the job description that's been rewritten by the Public Defender's Office, and it puts it on par with the other caseworker positions we have within the county. So we're asking to approve the recommended DBM pay grade of a B23 and a base rate of $20.65 per hour for the caseworker position in the Public Defender's Office, again, effective April 17th, 2022, and to authorize Human Resources to update the position listing on file in the HR office.
Chairman,
Commissioner Adcock.
same thing as Eric. Eric, you're absorbing this into your budget as well?
Good morning, Commissioner. Yes, Commissioner Hadcock. This is a position we've had open since January, and based on the prior DBM rating, we had almost no applicants. So this is, so yes, we can easily absorb this into our budget because we've been unable to hire for it.
Thank you, sir.
Further questions?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Lasser.
Hey, Mr. Witcher, just out of curiosity, what's the caseload for that individual? If you hire somebody into that, what's the caseload? Because obviously you don't have someone there, so someone's picking up all that caseload. I'm just an idea.
So, we get assigned over about 6,000 cases annually. We have an existing social worker on staff, so she's handling the entire caseload right now. What we would like to do is move her to almost exclusively juveniles and ANNs. She simply doesn't have the time to do that. Those are much more intensive, working with a family, trying to improve things before we get into the adult side. So this position would be helping our adult criminal side, which is over 5,000 cases annually. They won't have that total. They are going to be referrals from the attorneys. It'll probably be 200 to 500 cases annual. I don't have that figure right in front of me, but it's going to be a large number, mostly helping folks get housing, into treatment, things of that nature.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Further questions? Commissioner LaCroy?
move for approval.
I've got a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
And a second. Any public comment? Back to the commission. All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion, opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you, Commissioners. Item 19C, through the process of updating the handbook, the employee handbook, we discovered that there was a piece that was left out with the last update, and it's listed there in the middle of the memo. The motion is to reinsert the following statement in the emergency personal leave policy of the employee's handbook. Any additional hours needed must be approved by the department head or elected official up to a maximum of 80 hours. If the employee has exhausted their sick leave and vacation balances, any additional hours granted under this section would be unpaid personal leave with
So
no pay.
moved.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve. Public comment? Back to the commission. All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you, Commissioners. Item 19D. So this is something that you reviewed back in April 5th meeting. We discovered that the motion that was granted, and again, is listed near the upper center of this memo, didn't ensure that all the eligible employees would have received that bonus. So what we're asking is two things. The first motion would be to move to rescind the pay action approved at the April 5th, 2022 board meeting that granted $1,000 bonuses to employees at the top or off the pay scale.
Is there a motion?
I'll move to approve.
Is there a second? I'll second. Public comment? Back to the commission. All those in favor of the motion to rescind indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you, Commissioners. The second motion would be as follows. Move to grant one-time $1,000 bonuses to active county employees who are at pay step 24 or are off the applicable pay scales for their position and receive no compression steps. Employees who have experienced pay adjustments outside pay policy since January 1, 2021 are excluded from receiving any bonus under this action. Eligible employees must be actively employed through July 9, 2022 to receive the bonus. The bonus will be paid with the pay period ending July 9, 2022. This bonus action is not available to elected officials and anyone moving to the approved law enforcement pay scale or the approved medical pay scales.
Chairman,
Commissioner Adcock?
so tell me why we added the language, county employees who are at pay step 24, do not get any steps or anything like that from what we had made before? Okay, thank you. That'd be my motion then.
Second. I have a motion and a second. Is there any public comment? Back to the commission for the discussion. All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you, Commissioners. Item E and F go together. They're separate items on the agenda because one is the presentation and one is actually the motions that we're seeking. So I'll start with the presentation if that's okay. And this is a continuation, if you will, from the April 5th meeting as well. So when we met on April 5th, we talked about compensation. And the first few slides of this actually are repetitive from that presentation. So you'll see this. Greatest challenges in 2022 have to do with recruiting, retention, and compensation. The market information that we shared, again, I'm not going to go into a great detail here because we've gone through this. But you'll notice that from a competitive perspective, we haven't done things to help the county as a whole be competitive across the pay bands that we have. Other areas have done that. That are direct competition with us with regard to recruiting and retention of our employees. Again, the alarming detail with regard to the number of job openings and the number of people that are available for work. Roughly 5.5 jobs available for each person that's out there looking, which makes it extremely challenging for us to recruit. People like to work where there's a cause, but they also like to be compensated fairly for that work. Across the U.S., again, just a reminder, we're economy is losing about 4.3 million people a month on average are leaving their jobs that were currently employed. Also, about 5 million workers have left the workforce completely, either through early retirements or other considerations with family care and additional challenges that have been presented due to COVID or other things in the work environment. The next steps, and this is where the new material actually will be more important to go through. What we're suggesting as a next step is a market scale adjustment based on current community environment. Should be reflective of that community, should be considered a retention tool as well as a recruiting tool. So they serve both purposes. If the pay is fair and the work is fair, fair pay is to be expected. What we are recommending, again, so when I say we, just as a reminder, we've been having department head meetings since late fall, and we started talking about this pay band back in February. And as a group, collectively, the department heads, the elected officials who have been in attendance, and myself, have decided that the greater increase for the lower pay bands is necessary to help us be competitive. We're recommending, if you look at the fourth bullet point, 1.5% market adjustment across the entire scale to begin addressing some of those competitive changes, but then also you'll notice an increase in that rate of 5.5% roughly for anyone in the A11 to B23, 4% additional for those folks that are in B24 to B32s, and 1.5% for everybody that's in the D41 and above to the top of our scale. We're also recommending a return to 1.25% pay steps on the existing pay scale, and I should have brought a copy of that for your use as well. The percentages of increases between steps, depending on where they are on a current scale, if you're between step 1 and step 7, they are significantly higher than they are from step 7 to step 24. Okay, we did that intentionally. That was the thought. Push more of the pay increases towards people when they're earlier in their careers to help make sure they're being paid fairly and to also help make sure there's a better retention chance in those cases. What we're recommending, though, after feedback from the department heads, from the employees, is returning to 1.25% for each of those steps to have consistent raises across. And while certainly not the intention, it was discovered that by pushing larger increases to newer employees, those seasoned employees that have been here for longer periods were receiving less of an increase than the newer employees. And again, not well received nor intended that way, but it's one of those faults, if you will, of having a midpoint that's not at the middle of your pay scale. So we are suggesting that again as well, because it does give you equal treatment for the short and long-term employees when you look at the pay scale. So the 1.5% market adjustment with additional placement steps as required is what we're suggesting again with the placement onto the new scale. Initial employee move to the new scale would occur with the first pay period of fiscal year 2023 and would include placement where all employees would receive a minimum of that 1.5% increase. So I've done some calculations for that. I added some to the presentation. I have some more current data based upon information that we shared with a couple of our elected officials earlier this week. that I can share with you as well if there's an interest. Secondary movement would be in a single step to get everybody into that new pay scale and to give them some progression. And in some cases, the second step would be necessary to avoid any new pay compression issues. What we've discovered is that people that are in steps 1 through 3, for the most part, it's not as simple as placing them on the new scale. 1s go to 2s, but 2s in some cases would also go to 2s on the new scale. Again, keep in mind the numbers in cell 2 on each of those pay scales is different. They're not just equally going to the new scale in that manner. You have to actually look at where the placement causes them to receive an increase, but also to have some differentiation between them based on years of service when they go to the new scale. So again, it would be the 1.5% increase for all employees as a minimum, and then they would get that additional step. Some people, however, would have the necessity of a second pay step to be applied to avoid new compression issues from happening. If this actually is approved, then we would recommend going to use of a performance step and annual steps in the fiscal year 2024, but not any additional steps for this coming fiscal year, because this would give them their annual increases at the beginning of the year, and then no additional motion would be necessary or recommended. So these are some of the examples we had from our February discussion with the department heads. Joan showed me how to do this, and I'm not gonna hit the right button. So if you'll notice down, it would be employee number 4 on that chart. You'll see booking technician in the jail, and I've got a plus sign in the modifier column. That's an example of where if we just took them where they received that 1.5% increase plus the step, they would end up on top of the people that were at step 2. So you'll see a little plus sign down that modifier column. The same is true for the employee that follows in that example. Again, I have some other examples if you'd care to see them with more current pay data, and it shows you the pluses in better clarity and more of a spread. So what I've got here, let me make sure I'm telling you the right information, are positions of A12 and B21 on the pay grades. And in these cases, you'll see the modifiers. Walk away from the mic. Sorry. So there's 2 different scales. One is the A12 and one is the B21. I think that's the B21.
The chairman, I have questions when you have a minute.
Anyway, here we go.
Thank you.
Thank you, Cindy. And then here's this.
Thank you.
Here's the A12, and then here's the B21s. And this is the column where I added the extra step piece. So those are more current. The data that's actually on the screen is from February. These are actually calculations that we put together earlier this week, as you take a look at that. Along the far right-hand margin on these sheets, you'll actually see where we've got the plus signs in the modifier column. Those, again, are the areas in these 2 pay bands anyway, and I just grabbed a portion of the B21s, and then we've got the A12s, but it shows you where a person in those different pay steps moving on to the new scale would end up having to have one additional pay step administered in order to make sure they didn't land on top of somebody either with less time with the county in those specific roles. So I've removed the information with regard to the employee names, et cetera. But I want you to have this so you can see that it's not isolated just to the positions at the bottom of the scale, where most of them are in the first few steps of each pay scale. Again, when we look at the A's through the B's, that's where most of the compression issues seem to happen. It's also where most of the market challenges are with regard to hiring people into those positions. And that's why, again, you've seen a number of departments come to you with requests to say, hey, I need to pay my people more, I can't hire. You heard that again today. I think you'll continue to hear that until we find a way to raise those starting wages for some of our employees. The other piece that's important to understand with regard to the scale, and actually I think that was on their document that was included, was the implementation process. But the challenges we have aren't isolated just to Pennington County. So the benefits of having elevated start rates for the A and B positions, it will address some of the local wage pressures that are hurting our recruiting efforts, again, for those entry-level positions. It's near impossible to hire, and you'll have a number of department heads that are here that I think will share that same challenge with you. Each department seems to have its own challenges. One might not be able to hire for an admin assistant, another one might be able to. But again, the work environment, the type of work, and the competitive pay nature of those things are challenging. This will preemptively, if approved, help us to address any minimum wage increases that are certain to come. So if you'll see what happened this year, when we went into 2022, if you will, the state minimum wage jumped up to $9.95 an hour, based on the inflationary pressures of 21. We're going to have that same data available to us when we get to the end of July this year. I'm fully anticipating the state minimum wage to exceed our current entry-level wages for some of our positions. Okay, that's problematic in a number of ways, but currently our lowest paid positions start at $10.70 an hour. State minimum wage could exceed that for January of this coming year. Federal minimum wage already has, so for federal employees and for federal contractors, it's already at $15 an hour. We've talked about the local environment with regard to wages, and you're seeing 7%, 10%, 15% increases. What I'm proposing here today is roughly 5% for our entry level at the A's, about 4% for the people that are at the B's, and 1.5% plus a little bit for our people that are in the C's and D's.
John?
Yes, sir.
Explain this modifier to me once again.
Yes.
The plus and the minus.
Okay. Can you have one in particular?
Well, just, yeah, go to P&G employee 48754, which
Okay.
is about the fifth, sixth one down.
Okay, got it.
So that has a plus in the modifier.
Yes. I'm on the wrong scale. My apologies. So what you'll see there with regard to that employee, they're currently at step 18, end of year. They would normally go on the new scale with the increase, which would be, again, the scales are very different. The new scale is included in the packet. The old scale was in the last meeting. So it's not 18 goes to 18 just naturally. They don't flow that way because the amounts in those scales are different, because we're changing the percentages of increases between each of the steps. So it's, seeing those side by side would make this a whole lot simpler. But what we discovered is that if we move them to where they would receive the one step, they'd be at step 21 coming from step 18. Same thing would happen though for the people that are currently at step 19. They would end up on step 21. So what we have to do then is make adjustments. Excuse me, I misspoke. So the people ending up on step 17 would end up at that same step. In this case, because of the pay band that they're in and the pay grade that they're in, you have to add one additional step so you don't end up with two people that are exactly at the same spot on the new scale. Yeah, so it differentiates between years of service. So this is a one-time thing. What's nice about a new pay scale, it's a ton of work. We have the easy part here, going through the discussions and the calculations. The heavy lifting, if you will, ends up being done in the payroll office because they've got to input all of this data, make sure people get on the appropriate spot. But if we don't do something, I'm worried that not only will we fall below the state minimum wage and the federal minimum wage, we just simply won't be able to hire into those entry-level positions at all.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner LaCroix.
You know, John, I agree. After looking through these, my only concern is, you know, it seems like we're moving some steps around and we're getting these percentages, and I was breaking out some of these numbers. I mean, really, even with some, I didn't do the ones with the steps, but I got one down here that says the difference is 5.4%. That sounds like a lot.
Right.
Really, it was 67 cents.
Right.
Come on, folks. I mean, I was looking at this and I would move forward with this if the main scale matrix was minimum 2%. That 2%, because what I'm seeing out there and in the market is unskilled labor is starting at 16, 17.
Yes, sir.
I mean, even higher than that, but I'm talking really, um, I, I would go for this at the 2% instead of the 1.5.
You bet. No, I
I mean,
appreciate
that,
that, Commissioner.
I have the feeling that we're gonna fall behind. I mean, you've done a good job of bringing some of this up, and I think, if this is for 2023, I'd like to see the overall, and then work with the rest of it, but that's just my opinion.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chair, if I could respond. So Commissioner LaCroix, our initial calculations were using a 2.5% scale adjustment plus the additional increases for the lower pay bands. What we're worried about is that would not be affordable based upon the tax that we believe we're going to have for financing available for the county. With the 1.5% and the steps as outlined, we believe it's still going to come in between 1.5 and 1.7 million dollars in additional compensation. On average, the increases will be roughly 3 to 3.5% across all employees in the county. Those at the lower end of those entry-level positions will receive between 5 and 6.5 to 7%. We need to get them up so that there's at least competitive in the market. What this does, though, is get us back to the point where we can be competitive, at least short-term. I would be very candid in saying that this can't be the only thing we consider over the next few years, but it's the first step.
Chairman,
Commissioner Adcock.
number one, why do you have to move all AB positions up? Maybe some people think they're competitive already. So I'd like to hear from those department heads, because I don't think all of them have to, just because you do one department doesn't mean they're all behind scale. Number two, the overall market at 1.5%, I understand, but we're gonna have budget in a month or two, and we're gonna decide what we're doing right now. To me, we haven't seen the totals of how much, we've spent on DBMs, percentages, bonuses. What is that total? We have inflationary pressures on each department right now, let alone this year and coming next year. They're going up. Things are doubling. Fuel's doubling here pretty soon. So how can I like taking care of the employees, people know that, but I'd like to know where we're out on this budget. What have we changed? All of it. How much does that amount to now? This might not seem a lot right now, because this is the only paper you're seeing. We have done tons of changes this year, positive changes, I believe. But what are those totals? I don't do a budget on, well, this doesn't look like much today. I do a budget on all the changes that's happening, and we're only, 4 months into this budget piece, and we have changed some major stuff. As a person that has to, one of five, make that decision, I need numbers. Those total numbers of all the changes, and with those changes, Cindy's saying, okay, this is great. We can do that 1.5. We can do that 1.7. We might have to stay at 1.3. And again, on those A and B positions, maybe not all the departments need them. So those changes to bring it up to your scale, what you're talking about, John. If all of those departments agree at B positions and they can't hire, I know a lot of can't and some can. So I think we've created our own compression from what we've been doing, because we haven't watched these scales, and we keep adding something and go, whoops, now we got to go back. We missed this. Whoops. Let's make this affordable. How are we going to make this affordable? Well, I'll keep saying it. We have a budget in a month or two, and we're going to set this already 1.5. It could be 1.3 or 1.7. So, and again, the AB positions, I don't believe all the departments need AB changed. And again, I think that's going to cause, again, some more compression. We have to keep up with scale, but we got a month or two where we're doing budgets, and we can't do it then, and we can't see all those numbers. I think we're going in here blind for the 2023 budget. and I've been here the longest out of all the commissioners, and in politics a long time, and this is no way to run how we do our business. Like I said, I'm into the employees. I believe they need to be taken care of. I keep seeing compression no matter what we do. So let's go into that 2023 budget and have some serious conversations. And if all the departments need A/B changes, I'm for it. If that fits in, and look where the compression is. And I don't know, we keep coming every week or every 2 weeks with something that keeps changing, with no amounts of totals for each budget. I'd like to know how they're doing in their departments for inflation. We're 4 months into this and it's starting to double. How's each department, and how much might they need by the end of the year? Because our employees are over half our budget. So I'm just saying from experience, don't go in there blind. You guys have worked on this, and I don't think you did a bad job on it. I just think we need to know if it's 1.3, 1.7, 1.5 in order to support it for next year, because we're guessing now, because we're not knowing how much that inflation is going up and how much that budget's going to change, and what's that going to mean by the end of the year. So I'll keep saying it.
Mr. Vice Chair,
You done?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I guess what I look at, yeah, we're gonna have to increase wages if we want to lower the retention. But what we don't look at is how much money we are saving by keeping employees longer and not spending the money on training. So when you can sit there and say, we're gonna save $2 million because we're not gonna be spending that on training, and have two employees doing the same thing because they're training, and you can sit there and spend $1 million in wages increase, well, that's a net profit of $1 million. So that's what I look at in this is, are we saving money in the long run because we're keeping employees longer and we're not spending so much money on training and having two employees doing one job while they are training?
Thank you, Commissioner.
Mr. Chair,
If I could, so a couple things. Thank you, sir. In response to why do we want to raise it for all A's and B's, quite honestly, it's part of a pay structure. At the point you start picking and choosing certain jobs to raise and others not to raise, you've thrown the entire pay structure out the window. Then there's no semblance of organization or logic to what you're doing with regard to pay. It's all based upon whim or emotion. Well, I can't hire, so then we better raise that rate. Well, then another department comes and says, well, I can't hire for this. Better raise that rate. Where does that stop? Honestly, that's a downward spiral. What this does is helps us be competitive in the marketplace for all positions. Some departments have a hard time hiring the entry-level grade A11s. Granted, we only have 2 of those in the county, but some departments have a hard time hiring. A12 is the same type of thing as you move up the administrative scale. What I do worry about is at the point you don't have a pay structure, you don't have a pay structure. You have no way to bring that back to normalcy without going back to a new pay structure. This system will help us remedy some of the challenges we created with the new Gallagher scale last year with the offset midpoint. This system also recognizes some of the challenges just in the marketplace. And as Commissioner Roskinick mentioned, the training aspect. And I showed a slide that had that information 2 weeks ago. And it was over $4 million in training costs for a very small group of employees. So again, attorneys, we lost people in the sheriff's office. We lost other folks across the county. But to train those people, dispatchers, I think we had a treasurer's office person on that. It was over $4 million just in training. It was 3 years of costs for all of the attorneys, but it was only 1 year of training costs for the sheriff's office. And his portion of that $4 million is over $1.5 million. We're asking for between 1.5 and 1.7 with this scale, understanding that this is the start of the budget process as we go through. The commission between now and September can make any necessary changes based upon any data that we get that would cause us to say, yep, that's not going to work anymore. I would caution you not to do something significant to take care of the employees. And at 1.5% scale adjustment, trust me, that's going to be seen as very small, but necessary step to help us. Again, Minnehaha County just approved, on top of their 3%, another 7% adjustment for this year. We can't do that. We know it's not reasonable, it's not affordable, it's not sustainable. This that we brought before you today was based upon the collective discussions of the department heads and the elected officials.
So Chairman,
Commissioner Adco.
Travis,
what-
Travis was
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry,
Commissioner
I wasn't
Lassiter.
here.
Thank you, Chairman. John, I say this, I think every time we talk about this, I understand pay and taking care of our employees. But there's also something else underneath that. At one time, I was hired on at an entity to come on board because they had a high turnover rate. Okay, and the top three issues that was a concern of the staff, pay was in there. But their biggest thing was they were willing to handle the pay if the other two issues were corrected. And some of that was policies and procedures and consistency of applying
Sure.
corrective action, different things of that nature. And what I found is whenever I got hired on to go in to work on that, we worked on the top two issues, which is consistency in the policies and procedures and how they're applied. And then I'm not saying everybody was acceptable of their current pay, because we did work to get them more pay, but we saw that our retention rate went up. So when we had a turnover rate of 90%, but we fixed the root of the problem, which was the bad employees. And I'm not saying that we county has bad employees. I want to understand what the root of the problem is, because maybe we need to focus at the root. And then as we do some of these pay increases or whatever is necessary, then we're probably going to have higher retention and less retraining, because we used to have a lot of retraining. We had a 90% turnover rate whenever I took over that entity. And then when I left, it was a 35% turnover rate at 90 days. We had 90% turnover at 90 days. And then we had, after that, it was still a high percent, but we reduced it all the way down to below 35% for both of those areas. So I'm always interested in how it's going to impact on the finance side, but I also want to know what else is there, because there's something else. There's a root problem to some of these issues
Sure.
that needs to be addressed, and I'd like to know what those are, because they keep asking about them, but I haven't seen anything else other than pay. So I'm just.
You bet. Well, if I may, Mr. Chair. So on the presentation from the last meeting we had, I had a slide in there that talked about pay. It ranked 5th on that presentation. It's not the top thing.
Right.
But it's the first thing that's noticeable when you're trying to attract new employees. They don't know the culture. There's no way for them to know what that is. But for us to be able to fill positions, you better get that right. And if you don't have pay right, regardless, they're still going to not come to your job, and they won't stay for your job because someone else is going to pay more. So I didn't bring it on the chair.
John, if you don't mind.
Yes, sir.
I will say, people do know the culture whenever they've worked, when they've lived in the area for a while, because the entity that I worked for, the people knew the culture, and they didn't want to come and work in that environment until we made some changes, and then they were willing to try it. So people talk outside. So I do think some people know the culture. Maybe they don't know the exact culture, but they know the culture based on rumor.
Well, that's the part that hurts you most.
Right.
Rumor. Again, they don't know the culture. They have an idea based on things they've heard, rumors they've heard. So culture is something that's hard to sell before you actually get somebody into the company or into the county. It is. It's an impossible thing to define. Within the county, some of the challenges we have internally is that we have an employee handbook, but it's not applied consistently because each department has their own handbook of processes and policies. And that's been supported by the board over the last several years. Now, do I say that's wrong? No. But do I say it causes additional issues? Yeah, they do, because one department hears about the other department. One employee wants to go over there because they're nicer or what have you. I hear all the rumors, trust me, they all come through my office. But I would say, though, you don't have this, you won't have anybody to come work for you. And we're seeing that already in the numbers that have dropped off. For example, when we had state's attorneys' positions before, it wasn't uncommon to get 150 people applying for a legal secretary position. It wasn't uncommon for any other administrative position to see 150, 200 applicants. Now, if I see 10, I'm feeling really lucky. And then in the state's attorney's office, we might get 25 or 30. But again, that's a far cry from what we had before. It's less than a sixth of the applicants we had just 2 years ago. Now, granted, that may be the case. Culture matters a great deal. How we address it matters a great deal. We don't have a structure right now that handles that unless the complaints come to me. Then I have an opportunity to deal with those. And I work with you, the commissioners, to actually address those things as they become concerns. What I'm asking today is for consideration of something. It's a de minimis request.
Chairman.
1.5%.
Commissioner Adcock.
Okay, so the 6.86 gets another 1.5, right?
But I'm sorry?
6.8% that you're raising
That's the total increase there, Commissioner.
with the 1.5?
That's already built in.
Okay, so you said Meade County's giving them 3%. So we had a 4-year adjustment. We had an 8-year adjustment last time. We're giving $1,000 bonus. We're going to give a 1.5% added on to the percentage we already did. And you're telling us we didn't give at least 3%? Like Meade County, but they're giving another 7. So you're telling me that 6.86%, sir, isn't 7%?
Commissioner, if I may,
Yes, sir.
I never mentioned Meade County. I said Minnehaha County.
I'm sorry, Minnehaha. I said the wrong one.
Yes,
So we need to compete.
we do.
Okay, so people keep talking about the wage adjustment. Your wages are going up, our wages are getting higher, but people are not coming here to government. And I keep saying, part of it's government and how we have to adjust government, not percentages of how much you always pay. People want to get paid for what they've been here. I think it was consistent to do the 4-year and 8-year because we want to retain them, right? For hiring people, people aren't staying very long in government or anywhere else. And I'll keep saying, and the word is, government isn't the place to go right now. So maybe that's the problem. It's also all over the country. So to be consistent, we're going to keep changing these scales and doing this adjustments. You said we have to get this done because the employees need to know what's going to go on for the 2023 pay scale,
I
and they
said
won't be able to do that when we start doing the budget. We have to set it now, because if we set it now, at least they know. Are you saying that at least they know they get 1.5%?
No, Commissioner, I didn't say that. I says we need this to be starting on the budget process, and there's opportunities to refine this as necessary between now and September.
So why can't we do it during budget and refine it then? What's the hurry to put it in there now when we could probably see the numbers of the inflationary prices and what each department has went up and what's going to happen with that 2022 budget? Because I think a lot of changes that we make are going to be consistent with that, with what's happening with people's budgets. You're 4 months into it, and we have changed many, many numbers. Last time I heard it was 800,000 or 900,000. That's a lot of money.
Mr. Chair, I want to be in queue after.
Holly, actually, Holly probably wants to say something to what I'm talking about.
No, I just wanted to remind the board that this is the time of the year that we start the budget process. So this is why the request is in front of you today, so that we can get the budget instructions out to the department heads to go work on preparing their budgets. We don't have any cost estimates for you right now at this moment. This is just the starting point of budgets. It's time for the departments to go actually do the work. And Cindy will present the provisionals to you in June. It's just the time of the year where we get going. So departments will have about 4 weeks to work, but if we don't have a starting point from the Board of Commissioners, the departments won't know how to prepare their wages for 2023. So that's what the request is in front of you today, is to approve that 2023 scale that we can send out to the departments to use, and the applicable implementation process.
So let me ask you something, Ms. Holly. So we're going to send out that it'd be 1.5. We're going to change the ABs. And then at that point, we're going to get a budget and we're going to find out where we're short from all the changes after that.
Okay.
That's how we're
Commissioner
gonna do
LaCroix
it?
has the floor.
Okay? I don't get to finish? Because I've been asking for those numbers for a while, sir.
Okay.
And we're 800,000 or
Commissioner LaCroix
900,000.
asked for the floor. I'm granting him.
I know.
Okay,
We're going to guess our budget.
I think, thanks Holly for that. I've changed my thought process on this. I think you guys are absolutely right. This is something to move forward with, to give direction to the department heads. I have the feeling that no matter what we do, we're gonna be sitting down throughout the year with different departments saying the different problems, and we're gonna have to deal with them. I mean, there is no one standard that's gonna fix all. I've accepted that. I mean, we're just gonna have to roll with the changes that are going on. So with that being said, I'm in support of your recommendations.
Further discussion? Questions?
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner LaCroy.
I'd move to approve the use of the 2023 pay structure with the elevated start rate for grade A and B positions as presented, and overall market adjustment of 1.5% for the entire scale with application of 1 or 2 additional pay steps as required to avoid new compression.
Second.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair. Reviewing that as well, we needed to rephrase the words slightly in the motion to make sure that it was done. And here's the recommended motion instead. I move to approve the use of the 2023 pay structure and elevated start rates for grade A and B positions as presented, and further move for placement on the scale with the employee will receive a 1.5% adjustment plus 1 step, and the application of an additional single pay step as required to avoid new compression.
That was my motion.
So it's very slightly different.
Okay, is there a
I'll
second?
second that motion.
Got a motion and a second. Further discussion?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Lassiter.
so since this is what, if this passes and this is what's going to be utilized in moving forward with the budget, is there a reason why we can't put what the current pay scale would have been side by side with this so we can see the differences? Because I want to know what the difference is and how it's going to increase for each department and things of that nature, because I think appropriately for us to make a decision on that, we want to see that.
If I may. So yes, Commissioner Lassiter, there's no reason that couldn't be part of the budget process. When we turn in our data for review, it can have current process versus this one that's actually being recommended today. It's easy, well, easy. I do this every day, I'm sorry. But for a department that's got 300 or 400 employees, not easy. It's a lot of manual work. And this process of getting people onto this scale, because it is a completely brand new scale, it's all manual. There's no way to automate that I found. But we can provide that data so you have the side-by-side comparisons.
So, follow up, Mr. Chairman. So we have to have this motion for you to be able to give us both of those equivalents so that we can actually see it. We actually have to have this motion to move forward with y'all to be able to present that, rather than y'all just presenting it to us in your budget, during the budget hearings?
Oh, I may have misunderstood. I thought when we came with our budgets for the hearings, you would like to have both of those.
I do want to have both, but that's why I have a follow-up. So since you can do both, my question is, did you have to have this to say that this is what we're moving to for the budget hearing versus can you not present those two without having the motion? I guess that's what I was getting at. Do we have to have the motion for you to not be able to for you to be able to present both options?
So what we're looking for, again, is approval of this structure, the pay scale itself and the placement on the scale. That gives us a basis to actually do that first calculation. Honestly, to go through that exercise just to see what would happen, I don't know that there's a lot of value in that other than peace of mind as you look at the two data points, and you'll still have those at the point each department will bring their budgets to you. Because maybe I didn't make that clear, because it's a pretty interesting topic.
Mr. Chair, may I step in?
Certainly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mark Vargo, Pennington County State's Attorney. Commissioner Lassiter, I think the reason that it would be useful to the departments to have a specific structure that we're working from, if we went off of just what we have now, and then we run into the hypotheticals during those budget meetings as we progress, doing these is not as quick as it might seem, particularly because some of these are basically, it's a hand process. It's not just applying 1.5% and doing a multiplier. It's well, we can't move them to step 2 because that would cause compression, so we have to move to step 3. So you have to literally compare each individual employee along that. So knowing which one, if you tell us this is the one that we want you to prep for, whether or not you adopt it now or not, that's fine. So we're still only doing 2 versions, the version right now and another version. But the problem is if this is not the direction of the commission, then it tends to be that we're looking at lots of moving parts at the very last minute, and that's very difficult on our staff. Even in my office alone, we're talking hundreds of hours to put together a budget. And to double or triple that, if we come back and we say, well, we don't want to do this step structure, we want to do the existing step structure, whether we go back to the 1.25% or the variable, all of that is extremely important to us, and we can't just adjust on the fly. So it really has to be that you tell us to do the now and one other one if we're going to get there. So whether you call it the adopted structure or just the backup structure, that doesn't matter to me.
but it does matter to me that you kind of have a vision of which one you want to see compared to the other.
Chairman.
Commissioner Edgar.
So as long as I can remember, I don't remember picking scales and choosing scales at this time. So maybe for structure, we are, and then they bring in what they have, and then we decided what percentage based on our budget. So maybe I didn't remember it, Holly, and I've been here 7 years. So now we're making a structure and we're bringing people up to AB levels, and we've done DBMs and we've done percentages, and we don't know what those percentages are at this time. Some of are 6.86, some. That's my bottom line. Let's see where we're at and see where we need to go, because maybe we have raised from what we've done in the past in the last 4 months and otherwise. Maybe we are up to scale. Maybe the 1.5 is not something that's going to be even the department heads doing. Maybe we will be staying the same. Is there a problem with starting at where we're at and figuring out, like we have before, based on budget, based on cash, based on growth? Never had somebody come and say, we have to have the 1.5 scale. They have to know. Well, they have to know what they want already. They have to know where they're at right now, don't they? And how much they had for the changes and what their budget's going to look at this point at the end of the year, let alone for 2023. And maybe I'm wrong, but when did we start deciding that we needed percentages and stuff right away? I mean, get ahead of the game, I'm totally into. But I'm going to tell you, you're going to have some major changes and you've made them. And now you're making decisions before we even had a budget, because you're saying you're not going to have people stay, or that 1.5 is going to mean a lot to them. I think when they find out, a lot of times when they see a budget and they see maybe, well, we can't do anything, we're going to have to say zero-based budgeting. But we've decided 1.5. Okay, I'll keep saying I like taking care of the employees, but you're making changes for a 2023 budget to get ahead of the game. I say getting ahead of the game is see where we're at now, see where their budgets are now, and see what's going to happen in the future on the 2023 budget from where they are now and what they need right now for employees, how many employees they're down, and what that scale should really be. Because that's what we've done before and it made sense. So, John, I'm in disagreement, and Ms. Hawley, from that, I know you're trying to do the 1.5 and tell the commissioners this, but it's new to me.
If I could, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead. I want to make one statement. What they're trying to do is establish a basis. You can back off of that during the budget process. But it gives all the departments an equal status of a basis to start with. Go ahead, John.
Thank you, sir. So to keep in mind, again, this isn't as simple as one annual transition to a new year. This is a completely new pay scale. Okay, based on feedback from the department heads and from the elected officials. They did not like the variable raises between steps on the current system with the off-center midpoint. It's not as simple as just moving the midpoint. It's not. You're still going to have different pay raises between that. And if you want to go to 1.25% steps, that's all wonderful. That means that the top of your range, if you stay with a 24-step scale, is going to be well below market level. Because with this new scale, you'll notice, if you've had a chance to look through the slides, and I'm pretty sure they're in here.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question when he gets
You
done.
wouldn't have a 24-step scale anymore. You would have a 30-step scale for the A's and B's. You're going to have a 34-step scale for the C's. You're going to have a 37-step scale for the D's, in order to still maintain those market limits of the upper and lower ends of the pay bands. It's not as simple as just applying an increase to our current scale. It doesn't work.
I just ask, any of the departments want to present a different view in regard to this? Okay, Commissioner Laster.
John, and this is kind of a question that I just thought of as we're talking, so if you don't have the numbers, I get it, but the last couple of budgets, I was here for the last one, but I wasn't here for the previous one, so I'm learning a lot of this. How much has the overall budget gone up over each year, the last couple of years? In other words, what has been presented, we're already talking that this might be a $1.5 million increase to the budget. So the previous couple of years, what has that been, what is the overall?
From a wage perspective?
from the wage perspective?
Yeah, so when we went on Gallagher initially, I believe it was about $650,000. We chose the least expensive option of going on to the new scale. Which is understandable. Completely new scale, we didn't know how it was going to work. We've determined after 2 years of use, though, that it wasn't optimum. Over the last year, I can't say. I don't know how it changed from 21 to 22. Years prior to that, however, we had wage increases of 5% or greater, depending on where they were on the pay scale. So when I say 5%, we had 2.5% COLA, and then we had 2 steps of 1.25%. 5% for 2 years. My first couple of years here were under that. I think the first year was 4.9 and what have you. What we're looking at now again is to get a scale that helps us to remain competitive, but also ensures we don't get underwater with regard to minimum wages that are coming in July. That would be problematic in a greater sense than what this request is, because then you have to adjust every single scale that you have, not just these lower pay bands, in order to still be competitive and remain above that minimum wage change. Now, can I guarantee it's going to happen? No, but based on inflation last year, it went up to $9.95. Based on inflation this year, it should actually be up to around $10.85. Our starting pay is $10.70. So that's a problem. You can't just raise one without making incremental adjustments to the rest. That's at a minimum. But if that marketplace has adjusted that much, you have to make adjustments to your entire scale, which will be way more costly than what this will be. This can't be the be-all, end-all. When we look at 2024 budgets, we're going to have to do something again. I don't anticipate any kind of pressures in the marketplace changing or diminishing until we get to 24 or 25.
Okay. Lori?
Lori Wager, IT department head. I have been playing with these numbers a lot, doing different things with them, looking at where it puts my particular people. I have people in B, C, and D, and I'm in favor of the lower bands being raised. I think it needs to be.
Oh, yeah, 2 slides.
How can you go? I want to go back.
Back 2 slides.
So when I look, I'm looking at B 21, 22, and 23. Those, I don't have my numbers in front of me, but those numbers right there, I'm looking for people that have education and or experience. I'm wanting people that have school loans to come out and start earning $17.59 an hour. So that's what I'm looking at. I think it definitely needs to be raised. I think that the A's and the B's, that's great what he's done with it.
Probably not enough.
Well, yeah. So me personally, I took everybody and I put them onto this new scale and made sure they made at least 1.5%. Those people in the B's, some of them were only making 1.53% when we did a 1.5% increase on the scale. So when you're saying the 5.5% increase, you have to be down at step 1 to get that 5% increase, I would assume. I haven't calculated that out. But I think it should be a little bit higher. But I agree with you. We need to go into this budget with something to start with. And I think maybe starting with, okay, are we going to agree on this scale with the elevated A's and B's? And then make the decision. Are we going to do a 1.5%? Are we going to do a 2%? Are we going to do a 2.5%? What would that show? We can start at, here we are. Here's what it did to get our people on this scale. Now, what's going to happen if we give them a 1.5% on top of that? So that's where I'm at with it.
Okay, thanks, Lori. Come ahead, Janet.
Good morning, Janet Saylor, Treasurer. I have to agree with Lori. As far as one of the remarks that was made was, why does everybody have to go on A and B? One of my questions to the commission is, who's going to decide whose office gets the A and?
Sorry, Janet, your department heads, some of them don't want and don't need the AB levels is what I talked to. They're not speaking today, but they didn't want it. So I'll just be up straight.
Well, and that concerns me because I've spent 2 hours every month in a department head meeting where all this stuff was discussed. and we thought everything was done, and then we get all this new stuff come Friday, and one of the remarks that was made, well, we met with two elected officials. Well, what about all the rest of us that were in these meetings and had this discussion?
Thank you.
You know, I mean, I think if you're going to do it, you need to do it for everybody and just not say, well, your office is going to get it, your office isn't going to get it, because that's going to cause harder feelings than what we have right now.
So Chairman, can I answer? So,
Commissioner Acker.
so Janet, some, if they didn't want to take it or do it, should have that choice because they don't need it.
Well, I've had,
And the rest, you can make it so everybody has it, that's fine. But if they're saying their scale is good, then why you have to make it for everybody? If, didn't a couple of them come up at the department head and say, didn't Sheriff or Joe's department, anybody come up and say they might not need the AB? So, again, we're just gonna blanket statement it when you have people that have said something at your meetings. Again, we're raising these scales, we're raising these DBMs, we're raising all this stuff. The people out there are paying these prices, these taxes, for us to raise it so our employees are taken care of. They're paying your taxes to be able to pay the employees' taxes or their wages, right? So you keeping up with federal and state, or are you keeping up with what's happening around? Because everything is going up, I understand, but I don't know where you've been, but you need to go look at where that scale is in Rapid City, because some of those places, maybe those corporations are going up, but I'll tell you, I'm into the small business areas and the medium, John, that's not happening. And those people, if they're not going up, everything else is going up, including their taxes. And we're gonna base it on all the DBMs and all the scales just to keep up. That makes me sad to a certain extent because I want to take care of the employees, but the people that are paying this money for us to keep up on this scale, we're saying we can't keep people. That has been your reality. There's going to be a new trend in work. There is. It's not going to be the same as it used to be, guys. It never will be. Because of COVID, because of what people really, really want in their workplace. So if it's not happening in government, I'll keep telling you. I keep talking to people that you guys are losing people in government. So are they. People are not in these in Wendy's or these grocery stores or any place in Rapid City are having to have less work or tell people we're just doing drive through. We're keeping these hours. It's not just government. So we're going to have to adjust to a certain extent as well. So I'm not disagreeing that we have to keep up in one sense and the other, keep up with, when you raise everybody's pay and we have to do inflation that's coming up, that has to come out of taxpayer dollars. Those people that have to keep up with us as well in order to pay their bills. So I'll just say that. Think of someone besides just us.
Mr. Chairman, and we've hired people that have come to work and been in our office for 30 days.
Yep.
And you know what their comment is? I don't get paid enough to put up with the crap that I have to put up with from the public.
They did that before on the scale you have though, Janet. That has been
I
consistent.
understand.
Yes, ma'am.
But we have to have a starting point for a budget. We've always had a starting point for a budget,
I
as
appreciate
long
that,
as
Janet.
I've worked here.
Okay.
Always.
Thank you, Janet. Lori, you had something to add?
Yes, I just want to say, I totally get where you're coming from, and I agree that it is an argument to look at, but I don't think it's an argument to look at this point. I really think you guys need to decide, is this the scale we're going to go with, or are we going to stay with the variegated scale that we're on right now, which there's pros and cons to it, probably more cons than pros, but I 100% agree with the elevating of the scales. I believe those A's and B's need to be up higher. And if there was a department head, I do know of one that did not think that they needed their employees to be increased on those bottom, on the B's.
then maybe they need to be rebanded. I don't know what to tell them, but I know what I'm looking at in our department and where we're at, and I haven't come in and asked, let's reband this person or reband that person. I have stuck with what we had when we initially came out. And so that's where I'm at with this is if we could get this scale going, we could at least show you some numbers and say, hey, this is what it looks like if we do no increase and we have these bottom bands increased. Just because those bottom bands are increased, when you put a person on that scale, making 1.5%, I have people at B25 that I've stuck on this scale with 1.5%, and they're making 1.53 is what their increase will be over this year. So I think you need to look at it, but like John said, we need a starting point so we can start somewhere. But maybe not saying what our cost of living would be or your 1.5 COLA or whatever you want to call it. Maybe not bring that in. Bring it in zero base, basically, and then move forward from there. Will the employees be happy with it? No. I just went through 4 employee evals in the last day and a half, and all of them, I have asked every one of them, what makes you happy here? What would you see would be better? What kind of things should we present to our commissioners that would be a better benefit? Everybody said they liked working here, but geez, the pay could be better. So.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, John. I have a motion and a second. Further discussion by the commission. All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
4-1.
I'm sorry, she was talking to me. I would have voted no just for the purpose of that.
3-2.
We did too.
Shame on you, Holly.
I heard it, but I was trying to like.
Sidebars.
Scott Guffey.
Scott Guffey, Pennington County Natural Resources Director. I'm here talking about wages. Guess stop me if you've heard this already.
Thanks for the brevity. Love
Yes,
it, love it.
yes. We've been trying to hire some seasonal position staff in our department for over a month now. We've had it advertised, and we actually got 3 applicants last week, but we've never had it advertised this long. Usually 2 weeks, and we get 15, 20 applicants. So it just shows a sign of the times. We're currently advertising that position at the highest rate we can offer it on the A12 scale at step 5, which is $14.02 an hour. Our counterparts in Lawrence County and Custer County advertised at $18 an hour for the same seasonal position. They advertised for 3 weeks. They got 1 applicant. I talked to them yesterday. That person, they hired them, and then they couldn't pass the test to be a certified applicator. So they're back to the drawing board. Lawrence County, they're at $15 an hour. They usually recruit through Black Hill State there. They have some connections there. I haven't heard how their hiring process has gone so far this year. My ask today is just to allow me to bump that up to a step 9 and advertise it at 15.04 an hour. Hoping that'll garnish some more applicants.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner LaCroy.
I'd move to approve starting wage for natural resource applicator and enforcement tech position DBM A12, step 9, $15.04 an hour.
I'll second that motion.
Got a motion and a second. Further discussion. Any public comment? Back to the commission. All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you. Item 21, items from the public. Anybody here that would like to bring something before the commission that's not on the agenda? Now's your time. Seeing none, we'll go on to the planning and zoning. And just point out again that we do have speaker request forms in the back of the room. If you're here to speak on a particular item, please fill out the speaker request form, turn it into Holly up here on your right.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Roskinek.
move to go on the Board of Adjustment.
Got a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Got a motion and a second. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Item A.
Good morning, Commissioners. Brittany Molitor, Planning Director. Item A is appeal of building permit COBP 21-0652 for Tina Beckley.
Okay.
The owner is Lex Burgers. This was continued from the April 5th, 2022 Board of Commissioners meeting. I do believe that commissioners wanted to do a site visit and bring back their findings regarding the mobile home.
Is that me? Thanks, Brittany. I did go out to the applicant's property and looked around. I took in some pictures, and some of them were in the packet. Quite frankly, I talked to the applicant, and the only concern I can tell you, I think the roof's about 20 years old, and the siding needs to be redone, but talking to the applicant, at this point, she did not want to invest any more money into the property because of not having the permit and what the process is going through right now. But you can tell by looking at the property, she started doing the siding from the skirting. It would be about the same. You can see the lower half. You can see how that is. But I can tell you by going into the house, after listening to the applicants last time, being told that the house was sitting for several months or years, you could not tell that by being inside the property. The floors were in good condition. The ceiling there was absolutely no water stains. I took pictures of the electrical box. It's been updated and been worked on by Muth Electric. The furnace was a newer model than probably what was originally in the home. But, for mobile home, yes, it still had the original cabinets in it. Had the new PEX lines in it, and they were done from underneath the belly, not cut through the floor and redone that way. Overall, I give the property, a good condition from my standards. I mean, it may not meet the HUD standards, but growing up in a mobile home and rebuilding about four of them, it's very good condition for the age. That's my report.
Chairman,
Okay. Commissioner Adcock.
I move to deny without prejudice the appeal of building permit COBP 21-0652 for the Tina Beckley for the mobile home located at 6078 Green Tree Drive, Rapid City, South Dakota. It is further moved to direct staff to amend the zoning ordinance in section 304E-construction standards. If I could have the floor after we have the motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you.
Commissioner Adcock.
Thank you, Brittany, for the due diligence of helping this young lady to be able to get her mobile home, and also other people when they don't comply with our ordinance at this time. Your staff is amazing. They found solution with our state's attorney, Ms. Megan. So we really appreciate that, and I thank you because this is something well needed for people, especially in the affordable home time and housing market so short, that your department found that solution for us. So thank you and your staff for their due diligence, and Miss Megan as well.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner LaCroix.
I guess, Brittany, you're probably going to explain what's going to happen next since the applicant's here. Some of the discussion is to review the ordinance and maybe do a conditional use permit type thing. Could you explain that for us? And
Sure. And I, just for the record, I did meet with Miss Beckley last Friday, so she was aware of the proposal of looking back on our ordinance and making some changes to allow these either under a conditional use or a special use type permit. Once the ordinance is changed, that would allow her to apply for her building permit and be in compliance with our ordinances.
Thank you, Brittany, and your
Mr.
staff.
Chair.
Commissioner Roskinek.
So Brittany, what time, kind of a time frame do you think we're looking at for amending that zoning ordinance?
Sooner than later, so it'll just depend. Staff will work on it, have the state's attorney look at it, then it'll be advertised and then brought in front of the planning commission and then in front of this board.
But in the interim, she will be allowed to stay where she's at.
Yes, and I have assured her that we will take no formal action or ordinance enforcement action at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Any public comment? Seeing none, back to the commission. All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Item B, Jason.
Morning, Commissioners. Jason Fennison, Deputy Planning Director. Agenda item B is an item that was continued from your last meeting on April 5th to allow the applicant time to work with staff to find an alternate location for a cell tower in the Rochford area. Since then, the applicant has not reached out to staff, so we've been unable to work with him. So with that, staff still recommends denial.
Chairman,
Commissioner Adcock.
my motion would be to take staff recommendation for denial, sir.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any public comment? Any further discussion by the commission? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Item C.
With one abstain.
Pardon me?
Ross
Oh,
Connect abstained?
Yeah, Rod abstained.
yes. Item C.
Agenda item C is variance 22-05 to exceed more than 40 dwelling units on a dead-end road system. The applicant is Shane Guidell. The location of the property is near the intersection of East Highway 44 and Bradsky Road. The size of the property is 27.52 acres. Currently zoned agriculture district, it is vacant of any structures or utilities, and there is special flood hazard area on the property. When determining a recommendation for these variances, staff takes a two-prong approach. They are on the screen. I'll read staff's responses, starting with prong number 1, which determines whether granting a variance runs counter to the public interest. Number 1 under prong 1, the neighborhood currently exceeds 40 dwellings on a dead-end road system, and I'll cover more of that in the analysis section. Does it conform to the neighborhood? No. Again, the neighborhood currently exceeds the 40 dwellings on a dead-end road system. Number 3, does it conform to the legal purpose of the zoning ordinance? Staff found no. Pennington County zoning ordinance section 204F states in all zoning districts no more than 40 dwellings are permitted along a dead-end road system. Number 4, yes, it does conform to the current comprehensive plan, which identifies the property as ranchette, which requires a 5-acre minimum lot size. Number 5, does it harm public safety, health, or general welfare of the community? Staff found yes, increasing density on a dead-end road system does jeopardize public safety. Prong 2 determines whether special conditions exist to grant a variance. Number 1, asked does a special condition exist? Staff found no physical conditions exist that would warrant approval of this variance. Prior to platting, the applicants were advised by county staff that creating the subject property would not allow for further development per the Pennington County zoning ordinance. Some property history. Subject property is located within the 3-mile platting jurisdiction of the city of Rapid City. In July of 2020, the applicant submitted a plat to the city of Rapid City to subdivide an existing 40-acre lot into 2 lots. September of that year, the city council approved that plat with stipulations. These stipulations included the requirement of a lot size variance or a rezone to allow the plat to be filed with the Register of Deeds. At that same meeting, the city council approved an exception to allow more than 40 dwelling units with 1 point of access. In October of 2020, the applicant submitted a lot size variance request to the county to allow less than 40-acre lot size in a general agriculture district. November of 2020, that variance was denied by the Pennington County Board of Adjustment. February of 2021, Pennington County zoning ordinance was updated to allow 10-acre lot sizes in agriculture district. Therefore, in March of 2021, a preliminary subdivision plan to create 2 lots, one being the subject property, was approved by the city council, and the plat was filed with the Register of Deeds. A little history on Bradsky Road. The board has decided 3 times to limit development on Bradsky Road since 2017. The first time in March of that year, the Board of Commissioners approved a plat that allowed a property to be subdivided along Bradsky Road with the following condition added: that upon filing the plat with the Register of Deeds, a deed restriction be filed restricting the residential use of the proposed lot until such time that a second means of ingress and egress is constructed. In August of 2020, The Board of Commissioners approved the extension of a planned unit development off of Bradsky Road with the following condition: that prior to any further plating with this planned unit development, the second means of vehicular ingress and egress be engineered and constructed to ordinance 14 standards or variance to the subdivision regulations be obtained. And again, in August of 2020, the Board of Commissioners approved layout plan for properties located off Bradsky Road with the following condition added: that upon filing the plat with the Register of Deeds, a deed restriction also be filed restricting the residential use and issuance of any building permits on all the proposed lots until such a time that second means of vehicular ingress and egress is constructed in accordance with ordinance 14 standards and the road be approved by county highway. The request was sent out for interdepartmental review. Rapid City Planning Department did state that an exception 20EX 106 went to the City Council on September 21st, 2020. City staff recommended denial of the exception. However, City Council granted approval of the exception. County Highway did state that an approach permit must be filed with the Highway Department. No other concerns were noted. Staff's analysis of the request is that the Pennington County Zoning Ordinance Section 204F states that in all zoning districts, no more than 40 dwellings are permitted along a dead-end road system. There are currently 77 existing dwellings that take access off of the dead-end road system, being Bradsky Road. Approval of this request will allow one additional for a total of 78. Again, the property is located within the 3-mile plating jurisdiction of the City of Rapid City, and the City Council granted an exception to allow more than 40 dwelling units on a one point of access road. Staff's concern is that Bradsky Road crosses two portions of the FEMA designated special flood hazard area to include floodway, and those are identified on the screen above. If Bradsky Road becomes impassable, emergency services responding to the area will be delayed and residents will be unable to egress the area. Since 2017, the board has historically decided not to allow residential development off of Bradsky Road due to a lack of secondary ingress and egress. The applicants were made aware of the Pennington County zoning ordinance requirements of a dead-end road system prior to initiating the planning process through the City of Rapid City. Staff recommends that a permanent secondary means of ingress and egress be established before further development in this area occurs. With that, staff recommends denial of variance 22-05 due to a lack of secondary means of ingress and egress.
Any questions of Jason before we have Mr. Gettleton?
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Roskinek.
so Jason, when you turn off of Highway 44 and you go south to the subject property, how many lots or individual lots are situated between the subject property and Highway 44?
You have all of Backcountry Trail here in that subdivision. I think you have 3 lots up in this area.
Okay, so the backcountry, their access is Bradsky Road?
Correct.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Lassiter.
a couple questions for you, Jason. First one is roughly since 2018, 2017, how many denials have we done on Bradsky Road? Because there's been a few applicants for that. And two, there was a subdivision that was going to go along in there somewhere, and I can't remember where that one was going to go, and it had several lots with that one as well. So I just want to point that out.
Right, so that was the planned unit development that was amended last year, and that was down in this area here.
Okay, thank you.
What was the name on that, Jason?
The name of the PUD?
Yeah.
That was Howie
Always.
project.
Okay,
Chairman.
okay. Commissioner Hadcock.
So it says to date, that Bradsky Road could be extended 1.5 miles south by dedicating and improving a section line to intersect with Antelope Creek Road. My concern with the 40-unit rule, and I think we talked to Brittany before about this, was that it shouldn't apply to everything. Meaning if you're in Thunderhead Falls and there's a 40-unit rule, you're not going to be able to get out no matter what. But if you're in Bradsky Road, is there an alternative where they could take a graveled road or they could take that section line? It might not be constructed, but I remember there was a farmer or something that had somewhat of a road on there, on that section line that Mark DeSanto was working with to try to get that section line right across his drainage ditch. But the drainage was here and he still had kind of a road that you could go through. So if people could have an access where they would not be in danger, meaning, okay, they can't have a road that is a beautiful road to get out, but they can still get out onto into safety. We were talking about that. So in this case, you already have 78 basically dwellings out there, or maybe plats. Yeah, that's over double already. So we have a lot of areas that we are doing that in, and other areas that we haven't restricted, which literally have a bridge, and that's the only way out. Where this, like I keep saying, is I'm torn between a rock and a hard place, because the people could use the gravel road or go out through Antelope Road if they drove south a little bit. So I don't know. I've denied and then I've approved stuff in this area just depending on the issue. I didn't pick and choose for because I liked or disliked someone. It was the reason for how close are they to the bridge? How can they get out? And in this case, I truly believe he's pretty close to that section line where he could go across. That farmer's not going to like people going out, but if he's saving people's lives, he's not going to mind people running across that road. So I'm here to listen to kind of what you want to do, Jason, but I'm kind of torn there a little bit.
Sure. So maybe to clarify that section line, the 1.5 miles that I referred to in my staff report was from this driveway straight down to Antelope Creek Road.
Yes, sir.
That is, according to highway, it is developable property. There may be some topography issues down here as you get closer to Antelope Creek, but it is developable. At this time, it hasn't been, though.
Right,
So
but there's,
that would be a viable option in staff and highway's opinion.
but Jason, is there gravel roads? Is there area that, okay, it's not a beautiful road, but these people could still get out? I thought there was a farmer that was in by that, there was a development, remember Lloyd? And there was a farmer that owned that land, and he was trying to work with him, which was Mark DeSanto, and it would head right to Antelope Road, right there, I think is where your pointer was. So, and if I went south, and have you went south? There's a gravel road that goes south. How far does that go? And would that put people into safety where we're talking safety so they can get onto the major highway? Are we talking safety that they would get out of a flood zone or a fire area or something? Do you see what I'm saying?
Mr.
Or
Chair.
a 40 unit rule. So that's why I said we need to kind of look at that 40 unit rule and decide really what we want to do with that for the future, because that's been around a long time, and that's probably why the city is having some little bit of, going back and forth as well with some of this. So, sorry, Lloyd, go ahead.
No, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner, go ahead.
Just follow up, and Deb, you're absolutely right. I mean, we haven't approved anything out there since the developer from those lots, he wanted some other lots put in because part of the agreement was that other road, and commissioners have went out there and looked at the road, that possible road that you're talking about. They've done all of that, but we have not approved anything. On the other side of the bridge, we have. On the other side of the bridge, before you go into development, we approved, we just did a variance with the garage and so forth, the housing. But on the other side, I think we've had about 3 of them we've denied. And I remember one was a divorce, and they split the lot, and one's got the house, and we didn't let the other one build. And a couple of other ones. And the reason, Deb's absolutely right on this 40 unit rule thing. We have the discussion of Dark Canyon and some of these other ones. But on this one, it was more of the case, I think the developer had made some plats and didn't do the improvements that he was supposed to. And so that's what ended up starting on this. And so now we got property owners who have property and can't do anything with it. So how do we fix that? I guess grant the variance, and then the developer's going to come back in and his other 10 lots that he wanted, said you granted this one. That's the spot we're in with this. for the last 3 or 4 years that I can remember. I don't know if you recall that down, but I mean, that was the biggest thing is he's got more that developer has more plots out there. And he was supposed to improve the road, working on it, never did.
Can I respond, Lloyd?
Yeah.
There was a couple of lots that we let them split, but we did not let them,
Bill,
like, we didn't let new builders come in or anything, but we've let people that were already out there split their lots kind of like this, so.
couldn't put a house on it though.
Okay. There more than one that we did like that, Jason?
Those are the conditions that I read through in my staff report or in my presentation as well, with the 3 times that you haven't allowed residential development out there. I mean, you allowed the PUD to be approved moving forward, but no new residential construction to happen out there.
Right, so he wants to split the lots and, well, we can hear from him, the applicant, if he wants to split the lots and put any residences, extra residents, or he wants to
Right.
leave it like it is. Thank you,
Let's
Jason.
hear from Mr. Geidel.
Thank you, Jason.
Oh, Shane Geidel. Thank you. I do want to put a house in there. Been working on this since 2009. I actually have a staff report from January 22nd, 2009. There was 80 residents, according to county staff report at that time. Well, I worked on it really hard the whole time, and in August 27th of 2020, I got that staff report here. It says currently Bresky Road serves exclusive access to 103 parcels, and I was going to make it 104. Now today it says that there's 77, and I'm going to make it 78. I've lived out there until last June is when I left the property. I haven't seen anybody take their house out. A couple burned down, yes, but one that burned down has already been rebuilt. I got since 3/6 of 18. I got 2 building permits right here on Brahman Lane, and they were both new home construction. Shadrack County did them. It's permit 97 and 98. I got 6 others. Couple of them are trailer houses. One's a house on backcountry, which is the south side of the bridge. And then the one is a trailer house that's before the bridge. And then the others, I'm not sure, might have been a garage or something. I don't know. It was like $60,000. So it was projected total. I've worked really hard on this. There is access if you drive through pasture. There is a place to go if there's a flood event or a fire event. I mean, we're not in the trees. It's not going to cause anybody great hardship other than me, because I got a piece of dirt and I can't even put my own house on it. You know, it feels like I'm kind of getting picked on because there's these other building permits, and I keep getting told no. If this was something that was the first time I was up here trying to do this, it'd be one thing. But like I said, I've been doing this since 2009, and it just don't really seem fair to me.
How large a piece of property, you know, Shane?
What?
How large of the piece of property? Do you know?
27.8
Okay.
acres.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner LaCroix.
Man, I respect what you're doing. I really do. I mean, the work that you're going through on this. I just want the rest of the commission to know I'm going to stand hard on what we did on this. And the reason why, it was a very contentious meeting with the builder out there. Very contentious over some of the stuff that was happening and things not getting done. So I'll be that one vote if I am the one vote that says no. But I just want you to know the reason why, I don't know where everybody's going, the reason why I'm doing is because, just as you said, you pulled out those addresses and numbers. That builder's going to come back and say you varied from what you told me, and he's going to want to do more. It might not be just one. And I that contentious meeting sticks in my mind. It really does, and I got to stick to my guns for that.
So Jason, do you have a response to the building permits that Shane has said?
Right,
have
so a
been-
couple things to clarify there. So when you talked about the 107 lots out, I'm sorry?
103.
103, those are actually buildable lots. Those aren't the actual structures that are out there. I counted all the address points that are in that area, and there's 77 that take access out Bradsky Road. As far as the building permits go, I'm being told that, I wasn't here at that time, being told that that was something that was decided on by the board to allow those 2 additional structures to be built because those were pre-platted lots.
Correct.
Right.
Yeah.
There's 2 more building permits that I could not find. These 2 were from December 18th, or 2018. There's 2 houses. One is under construction currently. They got a hole dug, engineers fill in there. I don't know if there's any concrete there or not. Another one had just been done in the last year. They asked me to bid it. I wouldn't even bid doing the dirt work on it.
Okay, Brittany?
Brittany Molitor, Planning Director. Just some clarification on this. From our State's Attorney's Office, if those lots were platted prior to our ordinance taking effect in February, we were required to issue those building permits. So those are probably those. This lot was platted and filed after our ordinance. Mr. Geidel has known about this. He actually was in front of this board and asked for a lot size variance in order to build on this lot after the fact and was denied. So
Chairman.
just
Commissioner Adcock?
So why I'm caught is because we have people with land, and you can't really buy land for cheap right now if he wants to go somewhere else, right? And we need houses, and we have a 40-unit rule. Does that make sense? And we're trying to make a difference in the housing, but we also need a second access. But we have houses being built all over with 40-unit rule that, in those 40-unit rural areas, that the city is also, as you see, is letting them build in the 3-mile limit. I don't know what their reasoning is, the difference on here, but Lloyd's right, we made that clear that we didn't want it till we could get another access, because the only access we have is across the bridge. And I'm also seeing some circumstances that are changing, like I said. Affordable lots, people own lots in this area. You said, what, 103, so that's about 30 or 30, what, 7? They can't even build on property they bought. So, are we denying people their right to use their land and build a house when they can't afford it anywhere else? Or that's why I'm kind of caught at this point, because before it was a little bit different. But that's what I'm saying. There's got to be access out of it, and there's just the bridge. So you're right, Jason, on your what you're saying. But could there be changes on a 40-unit rule based on something else? Because Brittany, if you'd come up here for just a sec. I remember at one time we were looking at 40-unit rule and does it make sense and where does it make sense, and do we needed to kind of tweak it or change it a bit. I don't know if it's this area or somewhere else, but we're not doing it today. But how do we make it? Like I said, there's 30-some lots. People are needing to build houses. They can't use their land at this point. There's not affordable lots in Rapid City or anywhere. And even this, I bet if people sold their lots now, they'd get a lot more unless they find out they can't build at all. Is there anything that we could do for solution for this, or does the board have to change that? We're not going to have a 40-unit rule out there.
the latter. If you didn't want the rule, we'd have to amend it to a number or put exceptions into that rule that would allow it in certain instances. Right now, it just says it's not allowed.
Is there a CUP on a 40-unit rule? There isn't now, but I'm saying there's circumstances that are way different in the last couple of years than they have been ever. I'll just say that, for housing prices, maybe not ever, but that land is worth the money now,
Mr. Chair,
so.
Commissioner Roskinek.
who owns the land north of that? Or what, let me put it this way. Shane, do you own any contiguous land to that?
No,
So if you don't own any contiguous land, we're basically saying that 27 acres
it's useless.
is using it for pasture.
Yep.
And to me, it should be a single-family residence at the very minimum.
One other thing, I just thought of, Commissioner Hadcock was saying that there's gotta be another access. 4 or 5 years ago, when the bridge was no good, before it was straightened and fixed, you couldn't take anything over 7 ton over the bridge. Well, I got a construction company, garbage trucks, fire trucks, everything. They were all going out the end of Backcountry Road. And I think there is gravel there. It's not a right of way right now, and it went across Merlin Stromer's property. He did pass away here a couple days ago, but there was concrete trucks, there was garbage trucks, everything was going that way at that point because they couldn't use anything that was big because they couldn't use that bridge. So there is access. I mean, if there was a major flood event or something like that, people would get out. A fire event, there's no trees there. I mean, that's not an issue really. But no, as far as me being able to build another access, I'm landlocked. I can't.
So your intentions are just to build a single-family residence on
Yep.
27-acre lot?
Right in the middle of it.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Lassiter.
if we approve this variance, there's a home, there are, not a home, there's a lot that was court ordered that Commissioner LaCroix was talking about. It would open up the door for them to be able to, should be able to do theirs, because theirs was court ordered split, and then there was a court order statement on the deed, if I'm using the right terms, that they couldn't build there. If we offer a variance here for one, we should be offering variances for the other that has, I don't remember how many acres that was. I think it was a 20 acre, it was a large acre
There's
piece of.
at least two that I'm aware of, or three, that you, in addition to this, that
Right. So then we're going to start opening the door to, again, adding more problems to an already concerning issue of 40 homes or in that area. So I can't support this unless we're going to go and change the ordinance because of the safety aspect of it. Because the moment we do this, we may inadvertently cause some other homes to be able to come here and say, now we've got legal right to be able to do that. And they've been legally told by the courts that they can't, and it's been mandated on their deeds after the ordinance went into effect.
Chairman.
Commissioner Hadcock.
So, the main reason was that they were selling these lots and they didn't have any water access. That's why I guess I denied it. The Howies had charged after the fact, didn't tell the people about the $10,000 hookup fees, and the neighborhood said that they couldn't, they didn't know if they had enough water for theirs.
Right, that's a different area that I'm talking about.
Well, that was Howie's, actually. The one that, or you're talking about a different area
I'm
than
talking,
Howie's.
the one that Commissioner LaCroix was talking about, there was a divorce in the family. They had, I think it was 40 or 80 acres, and they had to split it. But the court said that they couldn't build because of our ordinance saying that they couldn't put a home in there. So one member got the parcel that had the house, and then the other member got the parcel that didn't have a house. And that's not involved with that particular development that you're talking
I
about.
apologize, I thought that's where.
That's why I just wanted to clarify.
I thought that's where Lloyd was going with, he
No.
didn't let him build, so I misunderstood.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Roskinek.
so should we deny this today, I really think we need to take a better look at that zoning ordinance and
Agreed.
update it. You sit there and say 40 dwelling units, but it doesn't identify, you can have 40 dwelling units, but you could have 200 lots. So we need to, I think, define that just a little bit more. And maybe we need to take a look. Maybe we can go higher than 40, but I would highly suggest that we take a hard look at our zoning ordinance relative to the 40 dwelling units being a minimal.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner LaCroix.
I agree with Mr. Roskinek on the way this is going. This has nothing to do with you. I think, we had several things going on with this area. Number one, the bridge was on a weight limit and probably small, undersized at that point in time. But since that time, we've gotten the bridge replaced, and I think it's wider than it was. Along with, as they just said, lots were platted, so we had to legally let them do that on on that property. But I think what I've heard here today is probably the most positive out of this commission on this Bransky Road in a long time, to tell you the truth. So you may not get your answer that you're looking for right here today, but I think you've got a good starting point, and I see some positive of what I've heard today, that they're looking for a way to do something. That's my comments on that.
Further discussion? I do not have a motion.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Lassiter.
Move to deny variance VA 22-05 and adopt staff's findings for the variance request as presented.
Got a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Further discussion? Any other public comment? All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Move to adjourn as the Board of Adjustment and review and reconvene as the Board of Commissioners.
So move.
Got a motion and a second. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Move to take a 10-minute break.
Second.
Okay. Just before we do that, I think we do need to follow up relative to the suggestions that were being made of reconsidering or looking at the zoning
For Brad's.
40 units.
Okay,
So I think that needs to come back to the commission. So, okay.
thank you.
All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Declare us back in session. Jason.
Afternoon, Commissioners. Jason Tennyson, Deputy Planning Director. Board of Commissioners uses a consent agenda to act on non-controversial and routine planning and zoning items. The consent agenda is acted upon by one motion and vote of the board. Items may be removed from the consent agenda and placed on the regular agenda at the request of a board member or citizen. The consent agenda for planning and zoning contains the following items. Agenda item D, minor plat 22-09 for Michael and Jocelyn Sullivan to subdivide and create tracts 4A and 4B, a subdivision of tract 4 of Shacker subdivision. And Planning Commission did recommend approval. Agenda item E is preliminary plat 21-11 for ELS Properties LLC. Rick Schalke is the agent to subdivide and create lots 3A, 3B, 3C, 3D, and 3E of Battle Creek Mountain Estates subdivision. And again, the Planning Commission did recommend approval.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Roskinek.
Move to approve planning consent agenda as presented.
Got a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
And a second. Any public comment? Back to the commission. All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Following planning and zoning matters in our uncontested hearings are those which the planning department has not yet received or provided comment contesting the item. Documents for each item have been reviewed by the commissioners, and decisions during these hearings will be made based on the information provided in the packet and the short presentation. If we receive comment contesting the item, the matter will be addressed in the same manner as the contested hearing. Jason.
Agenda item F is Comprehensive Plan Amendment 22-03 to amend the comprehensive plan to change the future land use from Agriculture District to Ranchette District. The applicants are Tiffany and Phil Walla. The owner of the property is Tim Essinger, and location is at the end of Stacy Street, approximately 0.76 mile from the intersection of North Reservoir Road and Stacy Street. It is 5.03 acres, currently zoned Agriculture District. It is vacant of any structures or utilities. and there's no special flood hazard area on the property. On the screen, I have the Pennington County zoning designation comparison. This compares what the current zoning is, the future land use, and then the proposed zoning on the left. And then I have the surrounding zoning on the right. So starting with that first chart, you can see the current zoning is agriculture district requiring a 10-acre lot size minimum. The proposed zoning will be 5 acres. The maximum single-family residence density dwelling unit per acre will go from 0.1 to 1. Setbacks won't change. They're all 25 feet from each property line. Predominant land use, agriculture or residential is the same, as well as the wastewater and water treatment would be private. So current zoning within 1/2 mile. We have Box Elder city limits to the north and the east, and you also have agriculture district to the west and the south. Future land use around the property is identified as low density residential in yellow, agriculture in green, and Box Elder city limits, which is uncolored. The request was sent out for interdepartmental review. There were no objections or concerns received. Staff's analysis of the request is that the subject property was created through the city of Box Elder plating process due to it being within their 3-mile plating jurisdiction. The plat was filed with the Register of Deeds on October 29th, 2021. The subject property is considered illegal due to the lot size and the zoning. Approval of this request will bring the subject property into compliance with the Pennington County zoning ordinance. And with that, staff recommends approval of Comprehensive Plan Amendment 22-03.
Any questions relative to the request for the comprehensive plan change? Is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Second?
Got a motion and a second to approve the comprehensive plan change. Any public comment? Any further discussion by the commission? All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Rezone.
Agenda item G is the follow-up request, rezone 22-03 to rezone 5.03 acres from agriculture district to ranchette district. Again, the applicants are Tiffany and Phil Walla. Again, we use the same criteria to go through this for the rezone as we did the comprehensive plan amendment. The same criteria applies, same surrounding zoning. Again, there were no objections or concerns received to this request, and staff recommends approval of the rezone.
Chairman,
Commissioner Adcock.
is this the 5-acre plot to put a house on in that area or not, Jason? Or is this, what are they
Yes, I do
doing with
believe
this?
the applicants do plan to put a single-family residence on that property.
This is what I was talking about when they do ag sometimes, and we kind of break it out and say we have 5-acre parcels all over an ag. This is why. It's usually because they do it for tax purposes, insurance purposes on 5-acre lots. So this is one of those parcels that we had talked about at the last meeting about why we put 5-acre plots in the middle ag sometimes. Thank you, Jason.
Any further questions of Jason?
Mr. Chair, or Jason, when I drive by that, it looks like you're putting drain field in, so.
That, I'm not sure what the current development on the property is. At the time that I wrote the staff report for the planning commission a couple weeks ago, it was vacant of any structures or utilities.
The applicant's here, Ron, if you need to visit with him.
Would you like to speak for a minute? I'm just curious because we're doing a rezone, but normally you do the drain field subsequent to the drain field, so I just kind of wondered what that was going to look like when it's all complete.
My name's Philip Walla. Yeah, I guess nothing's been done to that plot at this point.
Okay,
besides
maybe
the
I'm
fence
looking
around
at the adjoining lot.
Nothing's been developed there. I guess my father-in-law owns the 120 acres kind of surrounding it for the most part. He just has cattle.
So there's no dirt work being done at all?
We put in a fence. That's all that's been done at this point.
What?
We put in the fence
Okay.
around the 5 acres, I guess, was all that's been done at this point.
Thank you.
Okay. Further questions?
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Lassiter, or
move for approval of the rezone.
Second.
got a motion and a second to approve the rezone. Any further discussion? Any public comment? Back to the commission. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Item H.
Cody Sack, Environmental Planner. Item H is Comprehensive Plan Amendment CA 22-05. It is to amend the comprehensive plan to change the future land use from agriculture district to highway service district. The applicant and landowner is Black Hills Tiny Resort LLC. The agent is KTM Design Solutions. The location of the property is at 8674 South Highway 16. The current zoning is highway service district and agriculture district. The existing land use is residential at the time. Access is off Highway 16 and there's no special flood hazard area on the property. Future land use within the area identifies several parcels as highway service district within 1/2 mile. Rezone RZ 22-05 to change the zoning from agriculture to highway service district will be heard on the next agenda item. Just to note, the majority of this property is already zoned highway service district. It used to be 2 separate lots. The part that you see on the screen that is currently zoned agriculture was a separate lot. They platted through the city. Now they're just trying to bring the whole property into highway service district. Staff finds no significant issues with the request. It appears to be in harmony with existing land use within the area, and the property meets the zoning requirements for highway service. So staff is recommending approval of Comprehensive Plan Amendment 22-05, and the Planning Commission as well recommended approval.
Questions? Cody?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve. Is there any public comment? Back to the commission. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Item I.
Item I is rezone 22-05. It is to rezone 13.79 acres from highway service and agriculture district to highway service district. The applicant and landowner is Black Hills Tiny Resort LLC. The agent is KTM Design Solutions. Again, this is just a follow-up request to the previous agenda item. Again, staff is recommending approval of rezone RZ 22-05 as there are several parcels in the area that are already highway service district, and the Planning Commission also recommended approval.
To approve.
Second.
I've got a motion and a second to approve. Any public comment? Back to the commission. Any further discussion? All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Item J.
Item J is road construction within a section line right-of-way, CS 22-03. It is to construct a road within the section line right-of-way between sections 11, 12, 13, and 14 of Township 1 North, Range 8 East, to provide access to property located in section 13, Township 1N, R8E. The applicant is Siteworks Specialist. The location is at the corner of Longview Road and Anderson Road. It's approximately 1 mile long. Current zoning in the area is urban residential district, ranchette district, and suburban residential district. Current land uses in the area are agriculture and residential. Access is off Longview, and there is no special flood hazard in the area. This was read around for interdepartment review. The highway department was not opposed. The applicant Siteworks Specialists Incorporated are requesting to construct a road within the section line right-of-way. The proposed project is an improvement to Longview Road with installation of turn lanes and wider shoulders. The proposed project exceeds the requirements of Ordinance 14 standards, and staff finds no significant issues with the applicant's request as development in the area has created the need for improved infrastructure. So with that, staff is recommending approval of construction of section line right-of-way CS 22-03 with conditions.
So moved.
Got a motion?
Second.
And a second. Any public comment? All in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Item K.
Item K is road construction within the section line right-of-way, CS 22-04. It is to construct a road within the section line right-of-way between sections 13 and 14, Township 1 North, Range 8E, to provide access to property located in section 13. The applicant again is Siteworks Specialists. The location of the property is at the corner of Anderson Road and Longview Road. Again, they're proposing to build approximately 1 mile of road. Access is off Anderson Road, and there is no special flood hazard area on the property. Again, this was routed around for inter-department review. The highway department is not opposed. Again, the applicant and site work specialists are requesting to construct a road within the section line right-of-way. The proposed project is an improvement to Anderson Road. Again, it's the installation of turn lanes with wider shoulders. The proposed project exceeds the requirements ordinance 14 standards, and staff finds no significant issues as the applicant's requests. With the applicant's request, as development in the area has created a need for improved infrastructure, so staff is recommending approval of road construction within a section line right-of-way, 22-04 with conditions.
Any
Chairman.
questions?
Chairman,
Commissioner Hadcock?
so in this, I believe in infrastructure. I think they're doing a good job at moving forward on some of the infrastructure on this road. I won't be opposed to this. The TIF coming up, I probably will be because there's not a finished road on Longview, but on this road construction, they are making a difference on J and K by putting more infrastructure in there, that we need. Thank you.
Is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve. Any public comment? All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Item L.
Item L is vacation of section line right-of-way VS 22-02. It is to vacate a section line right-of-way between sections 21 and 28, Township 1 North, Range 4E. The applicant and landowner is Slate Creek Partners LLC. The applicant is in the audience if there are any questions. The location of the property is at 12099 Cobbish Ranch Road. Current zoning is agriculture district with an existing land use of residential. Access is off Cobbish Ranch Road, and there is special flood hazard area zone A on the subject property. When looking at vacations of section lines, there's certain criteria that need to be met. The criteria on the board, the applicant has met all the criteria in order to submit the application to vacate a section line right away. Current zoning or current as the property sits, there is a single-family residence that was built in 1977 and a 50 by 50 pole barn. And there's also a 24 by 91 shed and a 21 by 24 detached garage with no permit. This was right around for interdepartment review. The county highway department came back and said that the highway department is opposed to vacating any section line that does not serve the public's interest, and that the applicant could relocate the portion of section line. The applicant has met all the petition requirements. Staff cannot support vacating the section line as South Dakota codified law prohibits vacating a section line that accesses public road or public lands, and the applicants have the option to relocate the section line. The applicant has stated that if you look on the screen, that he does allow access for the Forest Service to cross into Forest Service land up here, but there is no recorded easement. So staff is recommending denial of vacation of section 9 right-of-way VS 22-02. As staff finds it does not benefit the public to vacate the section line, and there is an option to relocate the section line.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Roskinek?
so I understand, you don't want to deny the public access to federal lands. But if the terrain is so physically impossible, then it seems impractical. If you're talking about eastern South Dakota where you had farmland, I can totally understand that. In this particular area that where you're talking about the section line, that goes into I believe that's a elk wilderness area. That whole area is closed off in the winter. It's keyed, so you can't get into that area. It's gated. I used to own the Queen Bee mine located about a mile away, so you're essentially creating a path to nowhere. So I guess I don't see where there's any loss of public interest in this particular request.
Megan Kruger with the State's Attorney's Office. I would just like to point the board to the statute that Cody was referencing. I've highlighted the relevant portion. It states no board of county commissioners or board of supervisors may vacate a section line highway that provides access to public lands
or public waters embracing an area of not less than 40 acres. To me, the statute is very clear. It doesn't contemplate whether there is other access, it just says that you can't.
Also, have we ever done this before? Have we ever vacated a section line before that denied access to public land?
If we have and this statute was in place, it would be illegal.
Janelle.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Janelle Fink. I'm with KTM Design Solutions, and I'm here as agent for Mr. Johnson. With your permission, I have just a small exhibit to share with you.
You, Janelle.
So just a little bit of background to this request. We have a situation where we have a structure that's located in section line right-of-way inadvertently. This is kind of a remote area. I think the structure was built in the 1998, 1999 era. And at that time, they just didn't know where the section line was. You're out in the middle of the woods. They're essentially invisible lines. You know, unless you have somebody do a boundary survey for you, it's difficult to determine where those property lines are. So it was an inadvertent error, and we have a structure located in the section line right-of-way. We are proposing to vacate that portion of the east-west section line right-of-way. The exhibit that you have has Mr. Johnson's properties highlighted in the yellow. He owns the property on the north and then the property on the south as well. And we just want to vacate that little east-west section. We are not going to vacate all the way to the section line. We're going to maintain, there's also section line right-of-way that runs north and south along the east side of his property. That will stay intact, and that will provide access. Yeah, you were back one or back two? Back another one, if you wouldn't mind. Right. You can see the section line in red along the east side, and so we're not taking the vacation all the way to the public lands. We're maintaining that 66-foot or 33 feet that runs along the east portion, north and south. The other thing, when you look at this exhibit and you read the statute that says that you can't vacate anything that provides access to public lands, all of the dark green around here is public lands. The Black Hills National Forest is 1.2 million acres of public lands with literally hundreds of roads, private, federal, Forest Service running through and providing access. These are two remote parcels that are surrounded by Forest Service. If he vacates the section line right-of-way interior to his property, there is still access to federal lands along the north, along the east, along the south, and his neighbor to the west signed the petition consenting to the vacation of the right-of-way, and his neighbor has access to public lands. So I don't see, when you look at this, and we are maintaining the existing section line right-of-way fully on that north-south section line right-of-way, the only thing we're vacating is interior to Mr. Johnson's property. We're not diminishing access to the public in any fashion. And I would hope that you would consider that when you look at this request to vacate. If you consider relocating, that would be under the presumption that maybe there was a road there in the first place. There's no road, there's no access. If you try to physically take that and shift it somewhere else, you're not enhancing access anywhere. There's no existing road along that section line. So all you're doing is creating some fictitious piece of right-of-way that doesn't provide any more access and doesn't serve anyone else. It seems like the true intent of the ordinance is to maintain access to public lands, and I think we do that. I don't think we compromise that in any fashion. And it provides the best remedy to Mr. Johnson to correct the inadvertent encroachment that was made by a previous landowner. Thank you.
So this is something that occurred 25 years ago.
Right,
And,
98, 99.
Okay, and it just came to light that that's location or?
He's known about it for a little while and started the vacation process a couple different times. He started one several years ago, and this is when the petition, excuse me, you had to do this by the petition process, and it was almost 350 landowners. He got a start on it, and it didn't go through. He was starting again just before COVID hit and was making a run at it, and that kind of shut down the ability to collect signatures. And in the meantime, this new option came about whereby if the two-thirds of the landowners who are adjoining the section line sign the petition, that qualifies. So this was a much more simpler and straightforward means to correcting this.
Okay.
Sure.
Any question? Yes.
Janelle, why remove it at this point in time? Does he want to do a project? Does he want to do something that would, it's triggering the desire to remove that so that he's within a certain distance?
Well, essentially, it corrects the encroachment. He has, there's a garage there that's sitting right over the section line and right in the section line right of way. So it's an encroachment.
Well, I get that,
Yeah.
but I mean, the county hasn't gone out there and said you got to move it or anything at this moment in time. My question is,
Yeah.
why now? Why are we looking at this? Is there a desire to have a project that may require him to have it vacated so that he doesn't encroach in it with a new project, with a new building project?
No new project, but it clears the title to his land by removing the encroachment, but there's no plans to do any additions or any buildings.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner
So if I understand, there will be public access, just won't be a 66-foot corridor.
There will be a 66-foot corridor along the east section line that remains in existence.
Okay.
The only thing he's vacating is interior to his own property.
Mr. Chairman, just
Commissioner Lassiter.
for clarification, so does he own the north and the south?
Yes.
Well, he owns both of those. So basically, so somebody can't cut across his property is what he's vacating. But then they would have to go either down to the far south end, cut across the end of his property to access that north-south on the east side of his property is what you're telling me.
Right, or at any other point around the perimeter of where the forest lands are, federal lands are.
Thank you for that clarification. I think I'm more inclined to make him move it rather than vacating it.
Is there a motion?
I will, do we want the 5 commissioners, or can we do this with 4?
We can do it with 4.
I'll make a motion to approve.
I've got a motion. Is there a second? I'll second. Further discussion? Any public comment on this?
Could I add that it's a significant garage? It's a 54 by 53. It's not like a 24 by 20. It's a significant structure.
Okay.
Can staff say something real fast? So Janelle brought up that relocating the section line would just create I don't want to mix up her words, but a roadway or an easement or access that leads to nothing. So that the applicant already provides access to the Forest Service here, but that's not a recorded easement. Relocating it to that easement would forever grant the Forest Service access to that property. Like if you were to sell the property owner theoretically could cut that access off. So if you cut that, you vacated the section line down here, they no longer have access to that lot across that. So staff's just wondering why, if the access is already granted to the Forest Service there, why the section line can't be relocated there so it stays in perpetuity.
That's a good point.
Charlie?
Charlie Johnson, the minority owner in Slate Creek. Like a good hubby, my wife's the majority owner. That particular, can you bring it up at a closer view? If you see this was installed in the late 60s or 70s after meetings between Robert Warder, Ep Howe, and the Forest Service, the access that was put in. I've met myself twice with the Forest Service. Janelle has met once. They're not interested in any other access. There's another 8 or 9 accesses around the entire 320 acres
that sits out there that I'm at the end on. I don't know how many accesses you want, but the building was put in the wrong place a long time ago, and that's the way it is. Commissioner Lassiter asked why now. Very simply, I'm 75. I could be gone tomorrow and the place is going to go up for sale. My kids aren't going to want it and they can't afford it. And it's very simple. They can't get a building permit or do anything else through the county as long as that situation exists with a encroachment issue. So I felt an obligation to get this started and get it done. And it's been seriously unpleasant because it lacks reason. So, can you see, bring down where we crossed to the pond, please? You see that? Does that look not like an access? The Black Hills National Forest has keys for all these. We furnished them to them. I put their cattle back on. We fence it. The Black Hills National Forest has served us property pins where we actually have a piece of property with the fence off 200 feet. They won't provide new pins and whatnot. And this was done because you couldn't see from one pin to the other. And I've been on the planning commission on and off a long time, and I still support that we ought to get one property pin before we issue building permits. This would have never happened. But look at that access. I mean, the gate sits right there. We're not talking about, it's way more access than what's up there. So it lacks reason is what I'm saying. They've got, and then they have access over the hill. That's actually, that's about 150, maybe 160 feet from the section line. Think about that. That lacks reason. There's another access, Horse Thief Road, down the other side. And then we're a road district, Cottage Ranch Road District, runs right through and lines up with that. That's where that driveway goes. I've got as much gravel as the county. So that's where this comes from. 75, we got to get it handled while I'm on it. And if we move the section line, what concerns me about that is that this piece of property, all 320 acres, was split into properties at that time before there was planning and zoning and platting. Now, what kind of a mess am I going to run into by trying to move that section line against all that? All my property owners that are adjacent to me and down the road district, all 12 signed the petition. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Charlie. So I have a motion and a second to approve the vacation. Any further comment? All in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
4-1. Item M.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Brittany Molitor, Planning Director. Item M is public hearing of ordinance amendment 0822-02 for Pennington County to amend section 303 for multiple family dwellings, to amend and supersede the existing section 303, multiple family dwellings. The Planning Commission recommended approval of this ordinance amendment. I just kind of want to generally go through the changes. If you note in your packet, the existing text was pretty minimal when it came to looking at multiple family dwellings and the requirements for them in our current ordinance. So we are proposing to update the ordinance to look at other considerations when we look at multiple family dwelling development. The biggest change is that we identify a multiple family dwelling and apartments. Those are two separate things. So a multiple family dwelling is 4 family units or less. Anything that has more than 5 is an apartment. Under this section of the ordinance, apartments would require a conditional use permit. Under this, in all zoning districts, multiple family dwellings would be a conditional use permit in all districts, with the exception of urban residential. So fourplexes would be allowed in urban residential without conditional uses.
This does require certain open spaces, active areas, distances between buildings, access ways, parking areas, and the number of units that are allowed within the district. So this was brought in front of the Planning Commission. They recommended no changes, and so staff is recommending approval with the concurrence of the Planning Commission.
Questions, Brittany?
Move approval, staff recommendations.
Second.
I got a motion to approve and a second. Any public comment? All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion approved. Item N.
Item N is ordinance amendment OA 22-03 for Pennington County to amend section 103 definitions of the Pennington County zoning ordinance. This is just to add 3 definitions to the Pennington County zoning ordinance under section 103 for apartment or condominium, because there's no existing definition. For individual dwelling unit, which there's no existing definition, and for multiple family dwelling, it's just an amendment of that definition. So staff is recommending approval of ordinance amendment OA 22-03, and Planning Commission did concur with staff's recommendation for approval.
Move to approve staff recommendation.
Got a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Public comment? Being none, back to the commission. All in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Item O.
Item O is public hearing of comprehensive plan amendment CA 22-04 for Black Hills Industrial Center LLC. KTM Design Solutions is the agent to amend the comprehensive plan to change the future land use from low-density residential district to heavy industrial district. Staff did present this to the Planning Commission. It consists of 162 acres. It's currently zoned agriculture district. It is vacant of any uses. It takes access on an unimproved, unnamed section line right-of-way. There was some recommendation in here that that section line right-of-way actually get named. It should align with Lamb Road and be named Lamb Road. This was routed around through the interdepartmental review process. The Highway Department did come back to state that the road must be improved to design standards as listed in the Pennington County subdivision regulations. This is a major arterial on the city's major street plan, serving a heavy industrial zoning. If you do look at the area, oops, there is some heavy industrial zoning in the area. However, this road is not conducive to meet the heavy industrial zoning. Let me see, if you look at what heavy industrial zoning uses are allowed, these are uses that are allowed by right, so they don't require any conditional uses. There is one conditional use permit that was submitted in the area to the south for a marijuana, and we did require them to update or upgrade the road as part of the conditional use permit process. There is a conditional use permit that's going to the south of the southern section line. If you look on that south part of South 79 on that purple portion, they're proposing storage units, and we are recommending that they do increase or upgrade that road also to heavy industrial standards for the conditional use. The difference with this one is all the plating would go through the city, so any of those improvements would go through the city. So if the city granted exceptions, we would not have the only ability we have to require the improvements be in place is through this rezoning process. So staff is recommending denial due to the fact that the infrastructure isn't in place. It's not the fact that the area isn't conducive of that, it's just that the infrastructure isn't there to support that kind of zoning. And the Planning Commission did recommend approval, but the motion did fail.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Oskinen.
So I was on the planning commission that day, and just want to remind everybody that there's 3 of us here at the dais and 1 on Zoom, and so there's 3 of us and 1 on Zoom. And the applicant decided they wanted to go ahead and proceed. So it was a 3-1 vote, but I just want to point out that you don't rezone, you don't build a road until you legally know what you're going to do with the property. And that's why I agreed with the applicant. Let's do the rezone. Once it's rezoned, then you have that entitlement to do your development. And that road, in my opinion, would be developer driven as the demand increased. So Just wanted to point that out to the audience.
So Chairman,
Commissioner Ackman.
so on this, comprehensive plan or the, rezone on both of these, I had talked to the developer, in fact, took a tour, not only this property, but other properties. The bottom line is, I asked him if we rezone, if we do the comprehensive plan, once you go, and I talked to Brittany, we could do the comprehensive plan, we could do the rezone, and then I asked him if he was gonna build that road, if he put anything on that property, meaning, bring it up to standards. But that would be when he applies for the building permit to know what's gonna be on that road. So for me, the comprehensive plan and the rezone, based on, talking with staff and this, a developer, when he's told me stuff, he has done it before. So, again, you don't have to take anybody's word for it, but I've dealt with this developer a long time. And it does make sense, like Commissioner Roskinek says, when you do the comprehensive plan and the rezone, the next step is the building permit. And at that time, if he comes through, that goes through you guys. I wouldn't be in agreement if he didn't build the road.
Can I just state, I'm not sure under our building permit requirements under 506 that we can make him upgrade the road. So if there was another person that purchased this property and came in for a building permit and they didn't want to improve the road, I don't know what recourse we would have. That would have to be a question of the state's attorney's office, without some kind of agreement or insurance in place.
So Brittany, when I talked to you before, it was that before he comes in for a building permit, we couldn't put it as a stipulation. That's what Megan had told us, which is true. So, as a rezone, what if he doesn't do anything with that property? We've done that for Pat Hall. We remember all the comprehensive plan and the heavy industrial out there that we did, and we didn't tell him he had to build that road yet. Now, if they have a plan and they're gonna build something, and we're rezoning, and he's saying, okay, on this plan, on this rezone, I'm going to put a building, whatever, a huge building on it, or just even a house or whatever, well, it's heavy industrial building, then that tells me we better make him do the road. But if he has no plan for it yet, then why would we make him put the infrastructure in?
Well, according to this is the plan that is for this industrial park. There is a plan for that portion, and there's several accesses onto Lamb Road. There's also a TIF for that north portion of it, but just not for this portion of it, for the other roads. So that's just staff's concern about getting in a position where we won't be able to require that road to be upgraded.
But Brittany, I thought it was the bottom 40 acres, the rest is all annexed in, and at this time, that's a plan is what they want to do, but I don't think that's what's happening on that. That's what they'd like to do on that, to build it up. That's what I was told, at this time. That's his plan, that most people will set up a plan, and that's what they'd like to do. But I know from the TIF, those are things that, those are improvements he needs to do for the TIF. He also is doing them for those properties in that TIF. So I don't know about the bottom part. How about that? I don't know if the developer, Annie's here.
Could I just briefly speak and clarify my comments that I've previously made? Megan Kruger with the State's Attorney's Office. So I'd like to clarify that previously I have stated that it would be the State's Attorney's Office preference that there is an agreement in place prior to the rezone, because you cannot condition a rezone. I do not believe that that is legal. And then in turn, at the building permit process, I'm about 80% sure that we cannot require them to improve that road when they come in for a building permit. I would have to double check because I have not specifically researched that question, but my recollection of our ordinance is that we don't have any authority to do that at that stage.
Mr. Chairman.
Annie, would you like to come forward?
Don't they have to bring a plan for their building?
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. My name is Hani Shafi with Dream Design. We're the owners and developer of the property. The proposed zoning is proposed for 160 acres, which is, you know, the staff is right. It's the southern 160 acres. The
surrounding that rezone application, is the comprehensive plan amendment, which is the item before you. There is an existing road. Part of the road is gravel, 24-foot gravel for majority of it. On the west end, there is 24-foot of asphalt. Megan and the attorney are also correct that you really could not require the road to be constructed as part of the rezone, and potentially even at the building permit stage. I don't think you can unless the property is subdivided. We don't have a subdivision at this time. The conceptual plan before you is just a conceptual plan. Some of those buildings are already moved around, and some of them are eliminated, and smaller buildings are going in place. In this property, I am not going to lie to you, I am not going to hide it. Yeah, there is some interest in this property for folks that are doing some work at the School of Mines, and their work includes a very small building, about 1,200 square feet. They intend to take access into this property from the asphalt portion without impacting the gravel portion. Yes, this road in the major street plan for the city and for the county is planned to be a major arterial. Major arterials sometimes are planned for the future to handle major traffic, and they typically go through the community from a long ways out to another long ways out, so they move a lot of traffic. In this case, in the next few years, I don't think in the next even 20 years that this road will reach its capacity to be needing a major arterial status. Old Folsom Road currently is classified as a major arterial, and so is this future road. The traffic or the capacity or the need to construct the road will depend on the amount of traffic that is used in it. We have a lot of gravel roads in the county, and we have some asphalt or a lot of asphalt roads. Depending on the use that is surrounding them, some gravel roads meet the standards, like a street that is a collector classification in the county can accommodate either 4 inches of gravel or 6 inches of gravel. Also, it may require 6 inches of asphalt or 4 inches of asphalt over 6 inches of gravel, depending on the amount of traffic that is going before it, depending on the use of this property. If the use is heavy, I will assure you that the road will be built to meet the requirement that are needed for that traffic. If the traffic is only like 2 cars a day or 3 cars a day or what have you, that gravel road will meet it. Such agreements that are being, talked about by the staff, they were not required of the property to the south of us, nor they were required of the property to the west of us. And they're both heavy industrial zoning. And it will be, like what makes our nation strong is applying the rules and regulations that our country and our founders have put in place consistently to all applications. And we're not requiring any exceptions. We're requiring just the rules to be applied uniformly across. And regardless of what happens in the property, or regardless of what you folks make a decision on, we will not do heavy use on the property, to the ultimate heavy industrial without improving the road to the needed capacity to handle the impact that we create by our property. If our impact is minimum and can be handled with the existing infrastructure, I really don't think it is wise to require that, because that road will require maintenance. If, asphalt is not really just the best maintenance, or the least maintenance of any roads. Sometimes gravel is the cheapest if your impact on that road only requires the gravel. And that's why we as a county do not pave all the gravel roads in the county. We pave what is having heavy traffic, creating dust on people, or creating maintenance issues for our highway department. That's my 2 cents. And I really do appreciate your vote, and I really do believe that the zoning and the comprehensive plan amendment is the first step towards developing the property. The buyer that we have interested may or may not
happen. And I guarantee you the cost of the land that they're buying, it's a research study by the School of Mines. We're trying to help them out. It is minimum traffic. It is 8 to 6 cars that are going to be accessing the site. I'm giving you a lot more detail than what I should, but I hate to put all my, I love to put all my cards on the table. That way you don't come back and say, we misrepresented the facts. And that's what a building permit will be probably coming in for, a 1,200 square foot, probably either a trailer or a structure, temporary structure, that they will use as a shelter for their employees. It is a research study for the Defense Department with the School of Mines. So that's what it is, So it's like, if you don't rezone it, it's fine, but it's going to be rezoned into heavy industrial sooner or later. And I don't think adding stipulations that cannot be put on it will be contrary to what the practice that you folks have done. And sometimes it could be even in violation of some of the adopted state laws. I hope that is helpful.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Roskinek.
So, Hanny, the entire north boundary is bordered by heavy industrial.
Yes,
The
sir.
entire west boundary is bordered by heavy industrial.
Yes, sir.
Looks like 50% of the south boundary is bordered by heavy industrial.
Yes, sir.
Now, the east, I think that's zone ag or,
It is.
but what can you explain to the folks what that 40 acres is being used for to the east and why that would not be desirable to do residential?
The east portion of the property is currently used by the intertie or the interconnect between the eastern and western United States power grid. There is a difference in the power grid between eastern United States and western United States. This location is one of 4 locations in the country that has that type of connection. That provides reliability for power at that location, and that's why we're doing the industrial zoning in that location. That comes with a lot of cost, with a lot of issues. That intertie creates vibrations and what have you. Actually, to the north of there, I think some of you folks, maybe on the county staff or on the commission, recall that there was a lawsuit due to vibrations created by that intertie. And those vibrations do not go away. They still exist. So having residential really right next door to it is definitely going to be just as bad, if not worse, than people who are a mile or half a mile away. And having surrounded, the property basically surrounded by uses or current zoning that is heavy industrial does not really make sense to have an island of residential within that heavy industrial. Hopefully this becomes a great asset to our community and instead of a liability to the community. And I guarantee you, I'm hoping that we could be part of it and make sure that it is done properly.
Chairman,
Commissioner Adcock.
this, at this point, is a comprehensive plan, change the future land use from low density to heavy industrial, and then I will move approval on that.
Got a motion. Is there a second?
Thank you.
Second.
And a second
To approve? Approve,
to
please.
approve. Any public comment? Back to the commission. Any further discussion? All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Item P, rezone.
Item P is public hearing or rezone to RZ 22-04 for the Black Hills Industrial Center LLC. KTM Design Solutions is the agent to rezone 162 acres from agriculture district to heavy industrial district. Planning Commission recommendation to approve did fail. With the comprehensive plan being approved, this would be in concurrence with the comprehensive plan.
Chairman.
Commissioner Adcock.
Annie, just, if you could come up for a sec, please. Thank you, Annie. So when we talked about this, the main issue is if you do, I know you can use the access to the north, but I truly believe that that heavy industrial, that quarter mile of road should be improved if you're going to build on those acreage right next to that road. It makes sense because somebody else, as we've seen before, will end up having to do that road. I also asked you, Henny, if you, before the building permit, if you would put that road in, and you said because of cost, and I do remember that. But I also believe it and said that at that point, for me, as a commissioner, that for me to agree to put that in, that you had to tell people that you were gonna make that agreement to put that road in if you built on those 40 acres. That was for me personally. I don't know if anybody else has that same agreement, but when we talked about it, Henny, infrastructure is pretty important to me. And that road there is, I believe, is gonna keep going further with other industrial based on the TIF you're doing. And I do believe that that TIF is gonna do some pretty amazing things, but the county, we do need that infrastructure, otherwise we're probably gonna be stuck with that road to do for the future.
I, may I, Mr.
You
Chair?
bet, yes.
You know, I believe that road in the future will need to be constructed. As a matter of fact, you know, if you, you know, talk to Elevate, without even actually prior to me even acquiring this property, I believe that road in the future will be the bypass around the city of Rapid City and will connect Sheridan Lake Road all the way to I-90. As a matter of fact, I submitted it to the state to start acquiring right-of-way along that road to start planning for the future and to acquire the right-of-way as needed right now before the properties are developed. And that's the reason that we are trying to put that in the major street plan, not in the major street plan, as a conceptual plan for the state, for the county, and for the city. These are things that, as actually you could take a look at Elevate, and you could ask them for the information that I submitted prior to this. The goal there is to plan for the future. Sometimes the future is 2 years, sometimes it is 50 years. And the future that I talk about is more than 20 years from now. We have a lot of ground, you know, that is closer to the city than this to develop. And hopefully, you know, the industrial park to the north will entice development. The 700 acres industrial park will take probably 20 years to fill. Currently, the city of Rapid City developed with taxpayers' money, you know, the infrastructure within the industrial park or the business park along Alkway Road. That industrial park or business park is approximately 160 acres. They started that process in the late 80s, early 90s, and currently we are 2021, which is approximately 35 years later. They still have vacancies within their land or within that industrial park. This is 700 acres. You know, if the School of Mines did not require this because of their, or not the School of Mines, but the folks at the School of Mines who are at the School of Mines did not need this, I would not really be coming before you to do the zoning right now. I would have focused just on the north side. They could not be within urban area. That's a requirement by the Department of Defense. That's why they're here. Is that going to create a lot of traffic? I will show you emails. They checked with the state Department of Transportation. They checked with staff, and it was basically the staff referred them to the DOT. The DOT said, we're okay with the cars that they have. They have a UPS truck, I mean, or a van that delivers to them. They have, I think, 8 to 10 employees, and that will be all that is going to be approaching this site.
By
They will
hand.
be able to access it within the existing approach, you know, of the asphalt, existing asphalt road. That asphalt road has already accommodated the heavy traffic that goes to A1 salvage, the same exact road. So they will have only 10 different cars that will be accessing. This property will have security fence along the entire perimeter except for that approach, which will be gated. So therefore, they will not be driving past that approach off of the existing asphalt. In the future, as the properties around it are developed, I think, you know, either an assessment project, which is allowed by state law, to reconstruct that road and to the capacity that is needed, even though it is not used for an approach to this property. I really do believe at that time, which I've done a lot of those assessment projects as an employee of the government agencies, in which everybody pays their fair share. Both sides of the road will pay their fair share. And that's the tool that we could have.
and, so those tools are available for us as a community. I hope that answers the question.
And the bottom line is, if you're building in front of something, whether you fenced around it or not, you usually have to improve that road. What happens is, if you don't, I'll keep saying, somebody else will build next to it or further down, and you'll have it into a gravel road, and we'll start the precedence again on another road that we have gravel. I know you can access it with the already existing road, but even that road, I don't know if it can take heavy industrial at that point. Bottom line is, if, this is a question for Brittany, when you did Black Hills Tiny Resorts, you did to rezone 13.79 acres for agriculture to service highway, but there doesn't say anything about a road in that. When does the road, do we have, once he develops, or he's saying what's on there, is that when we require the road? Or once they do the rezone, they go to the city because it's 3 mile, and then they plat it, and then we're out the road? I guess I'm not understanding why we would do the road for this one and not.
Sure.
not the-
So when we look at zoning, and, I worked with Megan Kruger with the state's attorney's office. So, we try to look at everything when we look at zoning and look at infrastructure and if it's appropriate for the area. But yeah, looking at roads, in her opinion, under statute is allowed to look at the infrastructure that's in place. When we looked at Black Hills Tiny Resorts, that one is actually off a service road, off a DOT, off of Highway 16. So that's why that one, that road is improved. There in Highway 16 corridor has plans, they have plans for those exits, that's already been, so we know what's going to be there. And we know what is already going to be there. On this property, we know a small portion of it. We have met with individuals that are interested in this property, so we have an idea of what a portion of it is. It's a very small portion of it. So when we look at it, we look at all of the uses, when someone comes in and they look at all of the uses on the property that could be allowed, because if they come in with a building permit for that use, we would have to issue it if it's a use by right that's allowed in that district. That's how we look at those things. We don't have some of the same tools in the toolbox per se as maybe the city does because of their design criteria manual and things. We don't have those as the county. So it's a little different to, when looking in that, ours is more broad, and this isn't not a typical development in the county, I'll be honest. It's not typical for our area.
So Joe, would you explain on the road, the first part of that, Hanny had said that there is some asphalt there, but when I was looking at it, I didn't think it would support that kind of heavy industrial going out that far, let alone it goes into a gravel road. And I keep saying, and you probably know best, Joe, you've been in here for a while, that what happens if we don't have them improve it and they can use the first part, the second part is never done. And either somebody else gets stuck with it, or we get pieces and parts of roads in the county that haven't been finished.
So Joe Miller with the Pennington County Highway Department. One of our main concerns is you've got the Heartland Highway coming up from the north or from the south, right? So most of your trucks either come in on 90 or they come in on 79. So everybody travels in their GPS. GPS takes path of shortest distance or least amount of time. So their trucks are coming in from the south, and this is an access to the rest of that industrial park. What access are they going to take? They're going to take this first right to get into the rest of that development. Just a thought for the commission, and maybe, I don't know if Hanny's thought about this, but instead of taking access off of this section line, which by state statute, the county is responsible for, eliminate the access off the section line, and that would eliminate this requirement altogether. If you were to build the road coming from, I don't know if we have that, coming down, he's already got access off Old Folsom, he's got a road coming down here. So instead of taking access off the section line, get his access and build his access here instead of off the section line would be one way to solve the issue. But to your point in your question, that's what we see. If we don't require the first person to develop it, it never gets developed, right? And again, I stress that even currently, as this gravel road sits, the county doesn't maintain it. It's not on our county highway system, but the county is responsible for it.
So
By
for me
state statute.
personally, if we're gonna rezone and we have to do the road now, I cannot support the rezone on it, and I think I already told Hanny that if that road is not built out. Just for that fact that, for future, I keep saying you're gonna have somebody else end up having to do that road, or the county's gonna have to finish it. If Hanny doesn't build on that, then he doesn't have to rezone that piece of it, meaning, he's not gonna use it until he does. He can rezone it and then say, okay, I'm gonna rezone it, and then put that piece of property at the bottom on it. So for me, that road's pretty important. Seen it over and over again. Hanny, you do really good work. I'll keep saying it. But that road's important.
Mr. Chairman.
Annie, did you have something else you wanted to add to it?
Couple of comments, and I really want to do what is right. Couple of things that you folks could do, and I just want to tell you this. This property is being developed coming from the north, coming south. And as I mentioned, it takes a while to get to this point. This property, I explained to you why this is being done now. This portion in here, I really doubt it if it will happen within the next even 25 years, okay? So, you know, as the highway superintendent, you know, the gentleman spoke, there will not be any access on this road going that way to the industrial park until this is replatted. This is all within the 3 mile, city jurisdiction. Anytime we plat, we have to improve the roads to well, this is why they call them subdivision ordinances, because you're subdividing. So at that time, this road and this road have to be reconstructed and built to the standards that are needed. But at this time, I really don't see, you know, I almost could guarantee it, that there will not be a single car going up that way. If you want to even restrict it more, and I'll be more than happy to do it, you know, which I've never done, which is going beyond what your rules and regulations really require, and I think my staff is going to kill me for doing this, you could put a no access easement on the entire frontage of the gravel road until that road is constructed. And there will be only one access right off of the asphalt road. And if anybody comes in to really have a single access off the gravel into this property, they have to construct the road. I'll be more than happy to make such an agreement, even though you don't require it of anybody else, just to protect the taxpayers.
Joe?
I don't know if what Hanny is asking is legal off of a section line because it's public access.
Mr. Chair, but going north off of the section line, it could be applied once you get outside of that section line, correct?
Per se, yes. If you wanted to say, yeah, that's a question for the state's attorney. I'm not saying that, I wouldn't be opposed to that. If they put a no access restriction on the piece of property until such time it was being built or whatever the condition might be.
To do any access off the section line, we actually have to submit an access permit to the county, and I believe you folks review it and approve it.
Correct.
Yeah,
But we also can't deny access either.
we would agree, and I stand before the commissioners and before this audience, any access other than the access that is already in place off the asphalt road, you know, you could require the construction of that road. I'm going on the limb, actually, and I'm putting a stipulation on myself that you would never have anybody who's a developer with the right mind doing this, but I'm with the wrong mind, so so I hope that is helpful.
I don't know if that can be done on a rezone, Megan or Jay. I don't know.
So, as I stated earlier, you can't condition a rezone because when we rezone, it's changing our law. So he would have to do that deed restriction first, and then the board would do the rezone based on the information that they have, because you can't condition a law that just doesn't work.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner LaCroy.
So given the facts, Hanny, if we continue this on to the next meeting, would you get that agreement signed and
Put it on the deed.
put it on, put it on the deed? Could you put that on the deed if we continue this on to our next meeting?
What I really don't know if you can put it in the deed because that will cloud the deed forever. And I go through the title companies and I tell you what, there are easements that are vacated almost 50 years ago and they're still showing up. And then you get the buyer saying, hey, what happened with this easement? And they back off because they don't understand the vacation.
Okay, so
You know, I would,
I'll
you
check
know,
with our legal staff. Is there a document
is,
that you could sign?
is it possible to really do this? You know, there will be a building permit coming up soon, and I will be bringing the building permit myself, and I will actually bring in the approach permit for that approach that is existing off the asphalt. And I tell you what, we will show a fence, and we will put an agreement during that building permit stage, before even I get the building permit, I will make an agreement that that fence cannot be opened except at that approach.
I see talk over there. I don't know if you guys heard all that.
I did not hear all of that, but Jay and I were talking, and I think that he could do a deed restriction or he could do an easement. Either way, it would have to be recorded with this property, so that way it shows up when people search the title and they can find out that they're not going to be able to use that road for access off of that southern portion of the property. There are ways that it can be done. It just needs to be done before the rezone is granted because we can't condition the rezone. So essentially, even though Mr. Hanny has made a promise that he will do it here, there's nothing legally binding to make him do it after if we grant the rezone first. Makes sense?
I get what you're saying. So basically, you're saying the same thing as no.
Or continue it to give him the opportunity to do that, show that documentation.
I think the best bet is probably to continue.
Continue it for,
You okay with that?
Sure can figure out a solution for you, Henny.
These folks are going to apply for a building permit. To get the building permit, they have to spend a lot of money. To spend a lot of money, they need to have the rezoning, you know, in place. So I will bring you the agreement with the building permit, and I promise you, I will not have a building permit until that non-access easement is filed.
Jay's agreeing to that. That'd be my motion.
got a motion?
I'll second that motion.
Are you
A second.
approving it or? Yes,
Yes.
with what
Yep.
Hanny said, and he's in public.
We can't put any conditions on it.
Right.
On this, but
So we are approving it. And we're,
So we're taking him for his word.
Yes.
He'll do it.
okay.
Any further discussion on it?
Who was the second on that?
Ron,
Okay, thank you.
all those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Item Q.
All right, item Q. Item Q is tax increment finance district number 6 for Apple Valley Affordable Housing Development. This is the resolution approving the contract for the private development tax increment financing district number 6. So this has already been approved. This is just the final step in the process. It's actually the developer's agreement. This has been reviewed by the state's attorney's office and presented to the board. So the applicant is here and the agent is here if you have any questions. And also the state's attorney's office is here for any questions with the review.
Questions?
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Commissioner Lassiter.
Joe, can you come up front for a second? So I want to clarify something because I know everyone knows where I stood on this last time. I'm still opposed to it in general because of the infrastructure concerns that I have with the road. But Joe, can you elaborate on the original, when we voted on this, there was an original workaround that said about the traffic. Can you rehash that out and tell us what the final result of that was for 1416 Radar Hill Road? Because that was one of the major concerns that I had.
So currently, the intersection of Radar Hill and 1416, we have entered into an agreement with the MPO to do a corridor study on Highway 1416 and Radar Hill. I believe the MPO will update their United forget what the acronym is, but they're going to update their plan, I believe in June with that, because we didn't get them those documents in time. So that'll be updated in June, then that study will start. The temporary workaround that I believe you're speaking about, the reduced conflict intersection, working with the state has backed out and informed us to work with a engineering company. In doing so, we reached out to Ferber Engineering. They do a lot of our stuff and just bounced some ideas off of. They reached out to a traffic engineer. They said that they don't know that that's a good idea in their opinion. They would leave it as is until such time a signalized intersection could be put in or the entire corridor is reconstructed.
Okay, thank you.
Is that what you were after?
Yep, just wanted to make sure it was all out there. Appreciate it.
So, Chairman,
Commissioner Adcock?
can I ask Jay a question? Do we usually, on the $10,000, on our other TIF 5 and 6, do we usually pay it back? It says, under no circumstance shall the payment of available tax increment fund revenues to the developer exceed 12 million. Understand that part. But on the 10,000, upon subsequent certification and verification of costs, developer may seek reimbursement of said administrative fee.
The administrative fee can be part of the project costs in statute, so it is absolutely authorized legally. Off the top of my head, I can't remember if that has happened, there's been many years of
Right.
TIFs, so I don't recall, comparing it to other TIFs, but.
I don't recall it either being in, basically they have to pay us no matter what, and they couldn't put it in the TIF, if I recall, for one of the areas for the TIF. Maybe Toby knows more than Jay does on the administrative fees. On Bradsky's and the one out, and for Henny's out there for his multi-use area on the base, were those fees paid back under the increment?
Thanks, Commissioner. Toby Morris with Collier Securities. No, they're not. And what I would do, Commissioners, direct you to page 6 of 12, where we had them itemized. Well, we had them itemized in the engineer's report, and then again, when we allocate it as a discretionary cost and grant, but then of those allocations, we have it with the imputed interest rate, the sheriff's station, the construction cost. So it is not a reimbursable expense within the definition of what we have put in there.
Okay, but it does say it on section 5 that you would like it upon subsequent certification and verification costs. Developer may seek reimbursement of said administration fee for available tax increment fund revenues as approved project cost defined.
I
So
think
that's
the
to
correct
pay
word.
back the 10,000, or that's not what it's saying, Toby?
Well, it's saying they may if they want, because we were just trying to keep the developer agreements consistent from the previous one. But in this case, I think you're going to find the project costs, once certified, are going to greatly exceed what was already in the TIF plan just due to inflation.
So you're saying the 10,000 won't be recouped because the project costs are past it? Okay. Couple of things. I think the TIF for infrastructure is good in many ways, but my bottom line for the infrastructure is that if you're going to do a TIF, you should follow through with, not for you, Toby, in a sense that when you have a traffic study or highway department that's showing us that Anderson and Longview both have 2,000 cars, and what's Rapid Valley is one of the highest traveled areas in that area, and that Radar Hill is basically a major arterial at 4,000 cars. I'm still not going to get why the county did not approach the developers in some way, shape, or form of following through with the water and sewer and finishing that road on a minor arterial and a major arterial. That's pretty important to Pennington County. So in that case, the density that's coming in that area needs that, and I don't think the county should have to pay for that portion at this point. So for that reason also, I will not be approving, for me personally, the TIF. I think things could have been done a little bit different. Like I said, I appreciate the developer and them doing some of that infrastructure. But when you do a road on a major or minor arterial, I've never seen it where they left a portion of it for the city or the county, in our case, the county, to follow through. I just went through a $23 million TIF with Hanny, and there's no pieces and parts of those roads that have a quarter mile or half mile that aren't finished. When you do something like that, you do all the infrastructure and you follow through, especially on major and minor arterials. Thank you.
Further comments? Andy, I show that you're here to answer questions. Okay. Is there a motion?
Mr. Chair, I move to approve the resolution for the contract for private development tax increment financing District Number 6, Pennington County, South Dakota.
Is there a second?
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Further discussion? Public comments? Back to the commission.
Oh, they have.
Oh, if I got speaker request forms up here for you. Yep, come on up. Dan Mullally, I got you. Sorry, that was this morning I got these.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. I admire your stamina. My name is Dan Mullally. I live on Longview Road in Rapid Valley. I'm directly affected by this TIF, and I'm in opposition to this agenda item. I've said this before, but I want to keep reiterating. I don't think the process was done very well for this, and this is my first experience with this, but the map that I saw before the Planning Commission meeting was different than what you voted on, so I didn't go to the Planning Commission because it didn't affect me on Longview there. And I found out later that things have changed, and so I got into this kind of late. But on the TIF itself, the traffic problem, as Commissioner Hadcock stated, has not really been addressed. And from what I've heard before, there's no viable solution for Radar Hill Road and 1416 to alleviate those issues. It sounds like the no left turn, U-turn plan is not viable, and that was used as an argument to proceed with this last time, so that's gone now. I gave you some photos here. One of us went out there on a Wednesday morning, so these are probably typical of a weekday morning, and there were 35 cars backed up. And so that's right now, that's without this development. So what's going to happen when this development goes in and this issue hasn't been resolved? So I think things we should not go forward until that issue is resolved. I also, kind of a quick comment here, changing subjects, on all the construction trash that's been blown around Rapid Valley, and I'm not saying the county's responsible for this, but I just want to mention that this has to be considered. We've heard from ranchers and other people that it jams up their equipment and kills animals. And then finally, I want to throw in just a few comments on this economic growth. Unnatural rapid growth hurts a community. And if you look at the basic definition of inflation, too much money chasing too few goods. And Jim Skull told me a few weeks ago that inflation on construction was 22%. This translates into higher housing prices, higher property taxes, and our insurance agents just let me know we have to increase our insurance on our house. And all this is actually hurting the community. So I want to just, and I've heard before the county's having trouble. I heard your discussion on wages. So all of this is the county has a role in this inflation, I guess, is my point. And I think it's time to consider just tapping the brakes and seeing where we're at, letting things stabilize. That's all I have. Thank you.
Any questions for Dan? Thank you, Dan.
You're welcome.
Sherry Nutter,
Mr. Chair, go ahead.
Commissioner.
I was just going to ask Joe if we do have some plans in the works, right, for the improvement of Radar Hill 1416? I don't know that that's gonna happen tomorrow, but it is in the works.
So, I mean, that's kind of a loaded question. It's been in the works since the early 2000s. This intersection has been a problem long before this development ever came about. The highway department, since I've been here, been working with the state. It was a safety project, but then with the RAISE grant, Box Elder and Pennington County applying for the RAISE grant, that was suspended. I've now picked up talks with the state again to try and get a safety project. So is Box Elder. So we're actively working on solutions. But you're right, it's not going to happen overnight.
Because there's a lot of variables here. We don't know how many actual homes will come online, and we don't know who are gonna be buying those homes and where they're gonna be traveling to. It could be people living in West Rapids, or people working in Rapid City, commuting and going a totally different direction. We're just assuming, or it appears that we're assuming that everything's gonna go that particular direction.
Well, so the traffic study and as I explained to, I think the entire commission, the traffic study is based on a lot of different variables and a lot of different information. They take some assumptions on the surrounding areas, the base being one of them, Rapid City being one of them. So I mean, they predicted 15% of, I think it was 4,200 cars, Randy? Correct. Something like that. 15% of 4,200 cars is going to go and come from the north on Radar Hill. So roughly 650-ish cars, somewhere in there. So, I mean, traffic studies aren't meant to be 100% accurate. They're a projection. So
Yeah,
I'll just leave you with that.
thank you.
Okay. Sherry Nutter.
Good afternoon, Chairman Drews and Commissioners. You know me, Sherry Nutter, 6600 Longview Road. Thank you for the opportunity to share. I'm here today with the same concerns that we had before regarding TIF number 6 in opposition to it. I maintain the position that I am not anti-development. We do recognize that there's a housing need, but there are many, many developments going up without a lot of strategy across the larger area, and we strongly believe that the development must be done responsibly. I am not against this TIF and its base structure, but am opposed to the high urban density that it predicates as an affordable housing TIF for the Apple Valley development. It's important to recognize that the traffic that will come with the high-density development will create an incremental 4,000 some vehicles per day, as just stated by Joe and confirmed by Andy, in an area that we believe cannot handle it without compromising very important safety concerns. It doesn't make sense that the TIF, with all of its moving parts, has now included an area that extends beyond the TIF district, and I ask you why and how that can be, but it doesn't actually extend all the way to Radar Hill Road, a road that we know can't handle incremental traffic at this time. If there is a way to amend the density that this TIF is predicating for the development that it supports, then I would feel differently about it. Thank you.
Any questions of Sherry? Thank you, Sherry. Anything further? Back to the commission. Got a motion on the floor to approve. All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
So was it 4-1 or 3-2?
3-2.
3-2, passed. Items from the commission manager.
All right, Commissioners, what I have in front of you today is a couple of policy updates and one new. The first one, item A, public comment period, policy and procedure. This one is new. After listening to legislature this year, and there was one House bill that made me realize that we don't have our practice down in writing, so I just simply did that. So I will certainly answer any questions the board may have on that policy and procedures proposed.
Here.
Commissioner Adcock.
Motion to approve the new public comment period policy and procedure as presented. Good job, Holly.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Further discussion? Any public comment? All in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Item B is simply updating our policy to the current times. If you look at the section called Recordings, DVDs, General Information, the only change in there is that I've added a USB flash drive to the option because nobody asks for DVDs anymore. Everything is done on flash drives. So that is just the addition to that policy.
Okay, any questions?
Move for approval.
Got a motion, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ross Connect. All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
The third policy update is for the petition circulator code of conduct. The only addition is the sentence that is highlighted in yellow that states this code of conduct also applies to similar First Amendment activities, including the distribution of materials. We have had some challenges with individuals lately in front of our building, and we didn't have anything clarifying that where they could pass out materials.
And so, okay, so we didn't have anything in place?
Not specifically for materials,
Oh, okay, okay,
and that is also a protected First Amendment right.
okay,
But we can regulate time, place, and manner.
okay. Is there a motion? I'll make the motion to approve.
Second.
And a second. Any other discussion?
Mr. Chairman, just a question. So whenever you're talking about materials, is this like for anything else other than collecting petitions and stuff? I mean, so people are coming up here and doing other issues, and we just want to make sure that they're staying in the same spot that our circulators are staying in.
Correct, as long as it's not prohibited materials.
Right.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
And the the fourth request today, Commissioners, is to reschedule the 2023 budget hearings. There's a conflict with the timing of the South Dakota Republican Party State Convention, and it's my understanding that a quorum of you will be gone. So we would like to reschedule the budget hearings, and I gave you two options that I thought might work within the calendars.
So, any problems with either of those? Well, there's actually two days, two different times. Any issues with either of those?
I know June 14th I have a water meeting. I think that's with the pace and everything.
Can you tell me again what those two dates are, Ms. Holly?
June 14th and 15th, or June 28th and 29th. They're both Tuesdays and Wednesdays.
Thank you. I'm good.
I think the 28th and 29th is doable for me, but I know the 14th I'm got a meeting with the base with the water.
28 and 29 work for everybody?
Does for me at this point in time. Change it tomorrow.
Is there a motion?
So move.
Got a motion? I'll second. For rescheduling the 2023 budget hearings to June 28, 29, 2022, starting at 8:30 a.m. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you.
Get rid of this one. Okay. Items from the chair and commission members. You want to do both committee reports and other items that you have at the same time?
Sure.
Okay. Commissioner Lassiter.
Yes, it's last week. Let's see, I had a, well, obviously, we've talked about the box elder water, or box elder sewage stuff. I had a couple of meetings with them before they decided to remove that. Obviously, talked to Rusty about the water. Now, I got to read my notes from my other meetings off of my phone, so bear with me if you don't mind. The Rapid City Library board meeting, just the takeaway from that one is they're seeing they're having some concerns with, fights and things that are happening in the area, so they're increasing their security budget by $87,000. And they've seen a suspension increase by 50%. So people are suspended from being able to use the library by about 50%. So, that was probably the biggest areas of, that was talked about during that meeting. Then the EM Users Board, that meeting went pretty well. Talked about some of the classes. To date, since they started the CERT training, they've had 28 classes with 374 students. So that's just the education in our community of individuals learning about emergency response and being able to help your community in a case of a major incident. And then outside of that, the Public Safety Hub and Public Impact Message Update. If you're not aware of it, they have a website that you can access whenever roads are closed, and people can update that website pretty easy, and they can see where the road closures are due to fires or whatnot. So that's been working well, and they're doing some updates to it to make it even a little bit easier for the end user that's a responder to be able to update it right away while they're on site. And then Nick Carlson retired from the fire department on April 8th that day. So, and so they gave some accolades to Nick Carlson, and that was about it for me. So I think that covers all mine. I was also at the ESCC meeting, but since we already covered all that, then I don't even have to talk about it.
Yeah, thanks, Travis. I think you covered that too. That ESCC meeting was exactly that, over wages and what they are doing. So that was the only one I had to report on. The other one I had is I did attend the Health and Human Services meeting that had Dusty's visit and Dusty Johnson's, and he toured Health and Human Services, the treatment centers, detox, did all that, and plus he came down and asked some questions, so that was a good visit. The other one I had was the Human Relations MOA meeting, and I don't know if I sent that to Holly or not to distribute to you guys. They are doing another learning forum, and that's going to be this Monday from 5:30 to 7:30. Well, the 25th, Monday the 25th, from 5:30 to 7:30, and it is topic is for the learning forum is racial prejudice and our economy. So they'll have speakers up there, and it'll be held at Western Dakota VOTAC, and so that was a good meeting. At that meeting, we also, as the commission, we are going to give $4,000. I can't remember his name, to the gentleman that's going to do the horses. At the ABC Apartments. Does anybody remember what they did at the ABC Apartments? They brought in the horses, the teepees, and some of the elders to work with the youth. Except for this time, it's going to be at Lakota Homes in the middle of the area. So they're trying to get that scheduled for May, somewhere around there. The more information I get on that, the more I'll share, because that'll be a pretty big event. So, and I'll let Ron talk about the forest board meeting, because we got Scott here too. That was a meeting that we attended yesterday. It was very well attended.
Yep.
Yep, that's it.
Okay. So I'm going to let Ron talk about the MPO policy meeting. The other one that I want to report on is did have a meeting with mayors of Rapid City and Box Elder yesterday. This is part of our scheduled meetings, except we've had a few that are a little bit more frequent because of the subject matters that we've brought to the group. Yesterday, I had Holly, Brittany, Joe, Commissioner Rosknecht was there.
Sean, Assistant.
Oh, Sean from Highway. And Box Elder was represented by the mayor and the Public Works Director, Doug, and City of Rapid City was represented by the mayor and one of his assistants, and then Vicky from planning and Dale from Public Works. And that discussion has evolved a lot into how better communication between our planning department and Rapid City's planning department, most of that involving the area that we talked about earlier today, Rapid Valley, the 3 mile, 1 mile limits, as to how we can be more consistent with the information that we have. The previous meeting that we had on that, I sent all of you an email, and that was probably a month ago at this point in time. But I think there's been a lot of good discussion on it. I think there's been some clarification as to lack of communication and in trying to improve that so that everybody's on board and on step and understands what our issues from the county is, from highway and from planning, and is concerned with the two cities and so forth. So those meetings continue. We've probably been meeting essentially about every month, I think, in regard to those. So it was some good discussion and probably an hour and a half type meeting, and we'll continue with those. Commissioner Roskinek.
Well, Deb and I attended the NELROD conference in Las Vegas, and they give you name badges, and on the name badge there's a barcode. And if you go to all the classes and you scan in, so you get logged in. So I'm gonna put a feather in my hat. I'm gonna pass these down. That shows that I had perfect attendance. I wasn't gambling. So anyhow, what the reason we went down there is because we're being part of Pennington County Housing Redevelopment. We're under a HUD platform. And so our executive director feels that if we switch over to a Section 8, Section 8 is better funded and much more reliable. RAD is the Rental Assistance Demonstration. It's an initiative of the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development that seeks to preserve and improve certain kinds of affordable housing or that's subsidized by HUD. Now, the housing that they don't, the housing that they would like to get rid of would be the scattered home sites that we have in Rapid City. I think we have around 30. And those definitely fit the criteria to make that switch. Another one would be any housing authority with less than 50, I think. I mean, that's just rubber stamp. We're gonna facilitate that. In RAD, the units move to a Section 8 platform, whereas the term contract by law must be renewed in perpetuity, a use that is also recorded under RAD rental assistance demonstration. So it's Section 8 goes back to, or HUD goes back to 1937. It's outdated, it's unreliable, so it's not an easy transition. It could take a year and a half, 2 years, but I learned a lot, and I think we made some good connections down there, and I think Brian's found one of the instructors that would be willing to work with us making that transition. Now, not every housing authority, it doesn't fit every housing authority. Some of the classes that I went to, they're really underfunded, small housing authorities, and this program wouldn't really work for them. But I think for our particular housing authority here in Rapid City, I think it's a really good fit, and I think we're going to go forward with that, working on that conversion to RAD. Yesterday, Lloyd and I met with the supervisor of the Black Hills National Forest, Jeff Tomac. There's a lot of other Forest Service officials there, and then Jim Juppels, he's a Mystic District Ranger, he was there. And then we had representatives from Custer County, Pennington County, Meade County, Lawrence County. Fall River was not there. Crick County was there. These were county commissioners. And the reason Jeff put this meeting together, because he wants to, he's in the process of doing a 20-year plan for the Black Hills National Forest Service. They have to do this about every 20 years. The last one goes back to 2012. And it really wasn't a complete plan. It was a revision to the plan that preceded that. So going forward, he's looking for the counties individually or as a co-op to be cooperating agencies. That's given us a chance to sit there and say, what do we see in our county? Where are we going in our county? Where do we see the growth? What's the zoning going to be? And they want that input from us so that they can feed it into their system through a portal. This portal would be available for the two contact persons for Pennington County. So I recommend myself or anybody else that's going to be the commissioner for District 1, because they're the one that's going to have the majority of the Black Hills National Forest. Now, to the 1,700,000 acres in Pennington County, 39% of those are Black Hills National Forest. And the other person would be Mr. Guffey over there, or whoever replaces him. And we would have access to this portal where we'd feed this information right to the Forest Service, and then they would sit there and it'd be our conduit going back and forth through this process. So the four things that Jeff said, we got to identify this memorandum of understanding. That'd be the county that would contract us to be in the official cooperating agency. That would give us access to the portal, identify the one contact or two contact persons, and then set the next meeting to see where all the counties are at. I think it was agreed yesterday that every county is going to go on their own. So we would go on our own, and we sign our own independent memorandum of understanding. And the next meeting will be in Meade County in May.
May or June, yep.
But yeah, it's kind of nice to be on because I think before that in 2012, the counties weren't invited to be part of this. It was the state of South Dakota. And other questions that were asked, okay, so you've got other government agencies, you got water districts and you got sewer districts. Well, Jeff said, they're not going to come to the table, but they can go to the county and then we can represent them when we feed information into that portal. But Scott can elaborate on that more.
Yeah, Scott Guffey, Pennington County Natural Resource Director. Yeah, this is going to be a long process. It's generally a 3 to 5 year process to go through all the steps and finally come to a record of decision on the final plan revision or new forest plan. And it's going to be important because it's going to be basically the roadmap of how the forest is managed for the next 15, 20 years. So there's been a lot of changes in the last 20 years since the last forest plan. I mean, the elevated OHV and ATV traffic on the forest. Where is the ASQ going to be on the timber harvest? I mean, those are the two big ones that are going to come out of this plan revision. But yeah, Commissioner Oskinek is correct. We need a point of contact now just to get that information flowing on that portal. So if everybody's okay with that, I can help take the lead on that with Ron, and we'll start sharing them. They want our county use plan. We'll get with Brittany, get the most current one we have. Get that. They should already have that. What they're doing right now is the assessment phase. So there's 15 categories that they go through. This is standard on all forest plan revisions, and it's basically the current status of the forest. And that'll be kind of the starting point on going through the NEPA process and coming up with the forest plan. So there's some, Lawrence County was upset because the counties weren't brought in at the beginning of this assessment phase, and you look at some other plans, they generally bring the public in earlier than what they are doing right now, but I think there's time that there's gonna be time for public comment. We're gonna see it, the counties will see it, that's in this cooperating agency status agreement. We'll see it 2 weeks before the public will, it sounds like. And then they're gonna have like a workshop to go through what these assessments are, how they came to it, and then we'll have time to input on that and if they're missing anything on that, so. It's gonna be a long process, but I think it's an important one. I think it's an important one that the county has that MOU in place as a cooperating agency. Talking with District Ranger for Mystic, Jim Goebbels, yesterday after the meeting, he said, this will also allow us to open up to be a cooperating agency on other NEPA projects that happen on the forest. So Lawrence County is the only one that has one, and it was a long process for them to get there. So I think it's good that each county gets their own now, and then we can be involved in other NEPA projects that come down the pike. So the other thing is We tentatively looked at your next meeting, or the May 3rd meeting, to bring Supervisor Tomac in and also District Ranger Goebbels in to discuss this MOU and what it might look like. So
Good idea.
if that works for you guys, I'll send out the invite to, formal invite to Jeff Tomac and Jim Goebbels to get him on the agenda.
Any objection to that? Good, yeah, Commissioner LaCroy.
Just to follow up on that meeting, thanks Scott and Ron for volunteering to be that one contact that they're looking for, and then bringing it forward to the next the MOU to the next meeting, because that was one of the discussions. But I think, one of the things I also wanted to share is that MFAB board that Scott put in for about a year and a half ago. It got, the how do you want to word it? The commission got the charter got approved. It's now the only one left in the nation, if I'm correct. I think so. Because Maine went away, but now they're waiting on the approval of the members of the charter. And by the time it all gets done, it's going to have to be redone. But that is very cool, and everybody. And I know Randy supported you when he was in Washington for it. And there's some technicalities, but I think you and Ron are probably the best contacts we have for working with them.
Yeah,
And
well, it's all good, and hopefully that MFAB charter gets renewed soon, and the wheels of government don't always move so smoothly.
Appreciate it, Scott.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Scott.
Got anything further, Ron?
Gary and I did attend a MPO meeting, and basically what happened at that meeting is that it's an overview of the highway projects that are coming down the pipeline and an update on the ones that are currently out there. We did approve I don't know if that was a resolution, but there's some federal funding out there, and I don't have the exact criteria, but I was part of the evaluation. So we have two transit companies out there. We got Black Hills Works and Prairie Hills, and they both submitted applications to the federal government. And then our MPO group, I think, allocated $100,000 towards Black Hills Works for I think a van, and then $68,000 to Prairie Hills. And one of the criteria is that they both have to service the Rapid City metropolitan area. So that's basically the MPO part of it.
Anything else? Commissioner Hadcock.
I also went to the conference. I didn't get a paper because I went to other classes besides just commission classes, so I didn't sign in. I was interested in other things besides just what we did as commissioners. The first two classes with Ben were on repositioning. The other were on tax credits and stuff that we didn't use, so Brian's directed me to go to a couple different ones. The meeting I did miss was how to run an effective meeting. Sat there with Brian for a little bit, talked about stuff that was happening in Rapid City, because it's something that when I sat in there, a lot of people weren't commissioners, like county commissioners and stuff. So no, I didn't get the certificate, but I did attend many classes there. Fire Service Board, I was at a function till about 7:40, called the Fire Service Board. They were done by 8 o'clock. And at the conference for the weed and pest, I was gone to the conference. But I do have a commission member issue. Just a little bit ago, was told by Gary about backroom deals, and that, why was I thinking that? I thought I'd say it up front because I think that's what people think I'm saying about these issues. What I'm saying and been asking for is just information when you go to meetings, instead of staff or city council member or other members telling me that they know this, they met with Gary, they met with the staff and leadership, whether that been Ron at the time, I don't know, or whoever's at the meetings. These three are going to some of these meetings. Travis felt the same way, just wasn't me. Wasn't trying to say backroom deals, just wanted more information. I got pissed in the back, okay? Because I also got served with the code of conduct that you guys don't know from our chair. So that's the second time where I get an email of code of conduct And I asked him if he talked to Ron and gave him one because he was having issues, and he said he talked to him. But he sent me an email. Now, that's not the process. When you do a code of conduct, that's pretty serious. I have been in politics 15 years. I've never been accused of causing people to say backroom deals and code of conduct on me. It's pretty serious for me. That's why I was pissed. I'm not sweet, and I apologize to you, Lloyd. I do. I was mad, and that was inappropriate to go up there and say something like that, like with my finger saying, I'm not done. And this is what I meant. I work my butt off to learn the information. When you do that, and you put that crap out, yeah, I'm mad. Not sad. I'm pissed.
Well,
Appropriate.
when you say that we're doing backdoor deals on the dais here, and to my knowledge, there's no truth to that.
I didn't say that. I said I needed the information, and if you think it's backroom deals, that was yours. You coming back and say that? Why didn't you say that here? I would explain myself again. Gary, I don't think anybody on this dais is bad, but when you send me a code of conduct, but you send your buddy a verbal confrontation and you talk to him, but you send me that, you didn't even follow process and procedure. You didn't even put anybody's name on that damn thing. You
And
said one
if
constituent. You
and
had 75 people in this room that thought you were paid off, but we didn't say that. We didn't say your stuff.
email I sent to you, I said it was unofficial.
Yes, it was unofficial, but the code of conduct is not unofficial. When you put code of conduct, Gary, you have a process and you have to follow it. You did not. I showed it to people. You know what? They thought you should have code of conduct for the way you do stuff, not just me. I have been doing this 15 years. You have one constituent that didn't want to talk to me. I'd like to go visit with them. I would have told you, I'm not going to vote everybody's way, and yes, I am emotional. Yeah, I'm going to say it. I'm passionate about what I do. I do swear. I'm sorry, I don't swear up here, but I do swear, and so do most of you. I am not unprofessional in a way when my emotions get me. It's because I'm pissed. Because we're doing things, if I don't know, I never said I needed to know everything, but you have another commissioner the same way. It's not just me, and I haven't talked to Lloyd or anybody else. But Lloyd was saying it remember when we were doing this, and remember Ollie and Gary were doing it for me because I couldn't email. You were pissed, weren't you? Because you didn't feel like you were going to get the information from me personally. Now, come on, guys, why am I different? Why do you keep putting me in this box? No, I'm not the sweet young lady and the little thing that's going to sit here and take your crap. I wasn't going to say anything about code of conduct, but backroom deals, you're getting pissed back there. I told you before, I didn't think you were a bad commissioner. I said information that we're not getting, that you know when other people are coming up and staff members going, I don't know. You said general stuff I said today. That's why I interrupted you. You said you didn't have any information. Lloyd said that for the one thing on the Arpa funds that they had talked to, I don't know who, about we could put it in general fund. That's the first I heard. You also told me, Gary, that I could go and get the information or look it up just like you did. If I don't know the information, what I'm looking up or what I'm doing, how do I look it up? How do I know? Do I have to go talk to all the staff members to see if they heard something? I am not a whine ass pissy pants lady. I'm a person that likes to be straight up. I've always been straight up to you, Gary, and I don't even dislike you even for this. But please, if you're going to say stuff or do things to me, you do the same. You do the same process to your other commissioners, to all of them, as you do to me.
Will do. The information that I think that you were looking for was information that Cindy had shared. Whether or not you heard that, I don't know. But Cindy is the one that brought that forward, essentially saying that, you know, anything that we, any ARPA funds that we run through somebody else still remains our accountability function. And she did not favor that. Plus, she felt that there was ways of being able to commit all of those dollars to county projects.
So why did you do my code of conduct different than you did your other member?
Okay, I need a motion for approval of the vouchers.
That I thought.
So move.
Got a motion to approve $2,731,418.89.
Second.
Got a motion and a second? All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Got a motion for executive session? Personnel issues?
So moved.
Exactly.
Second.
It's different for him than it is me.
All in favor indicate by saying aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Ready?
Move to come out of executive session.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Move to adjourn?
Got a motion to adjourn, second? All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. We're done.